少年よし残酷な天使のように少年よ神話になれ青い風が今胸のドアを叩いても私だけをただ見つめて微笑んでるあなたそっと触れるもの求めることに夢中で運命さえまだ知らない痛いけな瞳だけどいつか気づくでしょうその背中には未来目指すための羽があること残酷な天使の手で窓辺からやがて飛び立つほとばしる熱いパトスで思い出を裏切るならこの空を抱いて輝く少年よ神話になれ
Hi guys, welcome to the show. The London Watch Show just wrapped. I'm sure you have been updated by Tim Wright about that. He had a beautiful live stream about it on his channel. The Pontiff and Tim Wright are still in London, and the Pontiff will be back in Australia to host this show on Wednesday. Until then, I'm still here. And I have something prepared for you for today. We are going to look forward to Watches and Wonders. We are going to share our wishes and predictions for new releases by Rolex, by Tudor, by Lange, by Jaeger-LeCoultre, by Moza, by Laurent Ferrier, whatever you like. We'll be open the entire time for your suggestions. Send in the super chats with the mock-ups that we would like to see, with the predictions that you would like the panel to talk about, and any other horological questions. Or, depending on the cast of characters we have collected here, you know, maybe there will be a surprise appearance again with prayers, incantations, impressions, and everything else that comes with it. I'm so glad to see you all here. Of course, the lovers are here, the haters are here too, and we do have an open heart. We're all students of the Pontiff. We know how to let it go and explode, and we also know how to turn the other cheek. So let's see, with the flip of the coin, what face of mine will turn up for this show. It's so nice to see all of you. I'm gonna, without further ado, invite my co-hosts, my panelists, and my friends on board and start talking about all the wishes and predictions that we have for Watches and Wonders, which is now less than 10 days away. It's really, I think for me, the excitement has been building. I know it might take until the first week of April for a lot of these brands to actually release and share their new designs, share their new releases, new novelties, as they like to call them sometimes. And I'm all ears. So I want to hear your predictions. I want to hear your wishes. I had a very good last week for my business. I had this week, you know, just the time of my life on YouTube, having the privilege to host and co-host Archieluxury live stream. So I'm just very excited about the new releases coming up, because I might actually have some funds again for the next round of purchases next year. And you know, I like being calculating. I like to take my time. I like being patient. I like putting aside the time to study and research. So we're all waiting for you. Upvote and support the Pontiff, guys, and help me welcome the real star of this show when Archie is gone, Mike the Snake. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello, I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Welcome back. How is Scooter?
Scooter's doing wonderfully.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. And she's got energy back, and she's been. I think the switch to wet food or mixed wet and dry food has gotten her to eat 4 times as much as normal, and I think that was the root issue. And she's just. I've been keeping her and the other dogs separated when they're outside, so that because the other dog plays so much with so much more energy that it overtakes Scooter. So I don't let them play outside together. But otherwise, she's doing great. She's doing absolutely wonderful.
That's
Thank
really
you.
good to hear.
Thank you for asking.
You know, having gone through certain kinds of experiences, I can sometimes become quite skeptical about the power of positive thinking and the power of prayer. But I have a feeling that what we did yesterday with Plastics leadership, with Reverend Plastic at the helm, maybe it helped just a little bit. And I think it will be up and up from now on.
I believe it already happened a month, 2 months ago with my father. You know, he crashed his airplane.
Speaking of the devil, Reverend Plastic.
Yeah. My father crashed his airplane, and you know, I got everybody on the board and everybody to or asked them to think positive thoughts and put their energy out into the universe, and he survived what he should not have survived. And I just
think of the devil, Lord and Mike. Think of the devil, and the devil appears.
There he is. Here's the devil himself.
And
hey guys,
Sam Hain.
With the authentic plastic connection provided to you by plastic wires and shitty microphones and Australia.
This is authentic plastic stick connection just for the AC3 show, proprietary patented connection on my way to work, sipping coffee, eating, drinking in my Camry.
Well, I don't think the Pontiff cares so much about the Camry. I'm glad it's not the BMW.
Oh, that's been eating and drinking. We had a full 4-course dinner last night in the Beamer. We had the candles out. We had the curries. Oh, it was delicious. Sloppy desserts. The kids were finger painting on the windows with their chocolate on their hands. It was fantastic.
I'm glad to hear. You know, again, we're in California. I am in Los Angeles. We spend a lot of time in our cars, so eating in it is obligatory.
Lord, I need to ask you in LA, are you in the show business?
Am I in the show business?
Mm.
My life is the show business, Plastic. I live for
away from this stream.
Hey, Tim, I have said this and I will repeat it again. Tim Wright did a good job by actually ponying up and paying for a real actor for a change. So here's and I have also explained that since I look like this is the best role I can get. So they're not casting me for anything hotter and more relevant.
I think you've got to look for some. You've got to look for some. Your look would suit some off-kilter art house projects. You know, some sort of very off left field, if that makes sense.
So I have the opposite problem.
Well, Mike, not everybody knows this about you, Mike, but you're a highly trained British Shakespearean actor, and nobody, and look, I shined some light on that recently, and your range is incredible, absolutely incredible. People don't know some of the work Mike's been in. Should we enlighten them, Mike? Some of the films and television series you've been in over the years. Barnaby Jones, Different Strokes, Different Strokes.
I played Willis.
I mean, look, the plastic.
What'd you talk about?
that
That's
hunting.
right, that was a spin-off.
That hunting.
What'd you talk about? Which one it was?
That hunting cat stick caught me off guard.
What's
did you
that?
hear that story? Mike the Snake had a hunting cat.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? You didn't?
I did. No, I had a pet hawk too.
But tell us a little bit about the hunting cat again, Mike. What was the deal with that cat?
Okay. This cat, when it saw me walk out with my 22 or my 410, it knew I was going hunting. Just I enjoyed hunting, but I'd kind of gotten over as a young kid shooting birds with a BB gun. So I basically kind of rationalized it as feeding my cat. So I'd go out and shoot one bird for the cat. And the cat knew when it saw me with the gun, it would heel like a dog and follow me for miles through the brush and watch what was going on. And when I'd plunk a bird out of a tree, that thing would go just take off right from my side and catch it in the air before it even hit the ground. And then I'd let him munch it down, and then we'd walk back home. And he was my hunting cat.
Now, Mike, with your permission,
That's amazing.
You can correct.
That's amazing, Mike. The things that you've been able to achieve in your life. That's amazing.
Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but a friend of mine actually sent me a picture of you with that hunting cat, and if I have the correct information, this is a live action shoot.
Sure. Oh yeah, there you go. That's me with my 410, and
the cat is on your head, I think. Is that
no? That's a different cat that I shot just for fun. That was a mountain lion that I shot for fun.
You clean up really well. You clean up really well. I have to say this, Mike. You look quite handsome and striking in this picture.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I made that leather jacket myself out of quail.
Then, Mike, you say you used to shoot when you were a kid. Mike, when you were a kid, you used to shoot birds with BB guns, right?
Yeah, when I was younger, really younger, yeah. When I got my first BB gun, I shot a few birds. Just yeah. I'm gonna spend a little time.
I used to shoot BB guns with birds.
I think every little kid who grows up out in the country with nothing better to do,
what I used to do, Mike, is I used to shoot the BB guns with my birds.
Well, I feel bad for it to this day.
Save the BB gun.
Today, I used to have a pet hawk as well that lived in the house. His name was Merlin. I saved him as he'd fallen out of his nest before he could fly. I took him home and put him in a cage, and I fed him lizards and bits of steak, and he tamed up, and he lived in the house for about 4 years. But in the meantime, throughout the years, I've taken at least 5 or 6 injured hawks to the rescue center. They've either banged into my glass window chasing a bird and not woken back up real quickly. So I took them to the bird center, or I saw one get hit by a car and break its wing. I found one that had been shot, had its wing broken, a big hawk. This is a big red-tailed hawk. And
Beautiful.
I chased it down into a gully in a rainstorm and actually got cut up pretty bad, but I got a hold of it, and I took it, wrapped it in my jacket, and got it home. And we got it to the bird rescue center, and there was a big big event about when they released it, because they had pinned its arm, and it took 2 years for it to heal, and then for them to retrain it for hunting
Lovely
and
story,
everything.
guys. I'm at work now. Have a great day. Love to hear that story again, Mike. Make sure you tell it to me next time I'm on the stream. Adios.
Take care.
Yeah.
Take care. Maybe
Anyways.
we'll have a chance to tell it.
Adios. Adios, muchachos.
I had a pet wild boar too as a pet. Big tusks, razorback.
Speaking of hunting, and since we are talking about new releases that are to follow and that have already come up this year, what new release will send you out for a hunt? What new release from any of the brands? It can be Rolex, Omega, micro brand, and independent. What would send you out to get a new watch that you didn't imagine before? What are we looking for?
That's a real tough one, because I already have my eyes on different prizes right now. So I'll let other people answer first. I need to think on that one for a bit.
Okay.
I don't really know.
Maybe to help you think, could you think of any minute change, any modification on those watches that you're already looking for that would make you desire them even more, that would expedite the purchase for you, that would even encourage you more to get them?
Well, I mean, if Vacheron, version 3 blue 3-hander would go from 40,000 down to 15,000, I'd run to the store and buy one.
That's an interesting modification. Yeah, that's
yeah.
But yes, maybe that's one way to
connect
back to the question. So the overseas 3rd generation is your holy grail. What other watches do you have on your list now that you are sure to get, that you have set your sights on?
A Rolex GMT, which probably will be a Explorer 2, just because of cost. If I can get my hands on a Pepsi, that would be Pepsi or Coke, or Batman. That would be preferred. But I don't think I'll be able to accumulate that much money to get one of those. And if I were to get up to that price range, I'd probably grab the Vacheron. I don't know. Then I'd be really kind of confused or at odds at that point as to which to get. But if
it's really strange, how the market develops. I know still, in year 2017, they were offering me a discount for the new generation overseas at the Vacheron Constantin boutique in Beverly Hills. And nowadays, you would be lucky and you would have made a few purchases before at that boutique to even be assigned a place, or in a waiting list for that overseas, which I think is a very nice watch. It wasn't the one for me, but I'm not sure if it's worth that much premium. And I understand what you mean when you say, I wish it came down just a little, maybe a lot.
Because there's also the thought of, why not, if I have that much available, why not maybe buy 5 or 6 lesser watches? We buy $5,000 or $6,000 watches, because there's so many great watches out there. I don't necessarily have to spend 25, 30 on a watch, but I kind of have my heart set on that, finishing my 4-watch Rolex little chicken meal dinner. Other than that, there's a lot of watches out there that I'm really in love with, like the Seamaster 300 Heritage.
Yes,
Uh,
with the
the
lollipop second sand.
yeah, the lollipop, and there's a number of other brands that were brought up, like the Railmaster, that Bear likes a lot. Is a
Yes.
beautiful watch. There's
That model has been again put into the spotlight with those 1957 trilogy reissue they had, and I think it's been really nice for them to reintroduce and revive that model because it's a very classic watch. Let me pull it up while you continue.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the trilogy models were all like smaller though. They were 37s, and the ones that are available separately are like 39 or 40. I may be wrong.
The trilogy, I think, was 38, but yes, they are smaller, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I think this time you're right, Mike. It doesn't happen often, but I think you got it right this time.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this is the trilogy model that is now out of
That's
stock.
a beautiful watch right there. Just that's clean. Broad arrow hands. That's every bit a Rolex OP41 or OP39 right there. In my book, I mean, what's the difference? Pull up an OP39 and put it next to that. There's not much difference.
Well, I think this is if you're asking me, this is a watch I would rather have compared to that. In fact, even if we look at this was the 38 millimeter trilogy reissue. If you look at the current model, right, that had the broad arrow hands, the current model is even simpler and maybe, in my taste at least, a little more elegant. I like the stick hands.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I like the design of this dial, and to me, it's more reminiscent, I guess, of if we were to, in fact, compare with Rolex, maybe 39 millimeter Explorer.
No, is this the larger version that's available separate from the trilogy? Because this has a fatter case. This is not as
40 millimeter. Yes, Mike.
40.
Yes.
This is not as svelte as the 39. It's got shorter lugs. It's a little fatter looking. It doesn't have the broad arrow hour hand. It's got stick hands.
That's right.
And it's also got some sort of striated dial, it looks like, on it. Like, like the dial is striated vertically.
It's like brushed. Let me try to zoom in.
It's got striations on it, vertical lines.
Look.
Yeah, like it's cut from a piece of petrified wood or something. It's got a grain to it. Does it say anything about it?
I'm trying to read. I think it's just brushed brass, dial.
So it's just brushed hand painted brush marks.
I don't think it's wood or anything. I think let's not miss our viewers.
I think it would be some sort of a mineral, if anything, or like I said, petrified wood.
I think it's brass. I think it's just brass, as with most sports watch dials.
Sure.
I do like the way that the loom is applied. I know some people take issue with the faux patina. Sometimes I have a problem too. In this one, I don't feel like it's overdone.
you know what I like about this is how the indices start from the very edge of the the bezel. They
No,
they they
there's a
you,
little bit of a gap there. A little bit
yeah,
of.
but they include the outer ring of the the dial, which is usually left alone by the indices. You know, that outer ring would be left alone, and the indices would begin at the inner line and move forward. The indices go all the way out to the very edge.
Mhm.
And I also like how the end of the minute hand goes halfway between the line, so that you can actually tell when you are exactly at your time. I mean, if it went all the way to the end,
Mhm.
it completely camouflages the line, so you don't know exactly when you're on time. Or you know, it could be a little shorter and give the same effect. But yeah, um, this the straight hands are very nice looking on this watch as well. Um,
So what else? What else do you have in your wish list, Mike?
Panerais, and any number of them. You know, there's a number of Panerais in 44 that I'd like to get. I'd like to get the I had one that was 44. I think it was Luminor. I'm not 100% up on the different names of things, but it had the sandwich dial with the like recessed number underneath, and it was just a three-hander, wind up 8 days, 8-day power reserve. So you just wound it up what on Saturdays, and you didn't have to worry about setting the date. No, nothing. It was just a plain Jane three-hander with a second hand off to the left. Beautiful watch. Um, and you
Guys,
know, just
quick notes right here. Upvote and support the pontiff. As always, all the super chats after Google takes its cut, of course, go directly to him. We don't make anything financially from appearing on this channel. We are just holding the fort until the pontiff comes back to his own show on Wednesday. So support him by giving us a thumbs up. It costs nothing. Please do that. In either case, send in your questions and wishes. You can always directly send a PayPal to Archie. Of course, we won't know that. That is a small problem. So if you have an immediate question that you need answered, that you want to be answered by the panel, send in a super chat. Otherwise, if you want us to look at certain pictures, wrist shots, collections, use my email address right here, which is Lord Hellespont the 5th at gmail.com, Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. And I will be sure to pull them up once you send in a super chat for us to help answer the question. So thank you. Yeah, I'm not really that knowledgeable or even interested in Panerais. I can appreciate them from a heritage perspective, but I've never owned one, and I never aspired to own one. But I'm always heartbroken when I hear about you losing your watches in that fire, Mike.
well, I'm done telling the story. I don't want to. It's
Of course.
something in the past, but I do aspire to. I want my shit back. So, well, you know, my goal in life is to kind of you know, at least get back to a point where I feel I'm somewhat whole again, and that includes building my little mini 4-piece Rolex collection, and then being able to move along to the other brands that I owned. I owned 2 or 3 Omegas. I had uh, a, a vintage pie pan, Sea Dweller. I had a Man on the Moon, um, and I had a number of Panerais. I had a number of Rolexes. I had 2 Sea Dwellers,
Mhm.
one vintage from 76, and one no holes, newer one, and then I had the same in Submariner, one vintage, around the same year, 1972 or so, and then one was newish. It was a M or a V. So it was one of the last of the year, no holes, last of the, just before the ceramics came out.
Let me
Yeah.
address something in the chat, Mike. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, look, I have been trying to reach out to the Pontiff and Tim Wright to join the stream. Of course, we would have loved to get more updates from the Pontiff as he is in London. But the purpose of this trip mostly was to allow him to emerge finally from these series of lockdowns, which were more severe in Australia, in some of the other countries which we inhabit. It allows him to get the kind of recognition, the break, the respect that he has been working so hard for over the years and that he truly deserves. He was feted, celebrated, and rewarded properly in London for everything that he has given the community in terms of knowledge and entertainment for all these years. And all the updates, all the different kinds of footage, and all the drama and scandals and the Pontiff's commentary about London, you will hear plenty about all these things once he's back on Wednesday and beyond. And more importantly, it will give him a new encouragement, a new kind of commitment, and a revitalized dedication to the channel. So don't, I do apologize for my part, right, for not providing you as much from London as possible. Of course, I've been also hindered by logistical difficulties, but I know both the Pontiff and Tim Wright, once they're back, will give you plenty of updates on this live stream and beyond. And trust me, this is something the Pontiff deserved and needed. And trust me, will come back much, much better. Yes,
I
Mike.
agree.
Continue.
I apparently, I don't know if we want to talk about it, but he was bestowed something last night for a Lifetime Achievement Award. We can talk about that later if you want.
Later when he comes back, because I think
Yeah.
there are some concerns we have in the background. I would rather leave the revelation to him
Sure.
if it's appropriate.
But I did hear about that, and I think that's just amazing. I think that's just one of the best things that could have ever happened, and nobody more in this world deserves something like that more than him. And especially among the crowd that he was amongst. You know, I mean, he was sitting amongst billionaires and millionaires and you know, the upper echelon of the world probably. And you know, for all those people to give him the credit that he so
John
muchly
Reedy,
deserved.
John Reedy, £5 met the Pontiff on Saturday. He really went out of his way with the fans in London. Great time there. That's what I was talking about also. You know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. We praise and acclaim the Pontiff here on a daily, nightly basis. And we can tell you all sorts of great things that he has done for the community. He has done for each and every one of us. But at the end of the day, when you see all these pictures and videos, and if you're privileged, when you get to experience an interaction with him in person, you truly see how special he is and how special the community made him feel in London, I think was great. So he's only giving back to you, really, John, what he has taken from you as well. So I'm glad he has been able to do that in London. And I have been telling you about, for example, Miami, when people were asking around, do you know Archieluxury? Do you know Archieluxury? Of course they know Archieluxury. And you may have been skeptical about it. Now you see how he's greeted in London and how people are asking to speak with him, asking for his autograph, asking for a photo or selfie with him. I don't have to say anything more.
Yeah. Well, when he and Han about going a month or two ago, I was urging him, telling him, you have to go, Archie. This will confirm to you the hero that you are, around the world. You'll see when you get there how people treat you, and how well you're recognized. And that turned out to definitely be the case, because he's highly influential, more so than we even know. I mean, he influenced my first watch purchase. Basically, it was the first video I ever watched when I decided I was going to get into watches and I was going to go buy a watch. I went on YouTube and bam, there was Archie. First video I ever watched. And I've been watching his videos ever since. 10 years now, 9 years, whatever, however long he's been on.
So, I mean, he has been a trailblazer on YouTube. And again, he is the OG. Sometimes people throw around this word quite easily. But when it comes to Archieluxury, he was not only the first. There may have been other odd videos in some other language here and there that I didn't get to before. But most importantly, he is the one that is very often imitated, but never, ever replicated. Everyone uses his taglines, this whole wristwatch check thing. It is something he brought into YouTube.
He kind of laid out the platform.
All these elements of his show, what we call his shtick, his routines, the Archie explodes moments, all these classics, all his phrases about punters and fikers and this and that, globally have been adopted and reconfigured and repurposed. And just by stealing like a bit of Archie's shtick, people have made entire careers on YouTube. So again, all hail the almighty pontiff, the governor's governor, the one and only Archibald Chesterfield III.
Yep. He definitely laid out the platform, the basis for your basic watch review. He laid out the platform, like you said, for a lot of the aspects of the watch review, like the wristwatch check and different things. And he was just one of the first to do it, and he's a trailblazer. He blazed the trail for everybody to follow. So
I think it's only upwards from here, because as you know, guys, October is his 50th birthday, and right around that time he has a trip planned to the United States. So hopefully he will be gracing us with his presence here in the States as well. Hopefully he will drop by New York, Vegas, somewhere in California for sure. Mike wants him, of course, up there in the wine country and close to San Francisco. I want him here in Southern California. The vulture capitalists of Southern California want him here. Ross Rachel Brady, 199. Thoughts on Karl F. Bucherer watches? Do you know anything about them, Mike?
I'm sorry to say I am not educated enough to know that much about Karl F. Bucherer.
Okay.
No.
So Bucherer is a Swiss watch dealer and jeweler. They're based in Lucerne. I think they have been in the business for hundreds of years already. I don't, of course, off the top of my mind, know when they were established, maybe in the 19th century at some point. They, of course, sell other companies' watches, a lot of the usual suspects, but they also provide their own watches, which I think are sold by Tourneau in the US, I want to say.
So you mean the Tourneau brand watch is made by Boucher?
No. You always go somewhere else with one sentence that I've said that has nothing to do with that. I just said,
I'm sorry about that.
Karl F. Bucherer produces their own watches. I think in the US, they're mostly accessible through Tourneau, and I'm guessing that's because they may be owned jointly, but don't take my word on that. Ross, Rachel, Brady, if you could specify what watch we should be looking at specifically, but I do actually, I think their divers and their chronographs are pretty good. Of course, they won't hold value like any of the recognizable brands, any of the established brands. When you name Bucherer, people still think about a very prestigious and traditional jewelry shop and watch dealer, and they have produced a very interesting. Over the years, they have produced interesting limited editions, especially using their trademark blue for certain watches. But the average watch buyer doesn't really go for a Bucherer watch, so they don't really hold their value as much as some of the other brands. Bright Blue Comet helped me out here. Bucherer bought Tourneau. So Tourneau is owned by Bucherer, so they use that as their international arm.
Okay. The only reason I asked that one question was because, Tourneau is this giant shop that sells every watch known to man, but they also have their own brand.
Yes.
There is a Tourneau brand, and I just had no idea of who made them. And it sounded like you had said that Boucher had made the watches for Tourneau. That's just why I just brought that up as a question. So sorry. I'm not sorry, but
no, it's okay. It's not a big deal, but I usually don't understand why you just take it somewhere entirely different from what I said, but that's okay.
Well, I didn't do it intentionally. Sorry about that.
Some of the blue watches they have produced, of course, they have their own heritage bicompacts, 2 subdial big date chronograph.
That's beautiful there. That is gorgeous.
It looks really great, and they have a kind of etching of the New York skyline for this.
Wow.
In the back.
What size is that watch? Is that
41 millimeter?
Wow.
It's already out of stock, unfortunately, as with
bummer.
Most special editions.
Somebody in the chat has pointed out that John Wick, the movie the trio of movies, John Wick wore a Boucher.
Ross, Rachel, Brady, 199 flyback chronograph. Yeah, let's see. Boucher flyback chronograph. Flyback chronograph is, of course, a complication that people love. And I'm not sure what kind of value that they offer. Oh yeah, that seems kind of reasonable. So this is aesthetically, I can hardly find any fault with this. The 2 subdials, I think, sit very nicely and symmetrically. Oops.
Yeah. See how the indices, what I was talking about when we were looking at the Omega, how the indices don't go all the way out to the bezel, where on this watch here, there's a space between the bezel and the beginning of the indices.
Yes, of course, that's for the tachymeter, Mike. Otherwise, they would have to put it on the bezel. Here, since it's as part of the dial, they need some space for it to be legible.
Yes. Okay.
So this is their flyback chronograph. I really do like the dial color, which is, you know, somewhere between blue and gray, maybe like a slate gray, slate blue, a touch of teal there. I
Yep.
like the color scheme, and it's 6200 if I'm not mistaken. Probably too big for me, at least 43 millimeter.
Oh yeah, it's perfect for my wrist. You know, whether or not it's got that tachymeter or not, most watches have tick marks. So you still have that same space
Yes.
taken up, whether it's a tachymeter or ticks. So just to point out that difference.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like this watch. I think, you know, if you're looking for a quality Swiss watch, I know they now make their own movements. It has an in-house movement. And
Really
I,
like that white, that Fume white dialed one. If you could pull that one back up.
yeah, and so they have an in-house movement. They have revamped their entire line of watches for the 21st century. And you know, I think by now they're a respectable Swiss brand. But once again, you're making a purchase where you're putting a lot of money into a watch. If you like it, I think that's great. It offers great value. You know, if Zenith is not for you, if Breitling is not for you at roughly the same price range, in fact, a little more expensive, and you're not really a Speedmaster guy, and of course, it's nearly impossible to get a Daytona, why not consider this as an option? You like it aesthetically, you have a reliable movement and company behind it that has an extended experience
No,
in dealing with watches. Why not consider it an option?
wouldn't like along the lines of value and value retention and stuff in the $5,000 and $6,000 range, while we're in the luxury watch category, can't that be the fun area where who gives a shit whether it's going to be worth fucking the same in 5 years or not? If you like it, fucking buy it. If it's 30 grand, then okay, yeah, start looking at what maybe on the backside down the road. If you're buying a shitter that's only going to be worth half as much, after you buy it, and you do that knowingly because you love the watch. But this is in the 5 to 6 range. There's 30, 40 watches that fit this exact same category. Of
Well,
fucking
here's
well-made Swiss.
super chat, Mike. Super chat.
Okay.
Fine. 499. Picked up my first Rolex yesterday. Congratulations. Wear it in good health. Date just 41. Black dial, fluted bezel on a Jubilee bracelet. Aiming for
Beautiful.
Milgauss and Batgirl within the next 2 years for my 30th. I hope so. I hope you can get them. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much for your kind words. And once again, congratulations. I hope you get the rest of them as well. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Yes, thank you.
I think they just is a great gateway drug, so to speak, to enter the,
Yeah.
the Rolex world.
Yes.
And look, I mean, I know it's sometimes overrated and somehow a little foregrounded, this whole idea of establishing a relationship and launching on a journey with your AD. But at the end of the day, you scratch their back, they scratch yours. So you made a purchase. I'm sure it will make it easier to get the Milgauss and then maybe to get the Batgirl. And I hope you'll have that three-piece beautiful Rolex collection by the time you are 30.
Yeah. It's it is disappointing. The journey is years long, but that's the Rolex journey apparently these days. But
Well,
like I was saying,
before we launch back on that, I want to say something about your remark about, you know, watches from 4 to 6, and maybe we don't have to care that much. I will speak on it in two ways. From my personal standpoint, I have some years where I'm lucky enough and I make a lot of money. Some years I don't. But in either case, for me, still to this day, even though I have a decent collection, it still hurts to put $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 on a watch, and I've paid more in the past. But anyway, I think that's a lot of money. So I'm really careful where to put that money, and it's a lot of money, I think, for most people who are in the audience, most people who listen to this show. So my other hat is basically the consumer advocate, and I think this is a great example, right? The list price was 62, and now this is the real. So it's like a very fancy schmancy New York based like vintage slash thrift store slash consignment business, and they post things at a markup, and there they have the same flyback chronograph in this military scheme, like a khaki green or drab green dial with a matching canvas strap, and it's discounted all the way down to $4,000 basically.
same
So
company, same brand.
yes, same complication, flyback chronograph.
Oh, well, so
dials.
you know,
Um,
somebody should always be shopping the best price they can get.
of course, but again, you know, just to put it out there, some brands, the minute you walk out of the door, you already lost 30% of the value, right? Just
Sure.
keep that in the back of your mind. Maybe you can afford to lose that much.
Yeah.
From
Well,
my
maybe with a little bit
perspective,
of smart investigating, you know, you can make.
I can't afford to lose that kind of money on any purchase. But again,
No.
be my guest.
But within the 3 minutes of your talking and searching at the same time, you knocked $2,000 off the list, the initial list. So if anybody that puts that much time into, let's say they're interested in any $5,000 watch, maybe this one, let's say, then we're not talking about a $6,200 watch. We're talking about a $4,200 watch. Okay, then you buy that at 42, and you don't lose your ass so bad. You know, you do your due diligence. You get the best price you can on whatever you buy. That should just be, you know, a given. Okay. You know, some people just see something and like it and buy it without and you know doing any research and end up paying a little more. They find it immediately when they go home and see it online for 2,000 less somewhere else. I've had that happen, and never again. Now, if I find something I'm interested in, I research the shit out of it. You know, I find where it's being listed, who's listing it, how much they're being listed for. You know, because there's market manipulation that goes on. You know, people list watches for much more to try to jack the the price up to make it look like they're more than they are, so that they can get rid of their one or two, and then they remove the ads, and that kind of thing happens in the gray. But
I mean, $4,000 is still a lot of money. I'm just, again, I'm a consumer advocate first and foremost. I'm just trying to issue the caveat there. If someone doesn't want to take it and still plunk down $4,000 on what looks like a beautiful quality Swiss-made watch with a very desirable chronograph configuration that looks absolutely smashing, fabulously beautiful.
In-house movement. I mean, it checks all the boxes.
Be my guest. It's a beautiful watch. Again, thank you for asking the question, Ross, Rachel, Brady. I think that's beautiful. And when we come back to 4.9's fine, yes, he has just received his 41 Datejust with a black dial. I think an absolute classic. The next one, I hope is Milgauss, but I'm sure you won't say no to a Batgirl if your
Oh,
AD offers
no.
you.
Definitely not.
So, Mike, you were going through some of your other wishes. What else? You said Panerai. You talked about your Rolexes, Omega Seamaster Heritage 300 as well. Is there anything that we missed?
Oh, there's lots that I mean, in I do like Moser. I think they have some of the most beautiful dials ever.
Do you have a particular model in mind so we can?
No, I've not really uh, researched the brand. I've seen so many pictures of Mosers and different dials, but I haven't really researched the brand or the models. But there's Lunge. There's
Maybe
y-
maybe the
y-
Streamliner does this interest you?
that's a very fine looking watch. Jaeger LeCoultre, I absolutely love. This is a beautiful watch. I love it. I love the integrated bracelet. I like the Fume dial with the sunburst blue.
Yeah.
It's got an interesting uh, outer edge to the. Oh, it's kind of a staggered checkerboard kind of
Hmm.
ticks.
Like
Um,
a kind of racing
it's got
dial.
syringe hands. That watch is very very interesting. Um,
I know Bear has this watch, so if he comes on later on this stream, I would love to see his personal one. And the integrated bracelet looks really beautiful. I would love to hear how it wears from him, because that's one of the most important things when you have an integrated bracelet for a watch.
yes,
Uh, the It seems very seamless as a design for me. And I think that's an interesting way
yes,
to put together a chronograph as well. So I appreciate that.
kind of armadillo esque is
The
the
design, you mean?
or lobster shell shape. Um, but like Jaeger LeCoultre, has their compressor divers line that also is I've always you know been very interested in their the most basic one they make, the three-hander with the rubber coated metal bracelet. Like each link is separate but rubber coated and then reassembled, and so I've worn it, and I've researched it, and people say that the rubber does not tend to unless really abused, the rubber doesn't wear off, it doesn't rub away. And that's a really cool watch, and fairly reasonable price wise. There's also um, uh, oh, what was the company I'm thinking of? Glashut Original, who again checks all the marks, with heritage, along with Breguet, but Gégé Lecoultre or Glashut Original has their Pano line, the Pano Lunar, the Pano Inverse, the Panomatic. Um, those are all those all have
Mhm.
they just have it going on. I mean, they in-house movements, I believe, but I mean, they've done so much to the movements on the case backs. When you look on the backside, that it's like, what do they call that? That Cote de Genève stamp or whatever.
Geneva waves, Mike.
But what's when it has the whole package and you're able to put that stamp on there?
That's the Geneva seal.
The Geneva seal. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the 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 uh, uh, Pano Inverse and Panomatic from the company I just mentioned is now
Glass
Glasshoot Original. I don't know if that has that stamp on it, but I would be as close as you could get to it.
Mike, one of the things that I know you get exasperated by me sometimes, but one of the things that I never understand is, we talked about this and I explained to you that you can't have the Geneva seal unless you produce your watches in Geneva. So for a German brand,
it's a German watch. Okay.
that produces watches in Glashütte, they can never aspire to get the Geneva seal unless they are relocating to Geneva.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Well, my
And
point being, though,
it doesn't necessarily take away from a brand's quality not to have a Geneva seal. It's a set of standards. If you can follow them up to somewhere, it still matters and it's still important. Let's see.
I wasn't insinuating that the Glashütte Original had that. I just was saying that if
how are you doing, Jim?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Jim,
welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Where are you joining us from?
Las Vegas.
All right.
Vegas. All right.
With all this talk about Archie coming to America, if he comes to America, we got to get him in Vegas.
Oh yeah, I think he's planning on it.
Vegas is for sure, actually. Of all the places I counted, if he is coming to the States, he will be in Vegas.
Yeah,
I'm taking off work. I'm taking the week off, or whatever it is. I'm going to have off work. I can't wait.
It's the Halloween. It's going to be the Halloween weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So you might as well make the reservations in advance. Let me double check the dates again.
I'll be right back. Five seconds.
See, Mike.
Yeah, someone else can confirm in the chat as well. But let me check my email that I had some information about it. This will be. Let's see. So it will be at the end of October, 27th to 31st is kind of where the events are mostly set. So it coincides with the Halloween weekend. I'm sure you know better than I do how crazy it can get in Vegas around that time of the year.
Yeah, well, usually I'm actually out of the country at that time of year, but I told my wife, I said, this year we're going to skip. We usually go to Mexico in late October. But I told her, I said, we're skipping it this year. I got to see Archie. My wife's not a fan of Archie, by the way, but so.
I think most wives aren't. We are always glad to discover the exceptions, but we won't hold that against you for sure, Jim.
She gives me nothing but snarls and dirty looks when I tell her anything to do with Archie. But.
Hey, we love everybody. You know, Archie actually loves women and loves everyone, but it is how he comes across. What can we do? That's the character.
Yes.
That's how I grew up with it, basically. October 28th is, I think, the specific date for the dinner that's gonna involve him. So
do we know where it's going to be held at?
Not yet. I think they are waiting until the last moment to announce the location publicly because you know the kind of security liability that it might introduce to the situation. But yes, that weekend, basically, the 28th, a lot of people are going to be there a little before and a little after as well, in addition to that date. So that's what we have in mind.
Isn't his birthday, if you correct me, isn't it the 16th, I thought?
I know it's in October. I don't remember the date actually off the top of my head. I want to say it's at the end of the month rather than the middle, but again, someone will correct me in the chat, I'm sure. But yes, so if he comes to the US, and for now, he made a promise, but you know how life is. We can't really be sure of what's coming ahead, but when he comes, he's gonna stop by at Watch Time in New York, I think. He's going to be in Vegas at the end of October. And somewhere along the line, he's going to stop by California as well. Of course, I would rather have that in Los Angeles, but I know there are a lot of fans in San Francisco too. And it's maybe easier for me to go to Vegas than for Archie to be in Los Angeles. We have to plan it really well. I'm actually trying to see if we can have kind of dinners with fans and sit downs with fans that are pre-arranged, pre-reserved by people booking their places. Hopefully we'll come up with better logistics before we get too close to the date.
I'd love to take him around. I mean, whatever that he wants to see. I mean, like I said, I'm taking whatever days he's here. I'll be free from work, and so I'll have nothing to do but hang out with Archie. I mean, I'll take him to a nice bar, or I don't know, whatever he wants to do. You know.
Yeah, I think he will have plenty of time. I know it takes a lot of energy from him. You know, we have seen that in London. Right now, we are seeing it, in fact, that he gives a lot, and it means at the end of the day, he's usually exhausted. Mm-hmm. So we will have, I'm sure we will have very set events, but I'm sure on top of that, you know, it's something that energizes and revitalizes him. I'm sure he will want to interact with the fans beyond that as well.
See, for me, it's hard to recommend anything because I'm from here, so none of this, to me, this is just, you know, it's not exciting. It means nothing to me, none of this stuff, because I've been here my whole life. But I know from people that aren't from here or whatever that they're like, oh wow, Las Vegas, you know, I want to go do this, I want to see that, you know. But for me, it's like, oh, whatever. I just want to go home and watch Archie, you know.
Well, you know, I certainly can sympathize with that. I lived in New York for longer than a decade, and every time I had guests, well, the first couple of times, let's put it this way, when I had guests, I didn't have any ideas, right? I would take them to my favorite spots, but that's usually not very interesting to tourists, because who cares about the neighborhood coffee shop? Who cares about the, you know, slice of pizza you get from the corner? Actually, they should, because that's what New York really means. But usually tourists, people who are coming from out of town, are expecting something else, something special, something that kind of lives up to the image and fantasy of that place. And Las Vegas, of course, has nothing but fantasy attached to it. So that's the brand, right? So we'll have to think of something that's both fitting to that and that's also accommodating enough to get as many fans involved as possible.
Another cool thing about Vegas is just the unbelievable amount of, you know, ADs that are here. I mean, every brand is represented, I think. I mean, is here.
Speaking of which, would you like to share with us an idea of your collection and maybe show us your favorite piece?
Well, I've only got a 2-piece collection.
Okay.
I'm working on getting a third. I'm working on it. This is my Omega Electric Blue.
Nice.
Beautiful.
That's been my everyday. I bought this in 2016, and it's been my one and done forever. But I recently got a sub.
That's a Seamaster?
Yeah, this is an older one, Mike. They don't make this one anymore.
No, I noticed because it doesn't have the skeleton hands.
Yeah,
I like it a lot. I like it very much.
This one's way better.
It's got a silver bezel.
Yes.
I like that watch very, very much.
I don't know how to hold this camera to make it.
Very nice. Very nice.
And they used to be really cheap. The prices have gone up on them a little bit, but they used to be really cheap. The back's a solid case back, but
yeah. And does it have the wave dial or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Beautiful.
hard for the camera to pick it up, but.
And the more subtle version, right? You know, that has the engine turns rather than laser engraved lines.
Yes.
Beautiful. That's a nice watch.
I know, like, Archie doesn't care about accuracy on watches, but for me, 0.5 seconds a day accuracy with this watch. It's almost perfect accuracy.
Yeah,
Hey, I'm
very
already
nice.
impressed by the aesthetics. So
I'm
accuracy.
sorry my camera doesn't do it. My camera doesn't pick it up good, but
It's
I
picking
know
the loom. It's picking the loom up great.
those lines, those waves are very hard to pick up on camera, but in person they're quite impressive and much more lively than the laser engraved, more recent version of the wave dial. I love that watch.
on certain lights, the waves change colors from like almost to like red almost. It's hard to, you have to see it under certain lighting conditions, but those waves can change from blue to almost to a red color. It's really, I'm really happy I bought the watch. I had a couple Planet Oceans before this, and then I had the ceramic one of the 300s before this, and I ended up getting rid of all of them. But I really was skeptical before I pulled the trigger on this, because I'm like, man, I've had so many Omegas before, and I've never could find one that I was happy with. And when I got this, I was just like, I'm sold. I'm just perfection for me.
Tell us about your subby. What about the Submariner?
Okay, so I've wanted to get a sub forever, but it's like, man, I've just been watching the prices. So I got the sub in January because I was like, man, they're gonna price me out of the market for it. So I figured I'd pull the trigger on it while I could. I had to pay gray market for it. It's the 40 mil. It didn't have a scratch on it when I got it. I put a couple on it.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be, Jim.
That's a maxi case Submariner.
It's the 40 mil, yeah.
Yeah, nice, beautiful watch. Beautiful watch.
I love the bezel action. I don't know if the mic picks it up.
Oh yeah, very well indeed.
Compared to the Rolex has a much better bezel compared to this one. It just feels like a bank vault. It's like it makes me think of like a safe, like you'd see in a movie. Like if when they're turning the numbers on the safe, it's just so. I don't know how to describe it other than that.
Yeah, Rolex are known for their bezels.
It's amazing 2-piece combo meal. Great collection, man. Wear them in good health and wealth.
Thank you.
I guess it's called Super Case, not Maxi Case.
Yeah, Maxi is the dial, I think. Maxi dial and Super Case. But yeah, it's the 40 mil.
Yeah. Just corrected me.
So I love both of them. I want to add a Speedy, the new 3861. I want to add that. So that's on my list. And what I really, really want and what I'm working on is the Blancpain 50 Fathoms blue dial with the blue strap. I've tried it on a couple times, and it's a big watch, but I think I've gained some weight. So I used to have a 7-inch wrist. Now I'm at about 7 1/4. So I think I can pass it on. I think I could.
Oh yeah, no problem, man.
That's how the sub goes. So I think I can get the.
Yeah, Blancpain is a bigger case, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's 43, and but
Jim, what were you
about the same size wrist as you.
What were you saying, Jim?
I almost worry that the Blancpain's maybe just a little bit too big for me and maybe look kind of goofy on me. So but I love the aesthetics of the watch. That blue dial, it's just beautiful.
And it's just the diver with the black bezel.
It's blue.
Around.
It's a
blue bezel.
Yeah, they make them in black too, but I like the blue one.
Yeah. But it looks very much kind of like a Submariner in a sense, right?
Yeah, but it's got the 12, 3, 6, and 9 Arabics.
Yeah, it's got its differences, but I'm just trying to locate the model because they've got other models. But yeah, I'm very familiar with that model, and I like it very much. It's a very cool watch.
Do they make it in steel, or is it just titanium? Could you help me out?
They make a black and a blue and titanium with the see-through case back, and then the one in steel as the solid case back, and they make that in black. And I don't know if they make a steel and blue, but I know they make a steel and black.
Yeah. So the one you want is the titanium, and you're very much a diver watch guy in that case, right? You know, you do want your Speedmaster, but maybe a third diver is where you will end up.
I never really liked chronos until Archie got me into the Type 20. That was the first chrono I saw that. I was like, oh my gosh, that is so cool. And ever since then, it's like, okay, so I kind of like chronos, but yeah, I'm more, there it is right there. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that's an awesome watch.
Yes. I've got feelers out.
Awesome watch.
I've got feelers out to Tim Masso right now to see if we can work something out on that.
Now these are a little bit pricey, aren't they?
MSRP is 15.7, but usually secondhand they're around in the 11 usually.
Okay.
So they're not cheap.
It's funny. It's like where Rolex kind of gray goes a little up over their list, and this goes a little down under their list, but they seem to meet in the middle. But you kind of end up with almost the same watch. That's a beautiful, beautiful watch.
I appreciate the design. I appreciate the aesthetics. It's certainly, for me, it's way too big, and I think way too salty. We were just talking about how much I'm willing to put down in terms of money on a single watch, and what other considerations start playing, tricks on my mind. I cannot bring myself to pay, 11 and much less 15K for a Blancpain. With all due respect, again, just my opinion.
No, I know Archie wouldn't like it either, because even if you got it for 11, if you had to sell it, what are you going to get out of it? Maybe 7, 8, if you're lucky, maybe 9.
Yeah.
So for
good news for you, Jim. Archie has to kind of like it, because his new good friend and our beloved Bondage and Discipline wears a rose gold version of this proudly all the time. So
nice.
He loves it now. He loves Blancpain.
Archie's right.
45 millimeters.
Nothing will hold its value like a Rolex. He's right about that. I'll give him that.
45 millimeters is stately.
It's a big boy. Yeah, it's a big
for sure.
So,
but the titanium being titanium for the most part, whichever model you might decide, will offset the weight at least. I've got the James Cameron, which is that size, super thick, plus being in steel. I mean, and you literally walk leaning to the left because the thing weighs so much. Then I have the Pelagos titanium with titanium bracelet and everything. It weighs the same as a Submariner. So it's actually got some weight to it. It's not a hyper light, because that's everybody's complaint about titanium watches, is if they don't feel like they're wearing anything.
Mm-hmm.
But the Pelagos is big enough and thick enough and to actually have some weight to it, to where you feel like you're wearing something. And I think I'm positive the Blancpain falls into that category, because it's huge, so it's got to weigh something.
I mean, it's I've tried it on. I mean, but tried it on in the shop for maybe 10 minutes. So it's not like I walked and spent a whole day with it, but it didn't feel like, it was so heavy that it was like you said, like it weighs your wrist down or something to me.
No. I'm saying the titanium Blancpain is not going to be too heavy.
Yeah. I didn't think,
but it's going to have some presence on your wrist. That's people's complaint about titanium watches, is like, I don't feel like I'm wearing anything at all.
Mm.
Now the steel version may be a heavy, chunky monkey, because it being of steel, it might just be quite a bit heavier. All things being equal, especially with a solid case back. I mean the 50 fathoms. Didn't they? What is their claim against the Submariner? Did they come out before the Submariner?
Yeah.
Or were they the first ones to come out with the dive style?
They beat Rolex by a few months.
Yeah. So they definitely have their foot in the history door, of divers watches. It's not like you're just buying a watch because you like the looks of it. It's actually got something to say about it on top of just being what it is. Yeah, I would definitely rock one all day long.
You've got a bigger wrist than me, though, Mike, so it would look probably better on you.
Not that much bigger, though. Just by a half inch. I mean, we're about the same. And also, to be taken into consideration is the lug to lug spacing. Okay, with the pin to pin, because if the pins are closer together, the bracelet drops off the watch closer together, and then it will wear on your wrist so much better. You can have a big giant watch with closer lug to lug spacing, and then it actually wears wonderfully. And then with an oversized watch that's out of place, okay, on your wrist, kind of looks wrong, okay. But an oversized watch that is properly placed, and properly centered and holds its position on your wrist looks great. If you get a watch with lug to lug spacing that's really far apart and flops all around and just never wears right, it's something to be considered when looking at larger watches is the lug to lug distance.
So, Jim, we have heard a little bit about what you are seeking in terms of what's already available on the market. Do you have any sort of wishes for new designs and new releases that might come up from any of your favorite brands, Rolex, Omega, Blancpain, others?
I'd like to see that 50 fathoms introduced in 40 to 42 mils and shrink down the thickness on it a little bit. And then I'd pay retail for it. If it, that would make it perfect, in my opinion, I think. Right. And that's it. I've been into watches, and I've been watching Archie, and I've been into watches since about 2010. And the Blancpain was one of the first I came across. And it's always been one of those things in the back of your head where it's like I can never forget about that watch, and it's like I'm never going to be happy, even if I buy it and after 6 months I'm like, man, this thing is just too big. I look like a clown wearing this thing, and I sell it off. I'm never going to be happy until I actually own the dang thing and to get a feel for it. I think.
I think that's really good. I think one of their worries, of course, and I'm sure Blancpain has its own strategy, even as they are part of the Swatch Group, is to have a different product, right? Because the divers category, probably along with chronographs, there are just so many choices, right?
Saturated.
You don't want to look like your nearest competitor, so it's a watch that has a different aesthetics, but it's also heftier, it's bigger, it has more presence on the wrist, so on and so forth. But like you said, the dial design, the unique bezel, there are so many different things going on for this watch, whether it's executed in titanium or steel. I think they can afford to give an option to some of their fans in providing something, 40, 42 or a little below, perhaps. I think that would be a great option for many, many others, including you.
Yeah. Lord, can you do me a favor?
Of course.
Could you pull up the GG Lecoultre Navy SEALs diver watch line and find just the basic three-hander with the rubber, not the rubber strap, but that one there. That is the watch. That is the one I'm talking about. That is titanium, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's 44 or 42 millimeters. This is another. This is kind of like falls right into the Blancpain category, price wise and everything. I think they're right in the same ballpark. Although that bracelet is just to die for. If you've ever had one on your wrist, it's just got a feel that's like no other bracelet.
Have you actually tried this on, Mike?
What?
Have you actually tried that one on?
I have. Yeah. I went to Toronto years ago, and that's where I fell in love with the Vacheron version 3, and it's been kind of my grail ever since. But this was like a close second. I was really, really moved by this watch a lot. And yes, this watch has a lot going on. Apparently, they conferred with the Navy SEALs in designing it. It was never administered out to the military like the Tudor. It was they asked Navy SEALs what they wanted, and they have a whole line of them. They have chronographs and timers and ones with 3 or 4 buttons and all this, but just this basic 3-hander is affordable and got a date, and it's just a nice chunky titanium dive watch that really fits the bill.
Super chat, Thomas Burnett, Mr. Burdett, 449 pounds sterling. Respect the bondage and discipline. Speaking of Blancpain divers watches, I held Archie's new watch today, and it's absolutely beautiful. I don't know what you're talking about. Such a nice watch, befitting of the pontiff. That I'm sure of. Thank you, Mr. Burdett, the man behind the brand.
Yeah, and thank you for pulling that up. I just wanted to bring while we were kind of discussing chunky titanium dive watches. This one just plunks right into the same bowl as the Pelagos, as the 50 Fathoms, as this, as probably a few others. Yeah, and it's to accommodate Rick Foss in the chat, Gégé Lecoultre. He wants me to pronounce the name again. I think he's
actually you do a great job.
Yeah, I try, but then I screw up.
Among all things, that's one thing you get right. No doubt.
You need to pronounce it like Irix guy.
I think the other half of the time I mispronounce it. That's why probably people are asking me to say it again, because sometimes I'll go Jaeger LeCoultre. But
I think your pronunciation of that brand is again one of the rare things you get right, Mike. So don't worry about it. That's the least of your worries.
Thank you for the compliment there. I see the dig.
Backhanded compliments, yes. Yeah, that. I mean, look, I think in general, I do have a lot of respect for Blancpain from a certain distance, but I just
too pricey.
I can't wrap my head around it. I don't even mind the size so much, because it's just, for me, it's a different style, it's a different air, it's a different kind of watch. So it does perhaps need to be bigger, more present. So I don't necessarily mind that, but I feel it's I have a lot of the same problem with other Swatch Group brands. I feel they're just too expensive for what they are.
There's a lot of watches out there that are just too expensive for what they are.
Do you have a price, like a top line, like I won't pay over X amount of dollars for watches, or it just depends on the watch, how much you like the exact watch?
For me, it does depend on the watch, but yeah, if you ask me, is Rolex worth, forget about the gray market prices, is Rolex worth 100% of the time the list prices they're asking for? I would say the same thing. But then again, I give breaks to what I like and what is my favorite brand. So who am I to say that people shouldn't give that kind of break to what they like? Because at the end of the day, Jim, like you said, you have that itch to scratch, right? You want that watch. You want it as a piece of your collection, even if to discover that it's not exactly what you made up in your mind, what you fantasized about, what you really wanted from that watch. Once you figure out that connection, you will be able to make a better choice. You will keep it forever, perhaps, and then who cares about how much it retains value? It will be dad's watch, grandpa's watch, 2-3 generations later, and that who can get that kind of value from any watch whatsoever. That's when that object becomes really meaningful. Because at the end of the day, I have watches like the root beer that I picked up for a few $1,000s, and it's now 4 times the value, 4 times the amount of money, worth 4 times the amount of money that I paid for it. Will I sell it? Absolutely not. So does it matter that it gained in value? Same difference, you know, coming from 2 different ends. If you're absolutely happy with the watch as part of your collection, that is only a secondary consideration. It should be in the back of your mind as an informed consumer, but it shouldn't be the only question we look for, because there are, watches only gain meaning when you strap them on your wrist. When they are pure investments locked away safely in some deposit box, they don't have the same meaning. They don't have the same spirit. They don't have the same life.
Agreed. But you know, most of Rolex's list prices are fairly reasonable. Like if you back all the way up to AD prices, they're not that crazy. They're not that expensive. It's when they get popular and go out into the gray market when they start becoming, you know, selling for double, triple, quad, $80,000, $90,000 for a Daytona. You know, where it gets stupid. Most of the Rolexes, like a Pepsi, is 13,000, I think, right? You know, that's not an insane amount of money to pay for a top of the line Rolex. Okay, I mean,
not for us, but for most people. If you told them you spent $13,000 on a watch, they'd be like, "Have you lost your mind?"
Well, but I mean, there's a lot of $13,000 watches out there. You know, I mean, you know, and Rolex is kind of the king, and I'm comparing because that same Pepsi on the gray is 30, 35, 40. You know, same with my Vacheron 300, you know, version 3 blue dial. You know, that's 40 grand. They list for 13.
I remember when they weren't popular, they couldn't give those away. They were given for discount.
Yeah. They were 13 grand when I saw it at Tourneau, when I tried it on and tried every watch that we've talked about on down there. They had every watch I could dream of there on display. I was there for hours trying on every watch I could. You know, 13 was out of my price range, but that was, you know, the GG LeCoultre that I had him, Lord pull up, and the Vacheron both really struck a big note with me, and you know, I'm still wishing on those today. Unfortunately, the Vacheron has pulled a Rolex on us, and is like just gone straight through the stratosphere, you know, price wise. Pepsi is nowhere near 13K, or what are they, less than that? List?
No, I think they're talking about the gray market, saying it's much more expensive, I think.
Yes, no, I think their list prices
even lower than 13K.
Oh, okay. I thought the Pepsis were around 13 list price. Maybe GMT is 10,550. Somebody says. Okay, so that's their list. Original OC posted that GMT is 10,550. So I misquoted, but yeah, on the gray,
10,750, 10,750,
10,750, 10,550, 10,750. Yeah. So yeah, that was just my point. You know, like at list, they're, you know, snap them up as fast as I could get my hands on one. In reality, you know, you got to really sit down and think about what you want because you're going to have to pay to play. Unless you're in that 5 to 6 range that I was talking about, where it kind of releases you to kind of romp around in the field of flowers and maybe buy 4 or 5 other watches that, you know, you don't really care whether they're going to increase or decrease in value. They're just watches you like. and they've spoken to you, and so you snapped them up and you love them.
That's kind of how I feel about that Blanc Pun, because for the price of that, I could buy a Speedy and the Seamaster 300, the same one that you like, Mike, the Heritage.
Yeah.
I could get both of those for almost the same price as that Blanc Pun. Sometimes I don't, it's hard to wrap your head around that.
Some watches speak to you, and and unfortunately they're fucking really expensive. And then other watches speak to you, and then they're not. Like the Omega Heritage is only 65, I think, and can probably be found for a little bit less. And that watch really speaks to me. Then again, the Vacheron speaks to me, and the Jaeger LeCoultre speaks to me as much, but they're in the 10 to 40 range. I think 10 is around that. The Jaeger LeCoultre is about as cheap as you're going to find one. I think they're discontinued. I don't even think they make them anymore. But they are available. I've looked on Chrono and found them.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they still have their diver range in Polaris, and that hasn't really struck a chord with the average buyer, average consumer. But at any rate,
stayed under the radar.
I appreciate certain aspects of it, but it's not their flagship watch for sure.
No, definitely not. I agree. Jaeger LeCoultre, I think, is more recognized more closely with the Patek and Lange, Vacheron, Calatrava dress watch range. If I'm not mistaken, they happen to branch off and come out with that compressor line, and then come out with their compressor diver line. And it's an offshoot of their norm. But then again, they're just one of the few watches that I did have had the chance to have on my wrist and have done a little bit of research on. The rest, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
All right, good to know, Mike. Good to know. So Jim Jones, I'm assuming that's not your real name, but it's a nice name. You like Kool-Aid by any chance?
Well, you see my avatar, right?
No, I have not.
No, what is your avatar?
This is my first time on StreamYard, so I don't know how to post a comment. But when I post on YouTube, it shows up next to my name. So I don't know how to do it here. It says log in, but I'm afraid to click anything and mess this up. So I'll mess with it later. But
you do have the real Jim Jones as your avatar.
I have a Kool-Aid Man as my avatar.
Speaking of collectibles, did you know that there is a whole entire collector's market around unique flavors of Kool-Aids?
I've heard that people have stuff from the 70s, and it's like you can't really eat that after all these years. But
yeah. You probably wouldn't want to.
It might have the same effect as it did on Jim Jones's followers.
May have converted now by this time. That's great.
So I watch you guys every day. I'm off today. I'm off Saturday, Sunday, so I could actually come on. But normally I'm at work. I get off at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
So you guys are like halfway through. But in the afternoons at work, I'm watching you on my phone, but I can't join there from there. But so I just figured I'd jump in and say hey to everybody.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, and I like the way you fade into your own background, kind of beautiful painting there on the walls, and you kind of blend in with your shirt.
Your shirt color, it goes very nicely with the wall behind you.
Great aesthetic. Appreciate it.
That's my Archie painting behind me.
It is? Please share with us if you can.
This is how much Archie's loved across the world. It's a Simpsons version of Archie.
So
That's
wait,
great.
you painted this, Jim?
No, it was from Tim Wright. Tim Wright was selling them.
Right.
At one time.
Yes.
I framed it, but I've never hung it up on the wall yet. I just got to get around to hanging it up, but it's definitely it was framed the first day I got it. So it's
Nice.
I'm probably going to hang it. It's so weird because it's like in a mirror here, but somewhere on this wall here, there. And then this picture there, it's not framed, but that's when they blew up the dunes in Las Vegas. I was a youngster, but that's a poster from when it happened.
Which one is that?
The
One.
Dunes was a hotel in Las Vegas a long time ago, and
Is that the one that used to have the fountains or the fountain?
No, at the end of Casino is when they show it getting blown up in the movie. But I was there when I was a kid, and I've had that poster forever. I never got around to doing anything with it. But
I think the fountains are still there. I remember watching the motorcycle jump.
That's Caesar's movie.
Yeah, the guy ate shit on the landing and went blasting through the.
That was before I was born, I think.
No, it wasn't. I don't think so.
That was Evel Knievel you're talking about, right?
No, it wasn't. It was another Evel Knievel wannabe who had decided he was going to try to do what Evel Knievel had failed, I think, already once at, and he set up a jump, and he claims somebody moved the jump a couple inches over, but his landing ramp, I mean, the jump, the on-ramp jump was only about 2 feet wide, and his landing ramp jump was only about 2 feet wide. So he goes flying through the air, and even if he had 1 mile an hour land, that's enough to blow him off at track. And he landed and like clipped the side of his wheels, like didn't land on the track. He landed just a little to the left, and he ended up going down and eating shit, blasting through all of the pillars of the area beyond the runoff area where he was supposed to skid to a stop.
You don't remember what his name was?
I can pull it up. Hold on.
Pull it up, Mike. Pull it up.
Pull it up, Mike. Pull it up. What did we call it? What was the name of it? Caesars?
Caesars, yeah. That's the one with the fountain, at least the one that I know of.
Caesars. Motorcycle jump crash. Gary Wells.
Gary Wells
Was his name.
I'll look it up later.
Yeah, I can even probably. Well, no, if I hold the video up to the phone, the camera, it'd be a trademark, right? If I played the video,
I think that's only if there's music.
Anyways, there's a little. It's too long to watch, anyways. But Gary Wells was his name, and he was trying to do the what one of I think Evel Knievel's kids accomplished later on successfully, but he didn't, and he ate shit and damn near died, and you didn't hear much from Gary Wells after that. he got busted up real good.
I can imagine.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was live, so I mean, you see him crash and then bounce off a few pillars and shit, and then just crumple into a ball. You know, it was, as a kid, it was pretty crazy to see. You know, it was like, wow. did Pastrama do it too? Travis Pastrama probably did it as well. You know, the newer guys know how to build ramps and know how to build landing zones and stuff.
Also,
So
the bikes,
This is almost. I was always wondering, you know, if we could possibly find a topic that's more of a ratings poison and super chat poison than car cleaning products. You may have just come up with it.
motorcycle jump crashes.
Like
Yeah.
failed legends of daredevilish acts.
Well, you should see some of those Evil Knievel crash videos where he slow motion hits and comes down and just slow motion, you know.
And that's a perfect allegory for the show that we are having now. It's like a slow motion crash that people can't see happening live. It's I can't believe you came up with that perfect image that describes where we are going here. Thank you so much for that.
Well,
how
can I help? Can I do an Archie dance or
many literary gifts, Mike? Thank you for that one as well, guys. If you want Mike to do an Archie dance or a slow dance with his sloth, please send in your super chats. He's, as always, obliging for our
willing to accommodate.
Have you guys watched any of the live streams with Archie in them in London at the watch show?
I did. Which one? A
little bit.
I watched some of Paul, a couple of Paul. I didn't see all of Paul Thorpe's, but I think I saw day 1 and day 2, and then Tim had one with him on there too. I watched those.
The one I saw with Tim, he was looking like he was not feeling well sitting at the table.
He's doing just
he was maybe drunk or something.
But he woke up later on, and I saw him later on, and he was woke up and back in action. So,
so what did you like most, or what did you find interesting, Jim Jones, with all that footage?
I just love to see Archie out in the, because I only ever see him behind the desk, and then seeing him interact with other people is it's nice to see him like that. I saw Tim propose to him at the airport.
Right. I think that's still the highlight. He came there with an entire bouquet of flowers, and it looked good. I know he just bought it at the airport, but he made a nice choice there. The guy certainly has good eye for color. And he got on his one knee and literally proposed, among all these people coming in from Abu Dhabi, of course, which introduces a nice kind of context into this nice, lovely marriage equality inducing proposal. I think he kissed him on the nose as well, which again is a very brave move. And they had many, many long, awkward hugs in the process, and later on as well. To me, it was the best part of it was actually Archie takes it in stride, of course, as he always does. But the way Paul Thorpe initially reacted to all this charade that was going on, that to me was comedy gold, because he just couldn't understand where the joke ended and reality began, and where acting ended and the authenticity began. He couldn't quite tell, because it's the Archieverse is very confusing to a lot of people. It's hard to figure out sometimes.
I think it depends. A lot of people it depends on your sense of humor, what you find funny. Because to me, if you sit me down and make me watch a sitcom like Everybody Loves Raymond or whatever, I'd just be like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's not funny. It doesn't make me laugh. But you put me in front of, put me on YouTube and let me watch Archie, and then sometimes I'll just be rolling, So it's your sense of humor and what you think is funny. To me, I love Archie. He's hilarious. He makes me just laugh like crazy. And I love it when he gets mad too, when he explodes. I love it. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, in many cases, we love the watch talk on this show. That's why I'm mostly here for. But on the other hand, if you are a fan of The Office, for example, in any of its iterations, UK or USA, I know the fans are kind of divided on this one. But the idea is that you have here kind of everyday conversations that can be sometimes very, very humdrum, even boring. But you have those, like, glints of brilliance once every so often. Oh my God, that's it. Mike the Snake, $2 Australian. Today's revenue, 28. Fight me dead. Yeah, it's this is.
See, like, and plus his fans. I mean, look at this
It's
avatar.
gone pear-shaped, guys. It's gone pear-shaped. Help me. We were doing so well all these days. Someone must have sucked up the super chats. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. Thank you, Mike the Snake. Yeah, sometimes you have these moments of brilliance that crop up from the everyday, boring conversations that you might have, but it's always interesting. There's always some something that comes up, a new character unlocked somewhere, and things start picking up the pace again. It's
motorcycle jump crashes.
Right. I just want to hide under this.
Hey, like, I can take a break if you think I'm
Mike,
hurt
you
in the chat.
don't pull that. Don't pull that. I don't buy the self-deprecation. So just stay on as much as you want and as much as you can. We love you here. You don't have to pull that card.
No. But I want to contribute and I want to help. And
You are contributing. But I have to play my role too, I
understand.
I understand.
No, I love you. I love you, Lord.
Ticking Time, $4.99. Thank you so much. Support for Lord. He's been amazing filling in for the Pontiff. Thank you for the kind words. Support Lord and subscribe to his channel. True gentleman and scholar. Thank you. Thank you, Ticking Time. If it weren't for the support of people who are here, like Mike the Snake, who has been a stalwart since Archie left for London. And of course, he has always been here. But the way we can play along, we can bounce ideas off each other, and we can sometimes take the piss out of each other. It's amazing. So thank you, Mike. Thank you for everyone in the community who has dropped in. Jim Jones today made a unique appearance. We saw the man behind the brand, Kool-Aid. Although we have been corrected in the chat. Did you see that, Jim? Someone said it wasn't Kool-Aid, but some flavor aid, and I can't let you demean my favorite brand. That's what he said. Let me try to pull up that comment.
It's not showing the chat on where I'm at here.
John Galt, to correct the factual inaccuracy, the Reverend Jim Jones used flavor aid, not Kool-Aid, in the Jonestown massacre. I won't stand the slander.
That's news to me. I've always thought it was the Kool-Aid, but either way.
Me too. I've always thought that. Yeah.
Oh, well, good. Because Kool-Aid rocks.
Well, I mean, again,
can't have Kool-Aid slandered.
Collector's paradise, apparently. So we don't want to. We don't want to take away from their shine and from their excitement. We don't want to insult any collectors in this channel. So thank you so much for that super chat, Ticking Time. Kind words for me, but again, I couldn't do any of this unless I had, if I didn't have this kind of support with you in the chat and with people like Mike the Snake, Jim Jones, Plastic, ABC, Sovron, Green Room, above all, Marcelo, Sirocco, everyone else who has jumped on and who has provided us some value with their knowledge, with their entertainment, Justin Forge, the original OC. If I'm forgetting anyone, please forgive me. I know Jay Wright came on yesterday, sharing some live footage from us. Stefan was reporting from London on the first preview day of the London Watch Show, informing us on the brewing scandal in the Grosvenor House Marriott, about the alleged theft of watches from Edinburgh Watch Company. Tim Wright dropped by on his way. Of course, the Pontiff called in a couple of times, even though he was really, really exhausted in both instances. Imagine again, 40 plus hours on the road in air, and for layovers. It's been really amazing. And again, taking time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I will drop the link in the chat for my channel. If you check out the content, and if you're so generous to subscribe to the channel, if you find anything interesting, please leave some nasty and vicious comments in the videos. Give me some upvotes. Subscribe to the channel. I would genuinely appreciate it. Otherwise, it's really a privilege and pleasure to host this for the Pontiff while he's gone. But also, I can't myself selfishly wait for him to come back, because he is the centerpiece of this show. There's no Archieluxury show without Archie. Let's not kid ourselves. We're just trying to pass the time, entertain ourselves, and give you some value also for the engagement and for the commitment and for the dedication you have had for this channel throughout the years.
Well said.
What is good for the weeds, Mike, you were saying?
Oh, somebody made a joke about the other brand of Kool-Aid, and I said it's probably good for weeds too.
It's. Do you think it's nutritious for plants as well?
Not nutritious, probably good for weed killer.
Well, I mean, again, it all comes down to the brand and the kind of mixture you prepare. I think we have seen that in Jonestown, and hopefully never again.
Yep.
At least not on the human species.
Lord, I'm going to ask the same question of you.
Yes, please.
That you asked earlier. What would you like to see in a new watch brand, or changes to watch brands, new entries into the watch world? What would you like to see?
Well, first of all, I'm so happy that you asked me this question, because no one else did. I know people were asking it in the chat, but I was hoping that we would get a super chat out of it for Archie, for the big boy. But since you asked, honestly, I know it's been very controversial, but I'm happy that Omega came out with all these releases to disrupt the market a little bit, disrupt the expectation that we all had for watches and wonders, and steal a little bit of Rolex's shine. Honestly, I did appreciate that, even if I am more committed to Rolex than Omega. I like the fact that they stole the conversation for weeks on end. Negative or positive, ultimately, they were at the center of watch talk for more than a week, for sure. And honestly, with all their heritage, at least at this moment, they deserve a piece of the pie. I know whatever they released as their novelties for 2022 will move a lot of units. It will help them sell a lot of watches. I'm a little bit concerned about how it reflects on their brand image, on their identity, since a lot of the people who are committed and dedicated to Omega are dedicated to Omega precisely because of their difference from and distinction from Rolex. And let's not kid ourselves. I'm not going so overboard to say they are copies or they're homage or whatever. I don't care about that. The only thing is, you can't deny the fact that some of these models really resemble very popular Rolex watches that you can't get your hands on if you are the average person. And clearly they are aiming at that segment of the market, aiming at that sort of consumer or customer, let's say. So at the end of the day, I hope it helps them sell a lot of watches, but I hope it doesn't dilute in the long term and steal away from the distinct brand that took them years to build and then a lot of effort to revive after the quartz crisis. Because Speedmaster is, you know, the legendary moonwatch. Seamaster has been the Bond watch since the 90s, and it has saved the brand in a certain way. And whether they're part of the Swatch group or not, I don't care. Omega is an important name for Swiss watchmaking, and I wouldn't want to see them be lost in the crowd. So there are a few that I like really much from that release, with Seamaster Diver 300 green, that I call the Riddler because of that drab green military kind of look that reminded me of the new Batman movie and the main antagonist. When it comes to Rolex, selfishly, I want them to reintroduce something old new into the GMT line. I would love to see a Coke GMT, a GMT with a Coke bezel insert, because I just got my 5-digit in the secondary market. I would love to see how it influences the prices in that market. Will it be the same as root beer, where you suddenly had this hike with the burgeoning interest in the new root beer GMT? Will it not matter? All these are geeky questions that make me wonder and wait in expectation. I know Rolex will never reinvent the wheel, but when it comes to new releases, I want to see a kind of an update perhaps on the Milgauss line. I would like to see a new and maybe more traditional, more conservative Air King. I would like to see
Milgauss with a date. Would you like to see that at 6 o'clock? Wouldn't that be? You think that'd be cool? I love the blue with the orange second hand. I love that, but I'd really like a date function.
But that's basically, Jim, again, correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes I blank out with certain aspects of the contemporary line when it comes to Rolex. Does Rolex have any watches with the date at 6 o'clock?
Not that I know of.
So they have to come up, not necessarily with an entirely new movement. The date function is not that complicated. They could modify a simple 3-hander movement they have with a date function to sit at 6 o'clock. But again, Rolex doesn't like reinventing the wheel. So if they put a date on it, it will be at 3 o'clock and it will have the Cyclops on it.
Yeah.
Right? You know this much.
Yeah.
So it's, if I like to say the date, look, I'm a fundamentalist. You know, I like my no date sub. And I like that sports watch aesthetic, that's simple, that has a fresh, open face as the dial. So maybe a redesign, you know, because Milgauss, when it first came out, it was a technological innovation, right? That faraway cage gave it anti-magnetic properties that were not so easy to come by in a sports watch. And now Omega basically has an entire line of amagnetic watches, because they don't have a metal hairspring, right?
Yeah.
So it's not only they're anti-magnetic, they're amagnetic because they can't be magnetized, more or less. So when it comes to that, I would like a new Milgauss that's a little different inside, that introduces some technological innovation, and maybe that can be reflected on the face of the watch, on the dial, with some cosmetic makeup. I think that will come, even if it's minimal. I would like to see that, like a truly amagnetic watch that does something that we didn't quite expect. Something more than, you know, slimming down the case or bloating it up and changing something minute, but, you know, give us some technological innovation. I would like to see Sir Ainsley's prototype 42 titanium Yachtmaster. that he wore on a canvas strap. Did you see him in America's Cup? No, I'll pull it up. I would really love to see that watch being introduced to the line. It would be the first titanium watch that Rolex has in the line if it happens.
Yeah, that would be very cool. Pull it up.
I am getting there.
It would fall in line with the new advances in sailing. You know, like sailing has like just been transformed in the last 2-3 years. So if Rolex were to do this, that would be kind of a similar type of
So this was the watch, Mike and Jim, as it
very
was
cool.
spotted. From far, of course, it has a very similar aesthetic in terms of the proportions and size as well to the white gold 42. But of course, it's a titanium case, and here it's on a canvas strap. If you can, see closely.
Oh yeah.
Not too high quality. The picture here.
This was a prototype, Lord?
Yes, it's not even limited production yet. It's something that they gave to him, and
I'm surprised it doesn't have any of the sailing, like the Yachtmaster has the sailing complications with the timers and things. I like that
that's Yachtmaster 2, Mike. This is Yachtmaster. So in fact, it's even more.
Oh, okay.
It's even more minimalist than the Yachtmaster because it also doesn't have the date function.
I love it. I love it.
So speaking of date functions, I like it even better that the date function is removed in this one.
I agree with you.
I think it's a very interesting, rugged, sporty watch. Rolex doesn't have any titanium watches in their lineup right now. They don't have anything that's presented on a canvas or NATO strap. And this could be something that they introduce because a lot of times the new models, they like giving to athletes with individual accomplishments a lot of times, right? Athletes who come from that certain segment of like very high achieving.
Kind of like the James Cameron.
Yes, James Cameron also, even though he's not an athlete, he's certainly a diver who has many accomplishments. So, tennis players, of course, have taken part in introducing or re-emphasizing certain models. So maybe Sir Ben Ainslie will be the conduit for this release, and I hope it happens. Because it's something different, yet it doesn't stray away so far from an already established line.
That's 42 mils?
Yes.
Yeah. I would buy one in a heartbeat.
Mike, I thought you only like bracelet watches, though.
Well, hopefully they would offer one with a bracelet. A titanium bracelet.
I mean, that would only be fitting, right? It would be a little absurd if they had a titanium watch with a steel bracelet, for example. But they might also, I feel like if this is introduced, I imagine it would be on the Oyster Flex probably.
Yeah,
they will give us something on a NATO strap, and I also doubt that they will give something full on titanium either. I think there will be some sort of compromise there.
If it were a fabric bracelet only, then they might as well just go like with what Tudor did on the FXD and just make full solid lugs, no pin. If they're going to bother to put a pin there, then they should offer the watch with a bracelet and give the option.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion. Plus, if they're coming out with a titanium watch, I mean, it should come full blown titanium with a titanium bracelet to complement it.
Yep, you're probably right. I'm just trying to figure out if they will even take the risk and take the challenge because again, Rolex moves at glacial pace. They try
They do.
things out in Tudor under those premises, but even those don't necessarily come back to Rolex. And the third one that is actually not an entirely original idea, certainly. Danny boy.
You all right?
Boy, how are you doing?
Danny.
Yeah, not bad. Are you? Yeah, Mike.
Good. Nice to see you, man.
You too, mate.
This,
Jimmy.
yeah, this is not necessarily an entirely original idea, but I would love them to, everyone has been doing it, so why not Rolex? They should use that oyster quartz case as a concept for an integrated bracelet watch and do something with a new, thinner automatic movement. They don't have to follow every single trend in that integrated bracelet, luxury sports watch with a blue dial segment. But maybe they can give us a watch that has an integrated bracelet that picks up something from Rolex's own heritage and that does something new.
Yeah, something new.
Do we know when Rolex is announcing their new releases?
Right back.
Yeah, so Watches and Wonders is coming up. All right, Mike. Watches and Wonders is coming up at the end of the month. It's starting on the 30th, so less than 10 days away now. And I think by the first week of April, we should have a good idea of what they are coming out with.
I've had one of them oyster quartz, Lord.
Say it again, Danny.
I said I've owned one of them oyster quartz. I had the two-tone one. It was answer to a AP 90s, wasn't it? Their answer to AP 90s.
Right. Of course, it's rumored to be designed by that certain
Gerald Genta design.
But at least, at the very least, we can say it's inspired by that 70s moment. And of course, Rolex came out with theirs, I think, in the 80s rather than 70s, and they produced it into the 21st century, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was discontinued in the early 2000s.
That's right, yeah.
And they had with that integrated bracelet, they of course had a Datejust. I think they had a two-tone Datejust as well, and they had a president. For example, the Sir Michael Caine's watch that was just
Caine.
Right,
Michael Caine.
Yeah, that was an incredible example, of course. But I think before that, and it was the original OC who oh my God, they removed this already. I don't know.
There's a oyster quartz date for sale near me. 10 grand it is.
That's not a bad price, actually.
It's just the fact that it's quartz in it, and people get a bit scared with them because once they go, they're hard to fix them. So it's a bit of a ticky time bomb.
But they have been. They used to be really, really cheap for that reason. But nowadays, they have been trending up a little and gaining value with just about every single thing in the range.
Same as that for 10 grand. Michael Caine. Same as that. I'll take a picture of it tomorrow if I can.
But yeah, I mean, I would love to see something that resembles this design, comes with an automatic movement. Of course, I would love a full steel watch, but even if they offered something of this sort of intrigue, exclusively in precious metal, with an innovative, thinner automatic movement, I'm sure a lot of people would go for it. I mean, it's Rolex, so it would be great.
Yeah, I agree. It would be really cool to see Rolex come out with something that isn't inherently Rolex shaped. I mean, they just, their whole line from end to end is one shape. They have their branch off to Cellini, but they don't have any integrated bracelet designs. They don't have any bezels that are of any different new shape. They're, as you said, they're slow to change, but something new that still retains the the Rolex heritage, so they're immediately recognizable still. But like I said, maybe something with an integrated bracelet or um, some sort of major change that just kind of breaks up the what's been going on steadily for so long.
What about getting him to actually produce watches so you can actually go to a store and buy one?
That's me. I want to bring out.
That's a good one right there. That would be.
Well, I think they have been. Look, the pandemic has hit, of course, and I'm sure it took down the production a notch. But among all these brands that we salivate over and try to buy, Rolex is the one that produces most. Like, they produce almost 1 million watches a year. I think if there is any bottleneck, it happens at the authorized dealers. If anyone is holding watches back and reserving it for certain kinds of customers, it's the authorized dealers. I don't think Rolex as a company is solely responsible for scarcity marketing. But then again, of course I'm biased, because at the end of the day, shoot me, I'm a Rolex fanboy, so I will make excuses for them 24/7.
No, me too. I'm with you. I'm right with you. If possible, I would have every Rolex model, just to have it.
So I'm the opposite of that. I just want a small, nice. I don't know what the number, but just a few nice pieces. I don't need to have 1 million watches, because it kind of makes everyone less special if you have too many, in my opinion.
Right, Jim. I wanna ask you this question, because I haven't seen you on the show before. They have this new policy now of supplying at least some of the bigger authorized dealers with exhibition-only watches, right? So that people can at least try them on, have a sense and feel of what the models actually are and how they wear and whether it fits them. What do you think about these watches? Have you seen them? Do you think it's worth your time at all to try on a watch that you can't buy anyways?
I've heard about them. I've never seen one, but I actually, if they're not going to make watches for sale, then I think it's cool that you can, if say you're researching watches and then you're like, oh man, I want to go to a dealer, and you can actually try it on to actually see if you like it or not. So I think that part's cool about it. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it sucks to go in and go, look what I can't get though.
And there's nothing there.
I don't like it. It's like a bird getting a fanny out and you're not allowed to touch it. What's the point?
Have you tried them, Danny?
Try touching a bird's fanny when she gets out. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, have you, since the exhibition-only models came out, have you gone?
I'm not gonna. I'm on order. I've got them on a waiting list for Bluesy.
Yeah, it's so you think it's a waste of time, anyways?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. What? There's no point in getting yourself excited trying something on that you can't have, and you can't have.
But then again, you're a collector who has an entire range of watches. How about people who are younger or who are just getting into the hobby, and they want to actually see what a Rolex watch looks like in person and how it wears and how it feels? Don't you think that's a decent opportunity for them?
Well, to be honest, over here at minute, we haven't really got many exhibition watches in. They're still running on, like, all windows are empty. So you sort of like, they might have a few models in back and you speak to them, because that's what happened when I went. I put my name down for Blues and I was talking for a while, and he started pulling some out back and showing me, like. But they were not really on display. I think there were a couple of women's 26 mil. I think there were a couple of day dates.
sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you. I just need to clamp down on something.
Yeah, no problem.
MRX, I don't know you, whoever you are in the chat. I just banned you. If anyone comes into the chat with bullshit messages like this, awesome, X, Y, and Z is doing a live stream now. See you. You're banned, right? You're not only advertising another channel, you're trying to direct traffic to some other live stream going on. Pike you, you're not welcome here, ever. Go on, yes.
Hey guys, I got to get going.
All right, see you later, pal.
Jim, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Hope you'll be back
See you,
on.
Jim.
Might see you in Vegas.
I hope so.
If
I hope-
Archie makes it to Vegas, I'll probably make it to Vegas as well.
And
So-
I hope you are
get a chance to meet.
you're back on the panel before then as well, please.
I'll try next weekend.
Yeah, we'd love to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having me, you guys.
Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mikey, Jonga's just asked me, he wants to know when you're getting your root beer.
Me?
Yeah, Jonga's just asked me, he says, when's Mikey getting his root beer?
Well, it's going to be a little time before I have enough money to be able to start considering looking for a root beer. When I get the money together, then I will start looking for a root beer, and I'll probably go around and try to get myself on some AD lists and put out some feelers, see if somebody's willing to give up their spot on the list for a poor collector who is missing a GMT out of their collection and has mercy on them. Otherwise, I'm never going to be able to spend 25 or 30 on a root beer. So I'm going to have to.
Super chat. Jeff28, he's recommending us the watch in his avatar, $5 US. My favorite Rolex is Yachtmaster 40 rhodium dial. I'll pull up a bigger picture. I own one. Curious on the panel's thoughts on this watch. What do you think, Danny, about the Master 40?
The Yachtmaster 40?
Yeah.
I think do you know what? I think it's very underrated, and it's starting to come up now. It's starting to see its time, because basically it's just a sub with a aluminium bezel, like a non-painted bezel insert to me.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it, and I don't think it gets enough love as it should, really, as much as it should.
Yeah, the bezel is bossed, and
It's
instead
just,
of flat,
it's-
it's raised. The numbers are raised.
It's only recently it started getting any sort of notice on it.
I think Danny, I think the bezel is platinum, actually.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. It's platinum. Sorry. Yeah. I'm thinking I'll get my words mixed up. Aluminium one. I was saying aluminium insert. It just looks like a sub, really, to me. This. So I like it.
A very nice.
Just a different insert. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. It is platinum.
Yeah, I really like the aesthetics. Again, for me, it's a nice take, a nice modification of that Submariner look, and it has become its unique line. I do love them in steel and in 40 millimeter size. I love the one with the blue dial as well. I love this simple aesthetic with the blue of the line and the second sand popping out. I think this is a very nice watch. I love it. I love it.
I think it's like the words I'm sort of searching for. I think it's like a gourmet version of a Submariner, really.
Right.
I like that it's not
it
does
S-type.
not appear to be the super case. It seems to be a little bit. The lugs seem to be a little skinnier than a super case, which I like a lot. But yeah, that watch has it going on.
One thing I don't like about it is polished centre links. Not wrong with the watch, it's just the polished centre links, because for someone like me, it just get marked straight away.
Right. I mean, look, that's why that's why I always have a certain soft spot for vintage watches. I know the Submariners still get that brushed bracelet, and they're beautiful. But yeah, a lot of the Rolex sports watches now have this particular look where they have polished center links, and I don't mind the idea that they are scratch magnets necessarily. To me, they just shine and gleam a little too much for my liking for a sports watch. But hey,
Yeah.
it's a different aesthetic, and I know a lot of people appreciate it and love it. So
No, but I agree with what you've just said then. As a sports watch, you put something more robust, as in an oyster brush steel bracelet.
And
Yeah.
I like, again, this line, I like the fact that both, in the steel 40 versions, there's a nice pop of color here against the rhodium dial with the blue. And with the blue dial, there's a nice pop of color with the red writing and red on the second's hand as well. I think that's a nice little touch there. That's been away from the Submariner line for long. And the red writing itself made a lot of difference when it came back to the Sea Dweller line in Sea Dweller 43. So
Yeah.
I appreciate those sorts of small details for sure. Let me see. Yeah. Amazing.
Or even a red line 40 millimeter Sea Dweller. Woo! Now you're talking.
Try to get it focused in without it. You know what? Just take it off.
Yeah.
It's upside down. Oh my god!
That little bit of red just makes it.
It's a good
that
job
much
I
more
selling
special.
for QVC, innit? My shitty displaying.
Beautiful. I love it. I love that watch.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, some people in the chat are reminding us that the case design is slightly different. When you look from the profile, it's a little more curved at the lugs, so
Yes.
it's at the wrist a little more. It has a little bit of a lower profile than the sub on the wrist, so that's another touch that makes it, like you said, a kind of gourmet slash elitist and snobby version of the sub. And it's something to be appreciated. It's different. I guess it's dressier and more eye-catching than the standard sub, which is more minimalist and subtle in its design.
It's took a long time to start catching up to where it should be, hasn't it? I mean, there's been a lot of other stuff that have come quicker than this.
Right.
What do you think of this?
Let me see. Oh, that's a root beer with a certi dial.
Yep.
Two-tone root beer. Nice.
I can buy that for 14 grand, I think it is.
It's 14 now?
14 grand I can buy that for.
Pound sterling, of course?
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe get it a bit cheaper. But I'm not going to bother with it, I don't think. I'll just show you, because you like older stuff, don't you? So thought I'd share it.
Beautiful.
And it would be, Danny, for you, of course, it would be a nice two-piece combo with your bluesy with the certi dial, right?
Well, that's what I was thinking. But I don't know.
Like kind of like the two legendary two-tone Rolex watches with the certi dial.
Side by side.
That's a complete collection in and of itself, just the two of them.
Yeah, the blue secondhand.
It has crossed my
cool
mind.
on that.
It's not too far from me as well. So, literally up road, so I could.
Uncle Chunga says it wears like a Daytona. I think he's referring to the previous watch we were talking about.
Yachtmaster.
The Yachtmaster, yeah.
John, come on and
What's
tell
the other
Mike about
size
you.
Yachtmaster? Is the Yachtmaster 39 and a 40?
No, 40. So there's 37.
Oh, 37.
that is-
Yeah. Okay.
It's properly, ladies' size. At least it's marketed like that. And then
Uh-huh.
there's 40, and then there's 42
Ah.
in white gold.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Let me see. Again, I might be missing something, but I think 42 is, I want to say, exclusively in white gold. I'm not talking about Yachtmaster 2, of course. That's
No, I know what you mean.
that's
I know
different,
what you mean.
bigger watch.
With black insert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, the pink gold comes in 37 and 40. Let me pull it up. 37, 40, and then you have the white gold, which is 42, and of course you have the Yachtmaster 2, which is 44, and probably the largest watch in the current lineup.
I didn't realize the Yachtmasters had black bezels.
The
just
ones
this
in
one.
precious metal, Mike, that's the color they have.
Okay. Because all the Yachtmasters I've seen had silver bezels, like
Platinum.
platinum
That's right.
bezels.
Yeah, the steel ones have the lighter color in
Okay. Wow. Learn something new every day, huh?
Yes, and when it comes to this particular bezel, I'm forgetting the matte. It's finished in the same way as the platinum bezel on the steel ones. I'm trying to remember what the material on this was, but yeah, it's like a matte black with those embossed numbers.
Yeah, well, the steel Yachtmaster, the numbers are bossed. They actually are raised up out of the bezel. They're not indented into the bezel or painted on like the ceramic. They're actually raised above. You can actually feel the numbers. Like Braille, if you wanted per se. Which is unique to that one and only model.
Right. Pavel reminds me, it's in this case, in the precious metals, it's a matte ceramic, actually.
Okay. Are they still raised?
Yes, finished in the same way you were describing, Mike.
Okay.
I'll be right back in a second.
Uh-oh. It's just me all by myself. Oh,
It's
no.
not me. I'll be with you, Mike, mate.
Oh, thanks for giving me company. I got scared there for a second.
Oh, don't be scared, Mike. You always speak like as if it's only you anyways. What difference does it make?
I was just kidding around.
Have you got any jokes for me, Mike?
Oh, see. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes. A little bit of static, but it's clear.
Cool. Good evening.
All right, I'll see.
Pavel, tell us about the boar. I had a pet wild boar. Yep.
So what's your wishes and expectations from Watches and Wonders this year? Are you looking forward to any new releases? Do you have any predictions?
I literally couldn't care what they do. No, I mean, it's probably the same predictions as everybody else. I mean, the Air King and Milgauss are due for a movement update. So it remains to be seen whether or not they will actually do the movement update and redesign some aspects of those watches, or if they will discontinue them altogether. I'd like to see the Air King upgraded, and the Milgauss for that matter. I'd like to see a Jubilee bracelet as an option on the two-tone GMT root beer. I think that would be really interesting. Like to see some new dial color variations for the OP line. I'd love to see the turquoise blue discontinued after 1 year. You know, shake it up a little bit. There's literally anything they can do, and I'm fine with it.
You just want some chaos, I think. That's essentially what it is.
A little chaos. If they want to introduce the black and red bezel on the GMT Master 2, go for it. Make a lot of people happy. Brown bezel on the two-tone GMT, that would be interesting.
Single color, monochrome.
Monochrome, yeah.
Or maybe like a chocolate brown / sunburst dial on the root beer GMT.
Absolutely. Brown dial on that GMT.
With the Jubilee two-tone bracelet. You
Sure.
know, let's lean on that 80s vibe, like, you know, as hard as we can.
Sure. I'd like to see crazy things, like, for example, a Sea Dweller with no date. Why not?
I'd like to see Explorer 2 with a ceramic bezel.
Oh, well, you had your chance for that. That didn't happen.
Ceramic bezel, one you can't turn?
Yeah, just fixed bezel on the Explorer 2.
Yeah.
Make it look nice. You know, I don't think they will. What happened to all them watches Thorpe was spooking about that were coming out and they were sure about?
He was predicting them for this particular release, you know, after watching Watches and Wonders. So late March, early April, that's what the predictions were about. And those were, to remind you guys, those were mock-ups for pink gold, that is to say Everose Rolex watches, the day date and the Submariner with a sunburst blue dial. They looked okay. I'm just so smitten by how the olive green dial plays with the Everose that I don't see the point in blue, but I would love to see, yes, on that point, I would love to see a full rose gold Submariner with an olive green dial. Not that I would be able to get it probably, but because I'm sure it will be snapped up by, you know, preferred customers like the OC.
Yeah, right.
But that could be an idea.
Someone says full gold James Cameron, Gaza Edge. I'll Gaza Edge, shout out to you. You're always in the audience in various shows, and you always are a good contributor. So hats off to you. That's a good idea. Not saying that we'll do it. It's a good idea.
Mm.
A Milgauss with a Mil Sub bezel on it, that'd be good.
You'd be T and Tickers would be a fan of that idea.
Yeah, I think it won't happen. It don't matter what happens, isn't it? We're not getting none of them.
What about the Milgauss again?
The Milgauss, the Mil Sub dial, the original Mil Sub look.
Ah.
Red triangle on it. Top.
Mike, good evening to you. Thank you so much, by the way, for being on these streams endlessly. Man, you're hanging in there. You're like Lord's partner in crime through all this. To be commended.
Pepsi with rope cutting bezel.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm
Cool.
trying to help, and I can't leave Lord alone.
Oh, you can. Certainly you can.
Well,
You know,
I mean, Lord, please leave me alone. Go away. Go away.
I can't leave Lord alone. No, you can. You can.
No, I mean, it just if there were a full big fucking 8-person panel, I probably would step down. I've got shit to do.
If we get this panel to 8 people,
Really?
Mike
And you
will
chose, wait
Mike will
a
recuse
second.
himself.
You got shit to do and you choose your Sunday to do it when you have been here the entire week?
I've always got stuff to do, but it's like I prefer to spend my time here on Archie's show, and whether Archie's here or not, since he's not here, I'm here to help you out,
Exactly.
and yeah, I'm just sticking it out, trying to contribute and help as much as I can.
You're doing a swell job, Mike.
Trying not to interrupt. Trying to
not hard enough, but I'm sure there's some effort that goes into there. But
but you already know that's just one of my faults. So
it's a lost cause. It's a lost cause. Doesn't mean I will stop fighting, but yeah, I know it's a lost cause.
Yeah, I mean, some things you just have to accept, right?
Yes.
You guys been getting some good watch questions over the past few hours?
No, not at all. For the super chat, it's hard. It's hard.
Guys, watch questions. Come on, man, help these guys out. It's hard to keep
super chats coming in. What do we need to do to get super chats? Do I need to start talking about CNC machines and fucking watch boxes again or something?
Or maybe the Archie. Maybe the Archie dance or the slow dance with the sloth, guys. If you want Mike to perform something, please.
Yeah, I'm willing to do really, degrading things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you recognize that. You would do everything for Archie, anything and everything. So
just a few super chats with some watch questions would be appreciated, or else I'm going to have to start railing against some models and causing a little bit of stir in the chat. So.
Watch and watch box questions. Let's put it like that. Any watch and watch box questions, please don't hesitate.
Yeah, watch box questions require super chat for any kind of a response. Wait till I get my model airplane finished, man. Then we'll have some serious videos and some serious shit to watch and observe.
And
it's pretty amazing to see 250-mile-an-hour model airplane going by.
Hoff on Smash, $2. Anyone think the Explorer 1 will ever be 39 millimeters again?
I don't.
I love that watch.
To this, I don't think when they took that step back, I think it follows the trend of them trying to really establish separate lines within that larger sports line, within that larger professional lineup. So I think they're trying to carve that particular territory for the Explorer 1 and have it the smaller sized, simple, beautiful design that can go both in the dressier and the sportier direction. I don't think it's coming back anytime soon. Never say never. Because they do that too, but I think it will take a while because nowadays they have different case shapes and profiles. They have different movements that go with a lot of different sports models, and I think that's kind of the Explorer niche now to be the reduced sized oyster.
What sizes are the Explorer 2 available in?
We are talking about Explorer, Mike, not Explorer 2.
Oh, okay.
I wish I got that. I had plenty of chances to get it, and I never got it. It's thought
39.
Yeah, I thought I'd be there next week. No one's bothered. I'd be there next week. Next week never comes. Comes to next week, they stop doing them. I couldn't get it. I thought, oh, you knobhead.
My take on that, and this may be complete. This is based on hunch and no technical knowledge or operational knowledge whatsoever. But I think what Rolex was doing is consolidating production and making the case production more efficient somehow by putting the OP, Datejust, and Explorer all at the 36 millimeter size. And if they were to do a bigger size it would be consistent with the OP and the Datejust, and it would come back as a 41. As they're, I think for those classic watches, they're consolidating in those two sizes. And I think what they're really doing is pushing people either subliminally or through availability or through whatever reason into the 36 millimeter size. That size is getting more popular every week. And people are realizing that that's the classic size and that they should be looking at that one.
Brocus Pocus, $2. Crazy to still consider a Navitimer B01 43 millimeter.
Absolutely not. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous watch. And probably, you know, and it's pricey up there around $9,000, but I can think of no better choice in the Navitimer lineup than the B01 43 millimeter. Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, that's a classic.
I agree.
Well, why would it be crazy
Classic.
to consider it? It's a fantastic watch. Beautiful.
I don't know. I think you know, people sometimes hesitate about Breitling because they have, in the past, they have had a very bad rep for some reason because of their association with finance pros, mainly. I think in New York, at least that's how I was taught to hate Breitling watches. But they have gone through many different incarnations since then. And honestly, I do appreciate their aesthetic in this most recent iteration. And Navitimer, you know, forgetting about that entire brand image, which is more holistic, Navitimer has been a classic. And if you like it, it is a watch that belongs to, you know, any collection for anyone who appreciates chronograph.
And Lord, may I ask you to bring up the the reverse Panda, because I think that's the classic Navitimer look.
Yeah.
And
Blacked out.
yeah, I think it just really pops. Wow. And this on the black leather strap with the white stitching is it's hard to beat.
I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan of bracelets like with a lot of links like this one, like the Seamaster, but that bracelet has it going on.
Yeah, that bracelet it's all high polish, so people are naturally going to think it's very, very blingy because it is. It's very flashy. When you pair it with this one with the white stitching, that's a dang sexy watch, folks.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Very nice, very sporty, very classic. Yeah, hard to beat that look on a chronograph, right? There are a lot of options. You know, you have Zenith. Of course, you have the Breguet Type 20 in the secondary market. Of course, you have Breitling. We were even looking at Bucherer earlier. We are looking at all sorts of different brands. Zenith, of course.
Tudor.
Speedmaster, Tudor's Panda is a very interesting and exciting one. But at the end of the day, Breitling holds its own among all of these ones that we counted.
You know, Lord, when I was growing up and I used to look and when I was a kid and we'd travel somewhere and hop on a plane and open the in-flight magazines, undoubtedly one of the big full-page ads in the front of the magazine would be for Breitling, and it would have a picture of, you know, John Travolta or some other famous person, and it would have a super blingy Navitimer in it. And to me, growing up, I always thought that was probably the most expensive watch you could buy. You know, I always had an image of Breitling as being a very expensive watch. And so even when Rolex wasn't on my radar, Breitling was the brand that I associated with super flashy, blingy luxury watches. Yeah.
And look, you know, again, Navitimer has an aesthetic, I think, that would survive any particular, fleeting reputation, good or bad, attached to the name of the brand, right? It's such a classic design, and especially it's not a coincidence, of course, that you would see them in flight magazines, right? Of course, they were playing up that aviation related heritage of the watch, that provenance. And again, it's a classic piece of design. If you're into aviation, if you're into chronographs, it should be on your radar. It should be on the horizon for you.
And what I love about this, which makes it kind of the anti-Rolex in terms of design, is how the crystal spans the entire diameter of the bezel.
Mm-hmm.
And, in a typical Rolex, you have a thick bezel, then you have a very small crystal. And here you have not only a huge dial, but you also have that great outer ring, but you have a crystal that spans the entire diameter of the dial. It makes it look bigger than it is. And and as you can see, you can't see the case from the top. You see the bezel on the left and the right, but you can't see the case underneath. The bezel is actually bigger than the case, and everything about it is just, I think, great.
Very cool. It's something I never noticed about that watch. I've only held one in my hands a couple of times, and I didn't notice the crystal ranging all the way out to the edge of the bezel. That's a nice note.
It's probably 50% larger crystal than a Rolex. I mean,
for sure.
Rolex Daytona crystal is probably 28 or 29 millimeters in diameter. This is probably 40.
The James Cameron dial and crystal are the same size as the Submariner.
That's right, 30 millimeters.
Literally, I've measured them. They are the same size. The difference in size between a Submariner and James Cameron is all bezel and case. The rest of the watch is Submariner sized.
Yep. Messaging Matters asks, is Travolta a Breitling brand ambassador? I'm not sure if he is now, but I do recall that at one point he was appearing in advertisements for Breitling, and he may have been, and I think he actually has a pretty significant Breitling collection, if memory serves me. So I'm not sure if he is an official Breitling endorser today, but he has been in the past.
Well, I mean, I'm glad, whether save the commercial relationship, I'm glad he has a connection to the brand that would survive that sort of endorsement or sponsorship. That's much more important. It's kind of like Daniel Craig was caught wearing Rolex in public at some point, right? Which was kind of a slap on the face for Omega, because he's
got a Rolex collection as well, though, hasn't it? Daniel Craig, he's got Daytona and stuff.
Yeah. So it was, it's much more interesting to see people, whether they're celebrities, actors, athletes, politicians, etc. It's so much more exciting to see them own a quirky couple of watches that seem otherwise like a random, only loosely connected collection. I like seeing that rather than an exclusive brand endorsement on anyone.
Well, in that Wolf of Wall Street, have you seen it where he throws that Tagger 1000 and it's gold plated and it says this is a so-and-so $1,000 watch? I always wondered why they used a tag on it to say that. I thought, well, fair enough if you're throwing a day or something like that, but it were a Tagger 1000. But I realised he's sponsored by Tagger, isn't he, Leonardo DiCaprio? So he probably won't be able to wear a Rolex.
Yes, and the funny thing was, speaking of Tag Heuer and Leonardo DiCaprio, I've always hated those advertisements. Not because Leonardo DiCaprio, because I actually always liked him as an actor. Not because of my distaste for Tag Heuer. I do hate that brand, but for other reasons. But because he was always holding the watch like this, in the advertisements and not actually wearing it, which to me was even worse than anything else they could come up with. I mean, obviously, I wasn't the audience for that advertisement, right? I understand that, but
Yeah, but
you have a
he's not
celebrity.
looking. Yeah, he's not looking like he's proud of it. He's looking like I'm doing it for money.
Yeah, you have a celebrity endorse your watch. Have him wear it properly on the wrist, not just show it off like that. What the hell is that?
Yeah, Lord, in the private chat, I dropped the link to.
I know. I pulled
Yeah,
it up.
okay, so you're on top of it, man.
Yeah, this is Travolta and his Breitlings.
Beautiful. Two-tone. Now, is that an Navitimer?
That thing looks great.
Yeah. He's a studly pilot. Although he's made some blunders.
As a pilot?
I think he was accused at one point of landing being drunk.
Let's be careful. Let's be careful. He's an icon.
That was just a rumor I read or heard somewhere.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. But no, he's a great pilot. He's an airline pilot. I think he's an acting airline pilot.
Mike, speaking of these matters and John Travolta in particular and his mishaps, I loved the way South Park handled these rumors. It was very artful.
South Park is fucking funny.
Coming out of the closet.
Allegedly. It's still to happen. It's yet to happen, but
Lord,
great episode.
Lord, did you ever watch South Park where Kanye West was on about fish sticks and he just couldn't get it?
Yeah.
And then in end he just jumps in at sea with dolphins and swims away. It was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, South Park nails it, man. They nail it every time. They can do no wrong.
I'm surprised they've still got a show the way they take piss out of people and get away with it.
Oh yeah.
I think they're lawyered up. They're lawyered up pretty nicely. I think that's one of their.
No, they have to be. Don't they? Some stuff will come out with.
Well, their little preview, that says anything related to anybody that you might see is may be done, but very badly, and is in no way really related to the person in reality. They have this little disclaimer before every show.
Yeah. That
kind of, I think, releases them to do whatever they want. But boy, yeah, they have a great way of hitting all of the current topics of the day.
Well, they turned Mr. Garrison into what do they call it? In a Donald Trump. Just daft.
Oh yeah.
You know who else is a big Breitling person is Jerry Seinfeld, who has been seen obviously wearing a Navitimer on Seinfeld for all of that time, and he's been a huge supporter of the brand.
I'm a big fan of Seinfeld because he's a huge Porsche fanatic racer, team owner, collector, Porsche, just aficionado, as is Nick Mason from Pink Floyd, the drummer for Pink Floyd. He's got a car collection to die for. But who's the comedian?
Jerry Seinfeld?
Jerry Seinfeld, yeah, he's big time Porsche guy. I mean, I don't think there's a bigger Porsche guy that exists today.
Breitling, Porsche, and cereal.
Yeah,
big
cereal on the wall. The wall of cereal.
So hop on Smash. You got quite a bit for your $2 super chat. We've been talking about Breitling for 20 minutes, all because of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hop on Smash. Hop on Smash has been a very steady contributor to this channel ever since I showed up on these live streams. So I have to recognize him and respond to his super chats always. Thank you.
Other
All
approved
right.
studs.
Yeah, that's for you, Mike. You know,
Yeah.
George Michael, Lance Bass, and Ricky Martin. Which of the three do you think is the most studly?
Oh, George Michael by far.
Really, most studly.
Yeah, I think so.
Not Ricky Martin. Not Ricky Martin.
No. Ricky Martin's just too like Ken and Barbie perfect. George Michael, I grew up with him singing music, and
Did you think about your answer, Mike, or was it just a careless whisper?
What's that now? Think about my uncle.
Yeah.
I said, did you think about your answer, or was it just a careless whisper?
No, I didn't have to think about it at all. George Michael, instantly. I love George Michael. It's one of my
yeah.
Actually, just to fix it up, it was Brocus Pocus who Navy timer.
Lord Snake.
Marcelo, it was Brocus Pocus.
Brocus Pocus, thank you very much. Alphonse Mash, thank you.
So much.
Thanks for correcting us, by the way.
Welcome, Marcelo. How are you doing?
Oh, fine. Tired. I mean, sorry I woke up late. I mean, I actually stay late. Yeah. Today soon I'm going to also fix a bit of the shop. How you guys doing?
Good. We are 3 hours in. Nice.
That's it. Enough said. We're 3 hours in. But I mean,
Yeah.
Lord and Mike are 3 hours in. I'm 30 minutes in.
Mike is
I'm
a
ready.
Wham fan. I'm a Wham fan. Yep, I am. I grew up with him, man. Those were my high school days. Same with the Flock of Seagulls. All those totally wacko bands. You know, those are the days, the 80s. Yeah.
Mike and I are probably very close in age because I can share some of his sentiments.
Mike, by the way, did you get what Ricky Martin, George Michael, and Lance Bass have in common? Just a quick question.
You all like cock?
No, I didn't. No,
Sorry,
I mean,
I'm on mute.
Other than
Super chat, guys. Super chat.
Nice. Brocus Pocus, Moonwatch, Navy Timer, Zenith, Chronometer, Original. For me, the Moonwatch all the way.
Yeah.
How about you, Ossi?
It's too hard to say. Those are three good choices.
They are.
I actually don't love the Zenith Chronomaster original as my favorite Chronomaster, just because I'm not a big fan. I mean, it's the original proportions. Listen, you can't go wrong with either of those three. It all comes down to personal preference. So, you know.
No one picked the Breitling. Somebody who well, Breitling is a nice watch. It's just problematic like fuck.
Problem. Come on, they're not problematic, and I'm sure that they have a very nice warranty, and they'll stand fully behind their watches. And Breitling has made very good moves over the past 3 or 4 years. There's not a release that they've had that hasn't been successful.
So, Ossi, tell me why in Japan, maybe Japan is the only country in the world that do this, why in Japan are getting punishment fee?
Mike the Snake, $2 Australian. Marcelo said that he resents Arch and the panelists. Mike the Snake, I don't even know if this guy knows the meaning of the English verb to resent. But...
No, look. I don't know. Basically, what I did yesterday, I was smashing everyone, and then also we're making a laugh and say that everybody need to not to take this whole things are serious, you know, and maybe people didn't land in the moon, and maybe people, you know, like doing smashing and doing a joke in the same time. And of course, we have a lot of people that take things this serious. We also have a lot of people that like to make drama, like Mike the Snake right now with 3 different accounts. Sorry, not Mike the Snake. I meant
Mike
Chin
the
the Chin.
Snake.
Chin the Chin with 3 different accounts. Sorry, Mike the Snake. Not in your. I did a mistake with the word. I meant
That's not me. That's not me. That's
yeah,
somebody. That's my snake.
yeah. But
Yeah, Mike,
Chin
I
the
know.
Chin with 3 different accounts there. But
If
here's the
it were
thing,
you-
you know.
If
But
it were
here's
you,
the thing.
it would be a mic.
Lord, first of all, you need to be
Yeah.
able to control the microphone
Yeah.
of Marcelo. So just go into the settings and
I
take
know.
him from like 100 to like
But
35.
Danny,
Yeah.
Danny cries. Danny cries about it on his own stream, so I just let him do whatever he wants.
Yeah, but
That's
you
it.
know.
It's a joke.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, the thing is, yeah, don't need to take it. You know, Lord, you also don't take things serious. We all don't take, but some people do, and we need to chill it out. This is the bottom line. Also, yesterday I was blaming Paul
Taking-
Four
Taking
of
time, $2 suggestions on a GMT. Again, the difficult questions. A GMT that is not
Yeah.
Rolex or Tudor.
yeah. Look, also yesterday I was
Reverso.
saying,
For hours on end, we are getting the super chats. We are going to respond to super chats and not your concocted drama. Okay.
yeah. I know.
A GMT master that is not. Oh, sorry, a GMT function watch that is not Rolex or Tudor.
Reverso.
Omega Planet Ocean do one. I don't know if
Nice. The
people are a bit funny about
Reverso has a dual face one that can show a second time. That's a great example, and it is available. It is affordable. What about you, Ossi?
Well, let's stir up a little bit of controversy. I'm going to say that if you're a fan of the Explorer 2 polar dial, but you can't get the Rolex, there is a Christopher Ward GMT that.
Okay, that's enough of that. What was it, Ossi? What were you talking about?
Christopher.
All right. Next, Marcelo, what do you think is a nice GMT watch that's not Rolex or Tudor?
I don't say nothing. You're going to be booted away.
No. I'm sure you have more sense than saying Christopher Ward.
Without saying the words, why don't you pull up the watch and take a look at it?
No, I'm not. You know, I'm happy to pull up all sorts of shitters, but not.
Oh, come on.
We're not scraping the bottom of the barrel just yet. So let's not go into
listen. I said the choice was gonna stir things up. Let's let the audience take a look at it and see what
By
they
the way,
think.
Lord, you do the super chat. I have a super chat
Yes.
here.
What next? What next? You are gonna advertise Zero West or something? Come on, Ossi, you're better than that. B8, $5. Wish there was more innovation in the movement space. New colors are nice. Why aren't more brands focusing on accuracy and precision like Omega Metas? Can I say something about this? Grand Seiko, for example, advertise this on their sleeve. They say we are the most accurate. We even won the awards and stole them from the hands of Swiss watchmakers, and we shit on them on a daily basis. At the end of the day, as geeky as we claim to be, a lot of us don't care about innovation when it comes to pinpoint accuracy, because if we did, we wouldn't be interested exclusively in mechanical watches anyway. I'm talking about the majority, by the way, right? I know there are a lot of people who appreciate different kinds of movements, accurate movements, tourbillons, and other sorts of functions. But when it comes to the average watch nerd, it's just not appreciated. It doesn't get the credit that it deserves. So most brands say, fuck it, we'll just go with another trend.
Yeah. Well, I'm quite pleased with my Breitling collaboration tutor movement that is 2 seconds off in the scope of 2 weeks. 2 weeks time, it's 2 seconds off.
Mhm.
That's about roughly course accuracy. I mean, I cycle my watches for 2 weeks on, then I switch to a different watch for 2 weeks, and I put this watch on, and I don't have to readjust the time for 2 weeks. I don't, and I hack it. I hack it when I set it. I wait for it on the screen, and as soon as it clicks over, boom, and I've got my second style at vertical, and literally, and my Omega is just as accurate. And both of my Rolexes are nearly as accurate. None of them really would need and well, the
What about
Rolexes maybe
yours?
after 2 weeks might need to make a half a minute adjustment
What
if I
about
were.
what about you, OC? How much do you care about accuracy, and do you appreciate it when brands focus their efforts on improving accuracy of their watches and movements?
Well, I appreciate when brands focus on it. Watches should be accurate, but I don't time my watches. I don't, look at them and say, well, this was 3 seconds off today, or it was off, off an average of 7 seconds this week, or anything like that. As a matter of fact, most of the time when I set my watch in the morning, I set it 1 minute past the actual time, but because I don't want to be late for a conference call. So I actually don't set it to the accurate time anyway. And I wouldn't notice.
So you do 1 minute ahead.
I do 1 minute ahead, and I wouldn't notice if the watch fell behind by 10 seconds or was ahead by 10 seconds at the end of the day or the end of the week. It doesn't bother me.
Super chat.
Super chat. I love Maldives. We love you too, man. £8.99 sterling, 39 seconds of Mike making love to the camera like he just did, full screen. And we all know he has in mind Diego when he does this. Let's watch Mike.
Oh, I see what he meant.
For 39 seconds is a long time. Ham it up.
Ham it up. Got to bring in Little Meat. Give a little for Diego, and Archie's a little too far out of reach. I don't think I'll have enough time within my 39 seconds. I move too slow. I'm in sloth mode. So I'd be like, So anyways, you got to suffer with Little Meech. Little Meech. Thank you, by the way, Big Meech. And for the book.
While Mike is making love, I will say that the audience did mention some good GMT options. Eric L said the Omega Aquaterra GMT, Wristwatch Holic, the Grand Seiko GMT. Someone mentioned Zero Worst. Good for you. Someone also mentioned, Mike Harris mentioned the Seiko Sharp Edge GMT. So lots of great comments from the viewers.
And I co-sign the Mike the Snake recommendation, the Reverso GMT. There are the ultra thin dual face can be in steel, can be gotten around 8K. Great deal. Why not? I think Danny is going to show us something.
I don't know. I don't want to know what he's going to show us.
Unlike Marcelo, I think he's wearing underpants, so nothing to worry about, nothing major.
I love his shirt.
Look, I got the message, so I need to send. I'm going to send you the message to the private chat, okay?
Of course.
1 second.
Go ahead, please.
Send super chats now. Send super chats now.
Okay, let me
I'm
see
not
how
sure
I
what
do
I'm not sure
this.
what's going on, but it's scary.
1 second.
Send super chat
Look,
now. Send
this is for
super
you to
chats
read
now.
and take care of this from what I understood.
Of course.
Here we go.
One second.
There's a Seiko GMT.
Yeah, I
with a
personally don't know
screen
about this thing, but I got a message like this. So
Guys,
okay.
let's calm down a little bit first, right? I'm
Mm.
trying to run this stream for more than 3 hours now. Marcelo just came in. I can't always look at the chat and the StreamYard. The member chat doesn't appear on StreamYard. So my apologies to LA Meth Witch, which is a member chat bronze for 4 months. Thank you so much, LA Meth Witch. You contribute as a member. You also super chat on top of that. Sub to Marcelo Time YouTube channel, the best. Right? Good.
Okay.
Right? It doesn't.
That was
Thank you
that
very
was,
much. Thank you
There's
so
no-
much, buddy.
Marcelo, you can't have it both ways, right? You are saying you don't want to stir the shit, and then you pull stuff like this. It's not welcome.
No. I got. I understand, but I got this.
You know that it doesn't appear on StreamYard, so you could just pull it up and read it yourself, right? So don't try to.
The truth is it. I still don't know, but here we appear in different color, no?
Yes, on YouTube, Marcelo.
Not in StreamYard. They here appear in different color. Look at this in the chairs.
Where is it? Highlight it if it appears. Highlight it if it appears.
Here in the bottom. Here, he appear in the when you're looking in the chats. He appear in green color.
Highlight his green colored member chat, Marcelo. Go.
No, the thing doesn't here appear in the top. You see?
Exactly. Don't play
There's a
stupid.
symbol.
Don't play stupid with me. I don't play those games, Marcelo. Move on.
Okay, I didn't try to nothing stupid. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Right.
It appears green in YouTube.
Baby talk doesn't work with me either, Marcelo. So let's move on for your good.
I'm seeing blue and green.
All right. So I actually received a very kind email with a PayPal contribution going directly to Archie. So I will pull up the pictures of that collection, which is from a committed member. His and his wife's collection, very nice pieces, unique pieces that we don't see every day. So let's check it out. If you want to drop in a line in the chat, I'm happy to highlight your name. I'm just not reading off the emails because it has your government name, of course. So I don't want to dox you or anything. Oh, I mean, look, guys, if you want me to explode, drop in the appropriate super chat around $25. I will run a train through the entire family of Marcelo Time. Marcelo, everyone related to him, everyone close to him, drop a $25 super chat, and I'll take the next 25 minutes for it. Be my guest, but I'm going to run this collection review first.
Could be a little bit more than 25, but it's okay.
No, I want to do it, so I named the.
Okay, so 25 is good. 25 is okay.
Yeah, of course. Sirocco first and foremost. Don't worry about it.
Very reasonable price.
I will run through each and every one of them, including you too, LA Meth Witch. If you pay, I might spare you, but don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was on mute, but I was saying that nothing against Marcelo, but that sounds like an incredible value.
Yeah.
So this is the collection.
Ooh, got James Cameron there.
It has about a dozen pieces. I'm assuming this is our valued members collection, and here we have his wife's collection. We have a beautiful Cellini Prince, an Air King, a Submariner, an Explorer on a rubber band, an
I
Explorer
like that Cellini Prince.
right? An Explorer 2 on the bracelet with black dial. The James Cameron Deep Sea, again on a very nice rubber band. And then here we have a two-tone Datejust. We have, I think, an Oyster Perpetual, probably a 36. We will have closer shots momentarily with the blue dial. This is the watch that Green Room is lusting after. We have another early Rolex piece here that I saw from another picture. I have a hard time figuring out what the other pieces are instantly, but let's
One
see.
looks like a Calatrava or a Vacheron, maybe.
This is a little better, but still a little further away. I'm not able to figure out these top three pieces though in the wife's collection.
Yeah. Hard to tell.
All right. Let's see the close-up pictures. I have one here of that vintage Rolex. Beautiful. On a NATO bracelet here. Look at that. The early oyster case. All the beautiful elements, the syringe hands. I'm sure this is a bubble back as well. I would love to see the back, of course.
Yeah, just to, Lord, we're still looking at the double shot of the two cases, just to confirm.
We are? Okay.
Yeah. Just to let you know.
Thank you.
Sure. There we go. Thank you.
Syringe hands and that lovely knurled crown design. Oh, what a beautiful vintage watch, and very unique too.
Yep.
Come on, guys. What happened to you?
No, we're here.
Yeah.
No, not you guys. The people in the chat. You wanted Lord Explodes. You don't have $25.
Did you check the PayPal?
Exploders don't come for free. I agree, actually. Exploders don't come for free.
Yeah.
Wear this. Would you wear that, Lord?
Me, I would love to, but I think it's a little too small, even for my liking. I'd like to.
What size do you think it is?
I think it's probably 32 or 34. I don't
probably
know.
34. You know, it looks visibly proportionally small in this picture because the NATO strap doesn't taper, and it's a pretty wide lug width given the case size. But if you put that on something strap that was thinner or tapered, I think you would be surprised at how good it looks on your wrist.
Lord, could I say something?
Yeah, of course. Why are you asking for my permission? Are you afraid of me?
Listen. No. Listen. The thing what is funny is that we have people that like to create drama, but they never pay. You know, at least if they pay, let's give them the nice show. Let's give them the drama.
Your supporters are so cheap that they don't pay you in super chats. Why do we expect?
Exactly. So no. I'm talking about the ones that like to make drama. They never pay. I mean, you're absolutely right.
Those losers don't even pay you in super chats. Why would they pay
Archieluxury,
who is the actual boss of this entire space, right? Why would they?
Exactly. So you see, so you're absolutely right when you say $25 is nothing. Come on. They even put me like a little bit in stroke, like, oh, 25 is too cheap, and still nothing. No, you see, even if you go 20, they would not do it.
I won't go 20. It might in fact raise in value, but
you have any other individual pictures, Lord?
No, unfortunately not. I'm trying to check my email again. Maybe more came with it, but I still.
Here's 20 towards the explosion. I'll tell you what, I'll throw in the extra 5 in a PayPal right now.
No.
I'm sending a PayPal to Archie right now.
Unless, Mike, I can, if you want to send me a screenshot of what you paid in PayPal.
Oh, I can't do that. I don't know how. But I can promise you I can do it. Oh, I can take a picture on my camera and that'll probably dox me.
Off on Smash, 1999. Thank you. 20 towards the explosion. Thank you.
But I mean, I'll throw the extra 5 in if you'll believe me to do it, and I'll come back and say it's done.
Yeah.
No, but we believe you. You do it. It's okay. You don't have to approve that. It's okay. You don't have to.
Look,
We believe you. It's okay.
What I will say about this collection, our beloved contributor, I can't address your name, of course, and I don't see you in the chat, but thank you for the contribution. Directly PayPal to Paul Pluta. I like it, first of all, because it involves a journey that includes you and your wife. You clearly are sharing this passion, and it's a privilege.
Very nice collection, too.
And I like the fact that you have a lot of great, modern pieces, but you combine them with less predictable options. You love changing around things a little bit, switch things up with rubber bands. I don't always like wearing these watches on the bracelet either. I like changing things up with leather bands, with NATOs, with tropic rubber straps. I appreciate this. Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
Diversity.
Yeah, it is a diverse collection, and if it were just the modern pieces, I think it would be open to criticism that it lacks a sense of soul to it. But I think the fact that those vintage pieces are there elevates the entire collection, and it demonstrates that you're not just a hype into the hype pieces.
To me, it strikes me as a collection that's been put together over time.
Guys, we're getting out. We're getting out of the object. The Lord explode. You got paid.
Two Australian dollars, Mike the Snake. Diego was 100% right about Marcelo's YouTube career. Let's have Diego remind us what he actually thinks of YouTube channel.
Love you, Diego.
I think when I said what I said, Marcelo hadn't said he was going to live stream yet, and just looking at the videos he had, that's kind of what I was saying. I never thought that he would live stream. I think his YouTube career is a success right now. So I think I was wrong. I also like how he was able to fit that comment in the 50 characters. He took the I off my name, took the Y off YouTube. So it's pretty innovative.
All right. Well, Mike, you sent the $5?
No, not yet. Everybody told me to not do it. I'll do it right now.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You can do it. It's okay.
No, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay, I'm doing it right now. I'll be back in a minute.
I know, Marcelo, I know you don't give a shit about this stream, but I do. So I want the Pontiff to make money. So please, Mike, give those.
Hang on, it's happening here. I'll let you know when it's through.
Right. Let's start. Right. Yeah. I started already. Marcelo doesn't give a shit about this stream. He just wanted the credit for being the co-host, so he signed up, and then let all of you and me hanging out to dry for hours on end and for days now. He has not helped in any way. The most present he was on one of those days, the only thing he did was to interrupt, and the only helpful information he gave was verbatim repetitions of what I said 10 seconds ago. Mike, give the money so I can go on for the next 5 minutes at least.
Give me 1 second here. Shit. Now my phone's updating. I was gonna take a picture. It's sent. I sent $10.
All right, that's good. So let's continue. So
Let's send a
LA
picture.
Meth Witch, one of Marcelo's beautiful lackeys. I don't see a point. The guy has been bleeding subs. Everything, each and every single sub he got is a lead stolen from Archie, is a lead stolen from Tim Wright. Tim Wright, who actually helped him set up a live stream. Did Marcelo, Diego reminded us beautifully, did Marcelo know anything about live streaming before Tim Wright taught him? Absolutely not. When Tim Wright taught him, he stole the idea and he ran with it, right? Tim Wright's idea was to run a 24/7 live stream. Marcelo just stole the idea and ran with it. And by running with it, I'm really being euphemistic. I'm being very generous because actually Marcelo sat on his ass, contributed tops 2 to 3 hours each day when everyone else was doing the work, when Dodger was doing the work, when I was doing the work, when Y2K was doing the work, when Alex was actually providing valuable content for that channel, right? And what happened now? There's no 24/7 live stream. What happened to the sponsors? I wonder how they liked how the channel was sinking. Thinking about sinking ships. What channel is sinking? Is the Archieluxury live stream sinking, or is Marcelo Time sinking? The 24/7 is still in the logo with those tacky, two watch shot. Where is the 24-hour live stream? When other people are not doing the work, is the owner of that channel who cashes the checks without paying people anything, without paying people who put in the hours, put in the work, even the respect? Where is that guy? He wasn't here. He wasn't in his own channel either. Where are the 24 hours, 24/7 live streams? And when there's an actual problem, as he was doing it here, the guy tricks you by speaking in baby voices. Aren't you ashamed of yourself to fall for that simple trick? Psychology 101. You make fun of Tim Wright's 50K degree, at least he can read that much into people's characters and psychological profiles. This guy manipulates the shit out of you by putting a bird on his head and speaking in baby voices, and you feel sorry for him. There's nothing to feel sorry about. He gets subsidies from the Japanese government because he closes at 8. That's why he closes at 8. So he's not suffering. He's being helped by the Japanese government. He doesn't need your help. He has a job. He should focus on his job. He should focus on improving his restaurant, improving his menu, serving people lunch, not begging online 24/7. Well, I mean, maybe he should beg 24/7, but he's not even there. Should I go on?
Do you want to take a break and let Marcelo respond?
There's nothing to respond. He's just going to laugh. He's just going to laugh. He's going to play stupid. He's going to talk in baby voices. He's going to show his bird. And then we are going to forget about it. Yesterday, no, I'm not done yet. Yesterday, he wasn't here. The day before, his team was Rebel streaming. He had the bullshit excuse of saying, I'm here. It's not Rebel streaming. Then he wasn't there. He was on his own stream, Rebel streaming, when he promised Archie to help with the stream. Forget about what you think about Rebel streaming. If you think there are multiple conversations to be had, that we need different outlets, my respect to you. But here's a man who promised you, who promised the pontiff in public, who showed his face and said, I want to be the co-host. I will be the co-host. And then he broke that promise, right? We take things seriously. Yes, I think things seriously because I am a mature man. when I give someone my word, I don't break it like this guy next to me in the panel who broke his word like it was nothing.
Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished, but you can,
Okay.
I'll take a break. I'll take a break. Maybe you can string a sentence or two together because you actually play stupid. But when you want to, you can read the super chats to ban people. I'm sure you can put together 2 sentences in English to explain yourself. Go ahead.
Well, I think first of all, I'm a little bit confused now. Second, regarding the restaurant, lunch doesn't bring money at all. So lunch there is no point of open. So and now we do actually fixing the shop to open in the evening. This is regarding the shop. Regarding the stream, I mean, yes, the 24 hours didn't work out. So then we, now I'm doing the regular in my 8 o'clock in the evening, and I do give some
super chat. GB $2. If a man can't keep his word, he is not much of a man. My point exactly. Mike the Snake.
Well,
$2 Australian. You go, girl. Let's go, Marcel.
Well, and regarding these streams, I mean, I also Archie himself he said, look, you guys do the show, but you guys also, if you guys want to close more early, close more early. Now we're supposed to be somebody to host the show. You're doing pretty much okay, 3 hours ahead actually, regarding to the normal time that Archie used to open the show. He opened, I'm going to say my time that is more easy, like 9 o'clock in the morning, you actually open 6 o'clock in the morning. So it's okay. I mean, I'm definitely going to be, I'm not going to wake up 6 o'clock in the morning. And 9 o'clock in the morning, when I came to the show, I see that you had like a full house, close to 10 people. And I had my channel just was open. Somebody opened the channel, and I went to say hello, and I stayed there. Of course, I stayed there because it wasn't no point to come here because you already had like 10 people. You're doing fine, you know. I mean, I will help, and I'm going to say like this: I will help when you're going to be alone and you're going to be stuck. I will come and I will help. But if you're doing fine, I don't really need to come. I don't. If I can do something else, maybe being in my stream, maybe cooking something, maybe doing other things, I will do other things. And this is not about playing games or be revolve or against the pontiff or
No, I mean,
Archie is a. Look, I'm going to say like this: Archie as a person.
No, don't go into say like this. I'm gonna tell you
why. Archie is a friend. For me, for my opinion, is a friend. I don't see him as a pontiff or something religion or something crazy. He's a friend.
This much is clear. Yes, I do not need your help. I wish you told me saying you don't need my help, so I'm resigning from my responsibilities as co-host. You could have done that, and you could have told the people on your channel. You could have told the people on your channel. You could have told the people on your channel to come to Archie's live stream because that's what you promised the pontiff. You said, I will co-host your show. Instead of that, you said, this guy doesn't need my help. Without asking me, of course, or without telling me, you went and ran a stream on your show which directs the traffic somewhere else other than Archie's stream. So you give your word to Archie to host this show, then you don't only turn back on that word and break that word, but actually initiate another show somewhere else. And you think that's normal.
I'm going to explain.
Let the audience judge it. Let the audience judge your character with it.
Look, every person can.
$5. Swiss Only Explorer 2, only 1 2-year run, undervalued at 12 Australian naked. And before that, Ticking Time for $2, I think, was inviting me to drink Red Breast 12. I brought it here. that will be my next dram, thanks to you.
Look. I'm not upset if I don't get in the flow here to speak, because I always can speak in my own channel. That's why I have a channel as well. But if I have the room to say things in 5 minutes, I'm going to say again. Archie is a friend. Regarding responsibility and the I think is a little bit too. I don't know even how to say this word in English, but it's a little bit too uplifted. It's not exactly like that. I mean, nothing is that much serious. Yes, I mean, you're hosting the show again. It's not, and I dismiss my responsibility. It's a little bit too dramatic and too much noise. The thing goes like this: you are hosting the show, and there is people there. I'm not going to be the show. It didn't open. You're not there. I will close my show and I will come here and I will host the show. Simple as that. Somebody need to be here to continue the show and host the show.
Didn't you agree to co-host?
Again, forget about this agreement. It's not like agreement. You guys talking like agreement, like contract. There is no contract. There is no agreement. There is no way. The way that you put it.
Listen to the man. Listen to the man.
It's just a suggestion. It's just idea to keep.
And has no respect for you either. Listen to the man. Listen to him explain himself. Go ahead, Marcel.
I do explain. The show need look. Forget about these words of responsibility and promise. Just listen to what I say. The host need to be hosted, and the show need to stay to make Archie money. Now, if the show is not there, I will come and I will control the show.
That's not the definition of co-host.
It doesn't matter.
Co-host means what I've been doing.
Thank you, Mike.
Co-host means what I've been doing, sitting here for the entire fucking time, helping out fucking Lord.
No,
that's co-host. That's co-hosting.
Listen. You guys
when you think it's okay and dipping out when
it
you
is
think
okay
it's not.
Because you guys are getting confused here. Very simple. You guys getting confused.
Thank you, Mike.
Simple the way.
I might not be the best co-host,
Thank you, Mike.
I've been here.
I love you. You have been doing the work. This guy hasn't been. He is not a man of his word.
Look, I'm going to explain myself in my channel. I think it's more easy there, but I think you guys took things a bit out of direction. But it's okay if this helped the drama and helped the show.
No,
bravo.
I'm
and
not
I love you, Marcelo. I love you, but
it's okay. I say bravo, no problem.
You agreed to co-host.
Okay.
You agreed to co-host. Okay, and co-host means that, to me at least, that you're going to take that block of time and you're going to sit there during that time and co-host with Lord. Okay,
guys, don't worry. I will explain myself better in my channel. I have more time and more room. And
I don't mean to speak negatively about you or of you or anything like that. I'm trying to define things as I understand them. And when you say
you're a man who has backbone, who has respect, who has self-respect, who is responsible, compared to this guy who has no self-respect and no respect for anyone else. But yeah, we take things too seriously because we make a promise to someone and we actually intend to keep it. What does this fucker know about anything like that?
Okay. I'm going to explain myself better in my channel.
Don't try to teach a 50-year-old man how to be a man, because it's too late for him. It's too late. And yes, he will talk about this on his own channel. And then if he feels like he's stuck in a corner again, he will come crying and he will say, "Well, I was only joking. You guys take things too serious." And
I will explain myself.
You're lovable. You're lovable, Marcelo. Marcelo, unlike Mike, I actually don't love you. I think you're a despicable, hypocritical character. You are toxic to this entire community. You try to
It's
only.
okay. Everybody have to have an opinion. This is good that you have an opinion. It's okay.
I didn't ask for your
I
permission.
forgive you.
I didn't ask for your permission to present my opinion. I present my opinion because people have been generous enough to give me the opportunity, and on top of that, paid in PayPal and super chat to Archie.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Once again, I don't even need you here, right? Don't show your face if you're not actually going to help. It's as simple as that, because for now, the entire week has passed. You only decided to turn up once or twice.
A little bit more than twice, but you can see that you guys doing fine. You guys doing fine.
We're doing more than fine.
So what is the point?
So Lord, you mind if I jump in with a quick question for Marcelo?
Sure.
So Marcelo, when Archie was going to the London Watch Show and Lord said, "No problem, Archie, I'll help out by co-hosting," and you said something similar like, "Hey Archie, don't worry, I'll help co-host." What was your expectation of what you would be doing and what your obligation was? Because Lord is starting the show, he's running the show the entire time, he's he's moderating, he's inviting people on. What was your expectation of how you would be contributing?
Well, the idea was, first of all, if Lord, because Lord opened the show more early, but if he wouldn't come, if it would be a day that he would take a day off or he wouldn't come, I wouldn't open the show 6 o'clock in the morning. I would open the show 9 o'clock in the morning as the scheduled time that Archie opened. And
so just to be clear, just to interrupt real quickly, so the show typically starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and there was a daylight savings change recently, and then the show started 1 hour earlier about a week ago. So it started at 6 p.m. Eastern after daylight savings time. So that may have been a little bit of the confusion, but that's the standard time that this show typically starts, right, Lord?
Well,
this is
not exactly.
Earlier, but I presented the specific reason. We wanted to whip up our UK audience because the Pontiff is in London, and we wanted, if possible, and we got some of it at least, the Pontiff has appeared more effectively than Marcelo, even though he has only appeared twice and just said a few things, but at least they made sense. At least they were relevant. At least they were thoughtful, unlike
fair enough on the timing, Lord. So Marcelo, sorry to interrupt.
Casey,
what was your expectation?
Casey, I'm going to explain. The idea was that I said yes. I mean, when Archie going to go to London show, don't worry, the show will be open. Somebody going to host the show, me and Lord, or me alone, or Lord alone, in case that I'm not available because I also doing sometimes the other things. Now, the promise was kept. Now, yes, I actually appear more than twice, but it doesn't matter. Even if I appear once, the show was going on.
Super chat, taking time, $5. Boot Marcelo, and please go back and answer Tony Kim's super chat. I just wrote in the chat. I will go back to it. Let Marcelo make his point. I'm going to run off Redbreast if you don't. I'm pouring my next dram, and I will let Marcelo talk. I answered it in the chat, but we will get back to it after Marcelo gets back to his incoherent, confusing, misleading explanations. Let him have his
not misleading at all.
And we won't see him for a long while after this. I promise you.
Look, you guys can hate me and cannot like it, and everything is okay. But I'm just going to say like this. I'm just going to say like,
we don't care enough about you to hate you.
Look, the show is doing, like you said, is doing even better than fine. So what is the point? If the show would be nobody, okay, tomorrow Archie is still not here. You're
Marcelo,
not going to hold the
you're
show.
saying,
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
No,
please, one second. Tomorrow, no, not going to come. Nobody going to open the show. I promise I will open the show. And I will host the show, okay? This basically what I say. The show will be hosted by somebody. Okay, the show will be open. Now, you guys might like it, not like it. You guys might not like my way of doing things and my way of explaining things, and it's fine. You guys might say that I betray the way that I present things. It's fine. But again, tomorrow, nobody going to come in the show. My 100% promise, I come and I will open the show, because that was my promise. The show will have a host. Now you guys, now if there is a host already hosting tomorrow the show, if I might come and I might not come, and this is okay. Now you guys might like it or not. Is again, I will explain this again further in my channel, but this is the way it is. Now you guys might not like my position. You guys might hate me for whatever how I deal with things and do things, and this is okay.
You just have a real wide interpretation of co-host there. You agreed to co-host, and now you're saying, oh, if I just dip in for 5 minutes and things look okay, I'll dip back out, and I'll be there if needed. And
I will be there if needed. I will be there if needed.
That's not, I don't think, what anybody had in mind. I don't think that's what Archie had in mind. I don't think that's what anybody had in mind when you offered to co-host.
About that, let me deal with Archie myself. Don't worry about that. Let me deal with him myself.
I'm just saying, like when you offered to co-host, I don't think that's what anybody had in mind. I think
some people had in mind and some people didn't have in mind, and it doesn't matter what people thought.
A proper co-host is somebody that's there co-hosting along with the other host. Co-host.
Mike,
it doesn't always work like that.
It doesn't matter what words actually mean. It doesn't matter what promises Marcelo makes. At the end of the day, he will say in a meek voice with a bird on his head that he misunderstood. There must be a misunderstanding. I'm sorry I missed it. And he will try to ingratiate himself, but the ice is wearing really thin. The ice is wearing really thin. And if you have to respond to Archie, don't ever think you are getting away with this, Marcelo. Just keep that in mind. That panel of it's wearing really thin. It's wearing really thin. And trust me.
If you guys want to use this, as drama, go ahead, use it. I think what I did is absolutely fine.
What part of we don't need you? We don't need you here, and we do fine without you. Don't you understand? See yourself to the door. You are not helping. We are not trying to create drama. I'm just trying to explain why you have been disruptive and unnecessary, and how you lack character and backbone as a man. That's all I did. I don't hate you. I'm just exposing you for the benefit of the public, for the benefit of people who are watching this.
Actually, you said before that you don't like me.
I don't like you. But
okay.
Again, you are missing the point. I don't hate you. Hate is a very strong word. I don't like you.
Okay.
Why should I like you? What have you done for me to like you? Tell me one thing that you have done for me. What have you provided me? What have you given me?
Did you give me something as well?
Solo layout. Repeat that.
Did you give me something?
Yeah, you are telling the guy who was running your show for you hours at a time every day, if I have given you something. Repeat that again.
Again, did you give me something? Now think again. Think again.
You're such an ingrate, Marcelo. You're an ingrate, characterless, like an excuse for a man, a human stain, nothing else.
In the interest of fairness, Lord, maybe Mike, gave his opinion of Marcelo's co-hosting abilities. Maybe he wants to jump in now and say why he likes Marcelo, and just to balance things out. Mike,
you want to? I like Marcelo.
Did I put words in your mouth? Do you not like him?
No, I do like Marcelo.
Okay, great. Why?
He's been a character that's been around for a while. I enjoyed going on his stream. It was kind of a lounge there for a while to hang out for a bit. don't really get personal about it with Marcelo. I don't dislike him, I don't hate him, I don't overly like him. And so yeah, I'm kind of neutral when it comes to there.
I'm still here. I'm still here with you guys.
He's here. He's with us.
But
Yeah, yeah,
I don't want to say that I absolutely
You wouldn't know, but yeah, thanks
but
for.
I did want to point out that Marcelo agreed to co-host, which in my opinion meant something. There's a certain definition of something, and that he hasn't followed through with that. And that's the point I wanted to bring about.
When you were in high school and there was a team project and there were 4 people on the team, there's always that one person, that does nothing and sees the other 3 people picking up all the slack and then gives the excuse, well, the other 3 people did all of it.
Casey,
I really didn't have any.
A question to you.
It's OC,
I have a
but
question
that's
to
okay.
you. I
Sure.
have a question to you. Are we in high school now?
No, but it seems like a very high school thing to do, doesn't it? Seems like a very high school thing to do.
If you were working by that metric, trust me, you would even rank much lower than high school. But go ahead and make the only mature man on the stream try to make fun of him by trying to call him a high schooler. If he's a high schooler, you hardly belong to the kindergarten. But yeah, explain yourself.
I did explain myself already a couple of times. The problem is you guys don't want to listen.
We listen and understand.
No, I was just creating an analogy, right? And there's always that one person that says, well, the 3 other people did all the work, so I felt like I didn't really need to step in. When the reality is that person was lazy and wasn't going to do any work anyway. I'm not saying that about you. I'm just saying, that's something that we do see time and time again in society.
Okay. I go on. Let me take the coffee here. At least today I should not eat food at all.
Your hot pocket is ready.
Look, I'm here and I listen to you guys. Basically, now we would be also okay if I wouldn't be here because you guys are actually doing fine. I mean, this is the whole point is make sure that you guys are doing fine. Now you can call me lazy or not tribute. Look, my idea also in in my business, I just want to make sure that things are doing fine. My idea in general is make sure that the things are okay. If things are okay, they can handle it. If things are not okay, I will step forward and I will make sure that things are okay. Now, people might not like what I do, and this is also in my personal life.
We got nothing to worry about in case things go south because you'll be there.
That's what I say. And I will. And people might take me for doubts, but I promise I will be there when things go south, and I will control and tribute a lot. But if there is no reason to do that, even so that people are upset that, hey, but why you're not there and doing? Because you don't need. They're not doing a good job hosting and doing this by itself. I mean, if I come, I'm getting muted and I'm getting just a step back. So, I mean, I don't need to be always the joke of everybody, when I am quiet and staying beside and, like I'm staying with a close camera, maybe even a couple of hours, and you guys just happy that I'm here hosting the show with Lord, when basically I'm just staying here as a decoration because nothing changed. So if I'm supposed to be a decoration, better not to be at all. So sometimes I'm going to come, I'm going to say hello, and even sometimes in Archie show, I'm staying there as a decoration in the corner, So let me finish. So if there is a reason for me to step forward and tribute and do something, I will do so. If things are running without me, and by the way, even in my channel, sometimes I'm also staying, taking step back and let some people talk and let people host the show. And I am also sometimes in the corner. It's okay. I'm a person that like to let people do things, have the comfortability and freedom to do things. Now, I guess maybe Lord didn't like the way I handle it and do things, and also the same thing as a snake that might not understand at all what I'm doing, and this is fine. Now, regarding what the Lord said, what He did for me, that's why I said, think twice, because you did came to my show, and I did give you the floor and the freedom today even to do a show of your own. And you study a lot how to host and how to open a stream. It started for me, not from Archie. You came here in my show and you study how to control and do everything.
Marcelo,
and you can admit that.
Read this chat that I wrote like you read the supposed chin to chin accounts. Read it aloud.
No, I don't. It's too long, man.
Yeah,
if you can read for me, it would be great, because I don't want to read. Okay,
that's what
go
I
ahead.
used to do on your channel, right?
Owl 29, not at all. He never did anything to support me.
All the things that you weren't doing for your own channel, I was doing that. So let me do it once again for you here. I'm responding to all 29. What has Marcelo done for me? Nothing at all. And I'm explaining here additionally, he has not provided me with any skills. He didn't teach me anything. I didn't gain anything from Marcelo because Tim Wright contributed immensely to my channel financially and in terms of coming in and helping me initiate and continue conversations on live stream, right? Marcelo never directed traffic to my channel. In fact, resented me for starting to post active content and opening just an hour-long live streams on my channel. And I continue here. I've hosted 24/7 live streams, again with help, but as the main host for charity for months on end in the YouTube boxing community, long before I saw Archie doing live streams. I've been watching the Archieluxury channel since 2015, but live streams, I just saw he was doing it in December. I didn't know if they even existed before. I have been running for that last year charity streams in the boxing YouTube community before. With all these bullshit statements, I'm the first one doing 24/7. You just
No, I didn't say. I said I'm the first one in the watch community.
People have been doing 24/7 live streams on YouTube all the time, long before you. And I have more expertise
Not in the watch community.
and more experience on that than you. And you want a pissing contest? I give you the floor. Let's have both of us 24/7 live streams. Let's see who runs it better, and let's see who outlasts who. You want to try that, Marcelo? Since you have
Look, I said
given me the platform, I give you the platform here for your little pissing contest because you said you want drama, right? I'm telling you that I'm just trying to expose you. I don't care about your drama. I would rather have you see yourself to the door right now and stop the bullshit that you're spewing. But anyway, you want drama?
No.
You gave me.
Look, first of all,
you taught me how to host a live stream. Let's run 24.
I have a question.
Let's run 24/7 live streams concurrently and see who outlasts who. If you taught me, if you know so much, you should be doing it better than I do, right?
I think I'm probably going to talk more in my channel about this because I get muted all the time.
And will you come back and whine here like a bitch and say you were joking? Is that what you're gonna say next time?
No, but I'm going to say more because you muted me all the time in my channel. At least not everybody they don't mute me like that. And second, I'm going to say like this: you said you don't like me. I never said I don't like you. And you create the hate. You create the hate, the hatred, and the noise about it. I never did it.
You said you love me now. I still don't like you. It's about what you do and who you are. I don't do exchange here. We are not in a financial transaction. You got things mixed up here a little bit. I don't like you as a character. I don't have hate for you in my heart. And if you say you love me and you like me, that's good, because I have proved myself, right? Because I've given a lot to you without taking anything in back. You should like me, but I don't like you because you are a spineless excuse for a man, Marcelo.
Look, I mean, I am. Look, I actually getting close to 50. I think I handle it in my life pretty well so far until now. I think I don't think as myself that badly the way you put it. I do have. I'm not going to give opinion of myself who I am, but I guess there is people on my surrounding that can already give their own opinion. You probably did your own impressions of that. I mean, I am exposed already in YouTube for the last 6 months that there is many opinions going left and right about me, and it's okay, you know, and nothing going to change. I still going to be what I am and do what I do. I mean, for the people that love it and for the people that hate it. I mean, there's always going to be both sides, and I think it's good for that, you know. I mean, I'm not going to try to appeal for everybody, and probably not for you. If you don't like me, this, I guess, it's okay. And yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to talk a bit further on that on my channel because I get more freedom of speech in a way. So yeah, I mean, please continue do what you do. I mean, it seems you're doing fine.
Again, I don't need your affirmation because you don't know what you're talking about 90% of the time. Thanks for the recognition. Producer Mark, welcome. I'm sure you have a lot to say on this rubric. This cipher, $13.99 Canadian dollars, is delusional. Lord speaking unfiltered truth. He will say this is one of the Chin accounts, but it's from Canada. No matter, he will just try to confuse everything. Marcelo adds no value. Goodbye.
Listen, Marcelo just has a different opinion of what it means to contribute and co-host. As he said a few minutes ago, as long as the Marcelo icon is on the screen, that's enough for Archie's viewers to feel comfortable and to get value. That his icon's on the screen, he logged in, therefore everybody should be very appreciative. And
it's like, you know, saying that I stole leads from Marcelo time, of which the entire leads are from Archieluxury and Tim Wright, and somehow him advertising his logo on this channel rather than his face somehow is a contribution to Archieluxury. Of course, it's not like he's advertising his channel all the time by using that avatar. Thank you, OC. You're very observant.
No, and by the way, I want to offer.
So sorry to disturb you, but here is the thing. When I am here, I don't tribute and I advertise my logo and my name, and this is and this is a shame on me. But when I am not here, this is a shame on me why I didn't came here, and you know. So it goes a little bit. Look, guys, I think you guys got a bit wacko in a way. Whatever people. Again, I'm not going to care really no more about this thing so much. But here is the thing: when I am not in the show, getting like tons of mails and comments, why Marcelo is here, he doesn't tribute, kick him out, blah blah blah, and all this kind of thing. When I am not here, why Marcelo is having streaming, he betrayed the pontiff, is this, is that. So I think you know, I mean, for whatever matter of how we say, for the drama help, I think this whole thing is working on dramas and even basically what we're doing now. So so be it. I mean, I already observing now from the side a bit, and I'm going to say what I said before. If this show is sinking and nobody is here, I will come and I will tribute the show as much as I can. But if there is already people in the show, I'm not going to, I feel tired of being just a decoration. To be honest.
Of people in the show, producer Mark just came in for a little bit. Probably he has something to say.
Hey, guys, how you doing? Love you all. I just want to say, Lord, you're doing a fantastic job, Lord. And Mike the Snake, awesome work. And Karma is a bitch. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
Ryan Life 199. Let's be real, Lord. Marcelo missing has helped you. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a soccer fan, right? You know, one of the kind of players that I love to hate are those kinds of players that commentators love to wax poetic about. Oh, you only understand the value of this player in his absence. Well, let's just judge Marcelo by the time he actually graces us with his face on this channel. Let's see if that helps. But yeah, maybe Marcelo going missing now, just about now, would also help. But thank you for the opinion, right? Maybe Marcelo going missing now, just about now, would also help. But thank you. See,
that wasn't me.
Sounds pretty good on recording. That was a nice.
Yeah, producer Michael, you're on YouTube.
You are worthy of that title, producer.
Producer Michael, yeah, producer Mark. Producer Michael should jump on the screen. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Thank you.
So there you go. Lord has said his piece. Marcelo has said his piece. Marcelo has fairly described what he thinks it means to co-host. And Lord, you have a different opinion. And there we go.
That's a nice euphemism, a different opinion. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Lord, I want to offer now and promise to co-host your 24-hour live stream when you do that. And just let me know when it is. And what I'll do is I'll turn my icon on.
Oh, see, I have a question. You're asking me when my 24/7 live stream is going to be. Are you part of the collective bird brain?
Yes, because what I'd like to do is commit and promise to co-hosting it. And what I'll do is I'll check in from time to time, and if things are going good, then I'll just continue doing what I'm doing. But if things are sinking fast, I'll turn my icon on, and it'll help save the show.
Thank you. But yeah, that's a nice take. When is the 24/7 hour, 24/7 live stream? When it's on, it's on. It's what it is.
No, I want to know when it starts.
If I commit to it, if I commit to it, it won't disappear like Marcelo's. Trust me on that.
No, and honestly, I think just as a fan, I don't love 24-hour live streams. I think it just takes too much out of you guys to keep, to do them. It just dilutes the content. But you can do whatever with your own channels that you want to do. God bless you. That's just as a fan talking.
Hey, Lord, I just got to say another thing, Lord.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I'm actually having one of the girls in my office make me a new promo, and I'm going to make sure to add your channel's name in my channel's promo. So every time any video goes out, we'll make sure that the traffic comes to your channel.
Oh, thank you. But not to seem ungrateful, producer Mark, when you said
no. It's okay.
When you said the girl in my office, I was hoping that you would set me up with a date or something, but that's also great. Thanks for spreading the word about my
Absolutely.
Producer Mark, your comments have been very complimentary of Lord, but is there something that you wanted to address to Marcelo or something that you wanted to share with Marcelo about his contribution to the show?
We are good. We are good.
I have respect. I have respect for Marcelo, but there are things I didn't want ever to say, and I think in the entire YouTube community, Lord had the balls and the spine to say it, and I'm just blown away, man. I'm just blown away. you know, and that's how real men should be. They should stand up for friends, and they should stand up for the right. You know, the YouTube community, if we keep dividing the community, none of us are going to make it. None of us are going to make it. So we have to uphold each other and support each other instead of, divide and conquer. But that's my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you for contributing. Diego, you've been a very silent observer throughout this whole process. Do you have any particular comments you'd like to share one way or the other, or any observations?
Not really. It's
Thank you for co-hosting tonight. You are fantastic.
Oh, you're wearing a Coca-Cola shirt.
I am. Yep. Coca-Cola. This is in honor of all our friends in Atlanta joining us tonight.
And Cameron first and foremost, of course, right?
Yes. We all stand with Cameron 100%.
LA Meth Witch, thank you. $1 Australian. Thank you for your consistent contributions as a member and with your super chats. Thank you.
Yeah, we got quiet. What happened?
No, Marcelo, please comment on that $1 super chat.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So Marcelo, do you have any expectations from 2022 releases? Anything you would like to get? Anything that would change your mind about the next watch you would get? I know it's a very precious and special watch already, the Daytona in platinum with baguette diamonds, but is there anything that you can dream about, that you can fantasize about, that would change your mind about that?
Well, I don't know, not exactly, because I'm actually waiting. I'm waiting, and something that I already said in Archie show also as well. I'm showing here, it's okay. Something that I also said in Archie show as well is like, in case if I'm not going to get it, so I'm just basically striking, or how we say, stopping buying watches for the next 2 years, and then 2 years later, when I realize that I'm never really going to get it, then I can put that money to see other watches. One of the watches I thought of was the Blopan 50 Phantom, the one that nobody liked, the one actually that is I think annual calendar there or something, that he actually look very bulky and nice. And there is another basically 3 watches there. One can be a Cartier skeleton in stainless steel. Another one a reverse dual face, maybe with the moon face or maybe without. I'm still thinking. The fourth one could be maybe one more Panerai that I actually thought of that one. Also, I thought about Breguet, maybe a 20 something type, maybe the marine one, and yeah, I mean,
is this the annual
no,
bathyscaphe? No.
No. This is the bathyscaphe. I'm talking about the 50 Phantom.
Okay, 50 Fathom. I mean, bathyscaphe belongs to that family, but let's see. Is it
yeah, 50 Phantom.
moon face?
You have a moon. He's a diver. Yeah. He have a moon face. He look absolutely crazy. Yeah. This one. There is one that come with the buckle. With a class, and one without a class. I want the one with a class, but both of them in the front look exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah, this one. I really want this one. Yeah,
It is
big,
a nice watch.
very. He's huge. He's 55, but he actually look even bigger than my 47 Panerai. He actually look like a monster.
Wait, what's the dimensions? What's the case diameter?
45.
45. Okay. 45.
And what is nice about this annual calendar is that you don't need a pen to adjust the watch. Everything is in behind the watch is on little pushes. So you do need a little bit of a nail, but you can actually push, and you actually can do it without tools. That this is actually very nice. You don't need tools to actually change the complications there.
Lord, we've been reminded that there was a super chat a long time ago that was asking the question about the.
Yes, I promised to respond to this. It was by a gentleman, Kim.
Tony Kim, and he asked about the Explorer 2 with the Swiss-made dial, and it was only made for a couple years, and he wanted to know if that was collectible or if that was something that that made sense at today's price point.
I think it was Explorer 2 with black dial, if I'm not mistaken. He had specified that. I responded in the chat, but I'm gonna repeat the point because I guess everyone needs to hear it. Condition always rules supreme, of course. So if that watch is in tip-top shape, especially if it's a single owner watch, if it's in good, honest condition, unpolished, possibly, if possible, right? If you can still see the chamfers, the lugs are thick and nice, at least gives you the semblance of the factory finish. That's 12K Australian is still a great price. If it's for Polar, it's even better price because those are trending up ever so slightly, right? You know, the black ones go for a little less. So condition. Anything else that comes with it is the cherry on top. If you have something with papers, even better. Papers, box, good. But again, full set, great. Adds to the resale value. And if you are a nerd like most of us, you will enjoy that presentation. Fantastic. But the most important thing for your enjoyment of the watch and for the sale, for the resale value of the watch, trust me, it's always condition. So if the condition is good, if it looks unpolished, that's still a good price at 12K Australian.
And Lord, after this 1 or 2 year run, with I'm assuming the Swiss dial was replaced with something else. Is there anything else about the watch that changed? Was there a movement change, or was there anything other than that changed on the dial? I don't know. I'm just asking, and I don't know if you know or not.
Diego, you might know the exact time for this. When was the Explorer 2 with 42 millimeter introduced?
Oh, I don't know, 2012 maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know, but with after the Swiss only, they went to Swiss made dials, and then I don't know if there's any Swiss mades that have hollow end link bracelets. So
look,
but that would be the
thing
progression.
I like,
Holes case.
the thing I like about Swiss only or even Swiss made, because they're mostly like I don't geek out about Swiss made and Swiss only all that much. But the thing I like about that particular stretch of time, 99, 2000, around that time, you get kind of the best of both worlds. And that's why, for me, those watches are desirable, right? Swiss only still has the whole thing, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Look at this. This was a Swiss only Submariner that I bought for $7,000 last year.
Yeah.
And I'll show you the back of it just so you can see condition. $7,000.
So this is a Swiss only Explorer 2 from that I will pull up from Chrono 24. Maybe it's this one that he's gonna buy, so I'm not gonna show you the price and any other details, hopefully.
Yeah, and what I was telling him in the chat was about the hollow end link bracelets. They have the one less permanent link that can be removed. So if he's got a small wrist, he might want to consider a solid end link Explorer 2. That's why I ended up selling the one I showed you. Was after taking all the links out, it was still a link too big.
This looks to me like a solid end link. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, I can't answer for sure if they made Swiss only with solid end link bracelets. I believe the hole placement in the inside the lugs is different. I knew a guy that had a holes case one, and he tried to put a solid end link in there. It was, the case was made for a hollow end link bracelet. I don't
If
think the
those
solid
dials
end link
weren't
bracelet
Swiss,
worked.
where were they made?
Swiss only. So when we say Swiss only, it means that the dial, instead of saying Swiss made or T, Swiss T, greater than 25 or less than, it just says Swiss.
Yeah, they might not, Diego is right. They might not have the solid end link bracelets, but I think they can be retrofitted actually with solid end link bracelets. But yes, even if it doesn't come with solid end link bracelet, that's still the sweet spot for me because it has the holes case. It has the tritium, which should have aged well by now.
Yeah.
Right. Swiss only still has tritium, or am I getting things mixed up here?
I don't know. I wanted a solid end link bracelet, so I wasn't even researching any of those. So I don't have a lot of knowledge of pre.
I think this is
somebody posted blue green versus green loom. Blue versus green loom.
I would venture to say that Swiss only does not have tritium, because if it did have tritium, they would have to put that on the dial.
Yeah, it's already Luminova. Look, I think it's still a good deal, even if it doesn't have the solid end link bracelets. I would go for it. I think 12 Australian is still a good deal for that. You know, I like the aesthetic of the tritium, but the fact that it's Luminova actually technically makes it a better watch because you have functional loom. So the blue loom comes later, Mike, when they switch to super Luminova.
Okay, so I was just repeating what somebody had written in the chat. I think they were trying to define the difference. So I just was repeating what somebody had written in the chat. I don't know personally the answer.
Thank you for clarifying, Tony Kim. I lost the thread there. Yes, it is not tritium. Otherwise, it would either have from an earlier period 2 T's around that Swiss mark or T less than 25. So
the bottom line is it's a Polar Explorer 2 for $9,000 US. Do it. That's the simple analysis.
Don't ask questions.
Don't ask questions.
Once again, I mean, if it's in the good condition, if it looks unpolished, get it. If it's not in the right condition, wait. You can find a better deal for a better watch. But if condition reigns supreme, get that watch. Don't waste your time. You'll regret missing it probably. Yeah. That's another
thinking about
aspect.
going and getting a new bracelet for this one.
That's the other aspect of the condition, right? You know, when you hold it like that, if the bracelet has just a little bit of stretch, moderate stretch, it means it has a lot of life in it and it hasn't expired on you. Most people don't like that feel of a stretchy, loose bracelet. I'm okay with it.
So
but
my GMT has like almost no stretch, and this one has a little bit. But just wearing the two back to back, I can wearing the two back to back. I don't want to say it bothers me, but I notice it. To the point where I prefer to wear the GMT. Yeah, they all are. I mean, they're like hollow center links. But I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not that
Could
bad.
be better. Yeah, I'm going to do a bezel swap on this one tomorrow. The good thing about the Explorer 2s is there's a lot of them out there right now. They're not. They have picked up some hype in the last year and a half, but they seem to have plateaued. So he's got a large. Well, in Australia, I don't know. Here in the States, they're everywhere. They're plentiful. You can find exactly what you want.
yeah, I mean, here's the thing, you know, if
that makes me want one less.
Well, it's not. You know, a lot of Rolex watches is not not necessarily a very unique or rare example. So I don't know. I mean, they have been trending up, and like Diego said, they have been plateauing, and the black dials still present a great value. Good condition with papers, that's a great price. Naked, that's still a great price. If you don't like the condition, pass it. Like Diego said, there are many out there. As long as you buy in the next few months, as long as you keep looking around, you'll find one in good condition around that price.
Yeah. Great question. Tony, thank you for the super chat. Hope you got your money's worth from that conversation.
Guys, please continue to support the channel. We still need your upvotes. We are only 3 thumbs up away from hitting the 100 mark. 151 people still watching the channel. So let's get us at least to that 100 upvote mark. I think we provided great value and great entertainment today. Trust me, you can take my word for this. For me, the drama is secondary. I meant each and every word that I said. Some might not take it seriously. I absolutely do. I take this platform very seriously, and I take my responsibility toward Archie and my word that I've given to Archie very seriously, and I will live up to it in the remaining 2 days to come as well. So thank you for your support. Continue sending your super chats in with any random question. If you want us to address anything at all, watch related or not. If you want us to comment on your wrist shot or your collection, feel free to send in an email with the super chat. Send in the email to lordtelespontb@gmail.com. Obviously, if you just want to PayPal your contribution to Archie, you use the regular address, which is archieluxury72@gmail.com. We are addressing the new releases and our dreams and expectations from Watches and Wonders that's coming up in less than 10 days. So if you have any predictions or any wishes for the novelties that are coming out from your favorite bands, whether it's Chopard, Cartier, Rolex, Moser, and why not Gröbel and Forcé or whatever bullshit independent brand OC has in mind. Hey, Chapek, for example, right? We love Chapek because this is after the Soviet Union, this is the best platform built in concert by Slavs and Jews. I can only tell you that much, right? You have great characters like Paul Pluta himself, Bear, and you have Marcelo, you have me, you have OC, and I think he belongs to the tribe as well, although I always hate to assume. You see, that this is our contribution to world history, Archieluxury channel.
I would love to learn about Chapek if we were to have a discussion about them and bring up their line and show more about them and their history and everything.
Where should we start? Should we start with the early appearance of it as a collaborator with Patek, or should we start?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a brief history of like how they began. I know that they started out as part of Patek, right? Or the two partners of Patek, and they split apart. Maybe a brief history of that, and then maybe some pictures of their line and some of their watches, because they interest me.
I'll start with the history, and maybe someone can pick up on the more recent incarnation of the brand, which I again respect and love from a distance. May God preserve them in formaldehyde. But let me start with this. Chapek was a gentleman who was born in Bohemia, Kingdom of Bohemia, which was the previous iteration, let's say, of Czech Republic / Slovakia. part of the Austrian Empire. He went to Poland, and from Poland, he came to France, right? And he collaborated for a while with Patek, and then they went their separate ways. Patek was also a Polish immigrant. He continued his business with Patek Philippe company. Čapek went his own way. And he got his break basically by becoming the imperial watchmaker in France, supplying specifically Napoleon III with watches. Tony Kim, thank you so much. $5 Australian, long-term supporter. We know, Tony, sorry for taking so much time to answer your question, but I hope we provided you something extensive and helpful. Good job, Lord. Service my Santos for bezel replacement only. Thoughts on Cartier keeping old bezel? Technically, still mine. Welcome to the world of luxury watch service. This is like an established practice by Rolex, and I'm so sorry to see it becoming commonplace for other brands as well. It doesn't make sense to me. You know, when they give you a new bezel, why can't you keep your old one? Where they change your dial, why can't you keep your old one? If they give you another bracelet, why can't you keep your old one? Because they still charge you the same price, right? So I'm sad to see this as a practice from Cartier as well. I thought it was just Rolex being snooty with us customers, but I guess Cartier is doing that too. Do you guys have something to add? I know OC by and large has a much better experience with ADs and Rolex service centers than I do and than the average person does, so he can supply another perspective probably.
This specific question is about Cartier keeping his old bezel.
Yeah.
I don't think that manufacturers or service centers should be mandating or requiring that old parts be surrendered to the service center. I don't think that, I mean, it's your watch. I think that I think it's perfectly logical to expect that if you were getting a part replaced that's a external facing part, like a bezel or a dial or something like that, that you should be entitled to get the old one. If it's an internal part, it wouldn't really matter for you to get it back. But whether it's Cartier or Omega or Rolex or anybody else, I think the customer should have the first right to say whether or not they get the original part back.
Yeah. Look, I know the concerns about Franken watches, but trust me, the end customer is the least of your worries. Like the original OC keeping his oyster bracelet when he puts a Jubilee bracelet on his Batman GMT is not the cause of people doing Franken watches with vintage Rolexes or with the current lineup of Rolexes in the future. Always, I have a few extra, bezels and bracelets lying around for a lot of my vintage Rolex. How do I get them? It's because each time I'm on eBay and search for these things, there's someone who bought an entire case of these parts from a watchmaker. So it is the watchmakers who get them either through their contracts from Rolex, or maybe allegedly they take them away from certain service centers and walk away with it, even though Rolex supposedly has like secret service level protection. Bullshit, of course. It's just a watchmaker after all. But anyway, so it's not the end customer who causes this by keeping their bezel or keeping an extra bracelet. We are not the cause of Franken watches, and everyone here knows that, and the brands know that too. They just use that as an excuse.
Yeah, at the same time, brands like Rolex are very much aware that there are market trends and that certain dials and bezels are more sought after and cause the values of prices of particular watches to go up. That's why, if you have an Oyster Perpetual 41 and you want to do a dial swap, not a problem. Rolex Service Center will be happy to assist you doing your dial swap, as long as you would like to change to blue, black, or silver, right? If you want to change to any other color, the answer is no. And that's because they understand that they want to maintain the exclusivity of those dials and those watches being sold by authorized dealers to actual end user customers.
So as a customer, can you request when you send your watch in for service that I would like this bezel replaced, or if it needs to be replaced, please, I would like my old bezel back, or all parts replaced. If can you please return them?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean,
will the company do that?
It really depends on the authorized dealer and the Rolex Service Center you are dealing with. Going back to OC's point, look, I understand there must be limits, right? I can't be getting an OP41 in silver and then go to the Rolex Service Center the next day and ask them to change it to Tiffany blue so I can turn around and sell it at a major markup, right? I understand there have to be certain limits and checks on the whole process, but all these relationships have to be based on some measure of mutual trust, right? So I don't, as a customer, expect them to give me the most prized dials on certain materials. I'll be fine with just utilitarian changes, or perhaps, like you said, maybe changing to another color in that lineup where I perhaps have to surrender my dial. I understand that. But when it comes to, bezel changes, strap/bracelet changes, I really don't understand the big deal. And I think they're just playing tough for just to stand on principle. And Mike, for example, the Japanese RSC, apparently, the Japanese Rolex service centers are a little more lenient. They make you pay a little more, where you can keep your bezel insert, the old one, and, for example, ask for a different one. Ask for a black one instead of Coke. Ask for a Pepsi instead of black.
Wow.
No, you're right in a sense, because rules changing all the time, and we are not sure if these rules still applying this year, Lord. From what you said now, it was okay up to last year, but yeah, they changing the rules all the time to make it tougher and harder.
Yeah, I understand that, and again, that's why I said in the beginning, it changes from authorized dealer to service center, so on and so forth. So you always have to. That's the thing. You have to ask in advance and settle on the terms with a very clear service brief, where you check out things and make sure that everything.
If I send my gold
that you settle everything before you surrender your watch, because you can't trust them at the end of the day. Sorry, Mike, please.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I send my two-tone or my gold braceleted Rolex in for service and it's worn out, and they replace it with a new bracelet, I mean, goddamn, I want my fucking gold bracelet back. I mean, that's $3,000-4,000 just in gold weight, if anything, and it's like
no. First of all, if they replaced you, they will compensate for the difference of the gold and so on. But here is the thing: the original one is way more valuable regarding the gold, comparing to the replacement that they give you. Now basically, Lord wanted to say something, but I guess this also can be right, because I don't know if they cannot enforce you nothing. They can suggest you to take the new bracelet, and if you don't accept, get out of here. take your old bracelet and your watch and get out. Will not touch your
we were-
watch.
we were talking, unfortunately, about the tricks you have to play sometimes, because here's the thing: you have a gold watch with a gold. Let's say you have an 80s gold sub with a nice full oyster bracelet that's been kind of falling apart. It's becoming stretchy for your liking, and really very much so. And to be honest, it's even perhaps falling apart at the end links, right? So you feel like your case might drop one day. So you know what you have to do? And this is unfortunate, because I would rather be able to say, here's the watch, but let me take the bracelet off in front of you. I will send this to a specialist in Hong Kong, right? To Michael Young specifically. No endorsement, but he has helped me with a bracelet before, and they did excellent work. You say, give me the new bracelet, I will pay the full value, and I will keep this bracelet and get it restored, so I have the original piece if and when I want to.
No, Lord, I can do better.
But the thing is, they're not honest. They're not helping you. So you know how you go there? You put that beautiful watch on a decent leather strap.
Exactly.
This is how I received the watch, but I would like the matching gold bracelet for it. So when you're servicing my watch, please also supply me with the bracelet, and I'm happy to pay for it.
Exactly. Okay. This is the way you do it. You don't distrap the bracelet in front of the AD. You don't have a bracelet. That's it. This is the way to go. Okay. You don't have a bracelet.
But yeah, unfortunately, they force you to play these games. It shouldn't be like that, but that's how it goes, unfortunately.
But that's a perfect answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Answer my question.
And the original question was about a Cartier bezel, and I don't know why you'd want the original Cartier bezel if it's being replaced. If it was all scratched up, why do you want it? It's not worth anything, isn't it? But to Tony Kim's point, it is his bezel. Maybe he wants it for sentimental reasons. I don't know. Maybe he wants to be able to switch back to it and have it look super used or whatever at some point.
Lord know in a vintage Submariner in GMT how valuable is the spider dial, how we say the cracking dial. Even until today, I don't know if Roy is going to be honest enough to tell you, hey, this is a broken dial, but it's way more valuable than any other dial that are going to change. I don't know if they are loyal enough to tell you that, but what I can say is that you screw, because they will not give you the dial back. This for them is like is a broken dial, is a shitty dial. They will throw it away and they will force you to put a new dial. This is a perfect example of loss of thousands of dollars, if not more.
Yeah, and again, that particular, look, you have to respect every collector and every enthusiast. We all have our quirks and we all have our particular aesthetic preferences. So I appreciate that people go for spider dials. I myself also consider it to be a cosmetic fault. I think when I see a dial like that, from my perspective, it also needs to be changed. But I'm not running the brand, and they give F all about my opinion. But if I were in their place, I would say, you want to keep the dial, you pay a little bit more for the dial we supply, and you can keep your spider dial. But if you want us to service it, you have to allow us to change it. And then the customer always has the right, like you said, Marcelo, to turn away and choose an independent mom and pop local watch mender. And there are many local watchmakers who can service your vintage Rolex watch. You just have to be patient and find the right person. Yeah, look, the way also, another thing is, if you know what you want, and if you know what you're looking for, a lot of times you can find through well-known channels like eBay, like Chrono 24, period correct bracelets, right? that are often, even in immaculate examples, that are often cheaper than what Rolex is trying to sell you for a vintage watch. You just have to be patient, look hard enough, and take enough time.
And there are aftermarket options too, if you want to go that route, you know.
Now, Lord, I understood that in the aluminum bezels, even the original ones, Rolex never wrote the Rolex underneath. They don't have. So how you can confirm if this is a super copy just to make the buck? Because it's very easy to, instead of just how we say replica a whole fake Rolex, is more easy to make a lot of money by just replica simple aluminum bezel with paint and put it as vintage in the aftermarket, especially like you mentioned that there is a lot of techniques, innovative techniques to create aluminum bezel to look vintage. Yeah. So how you can make sure that is not because some of them selling for thousands of dollars also.
So I have two ways to protect myself from that. One, again, nothing will replace this. Study and research. So you look actually into, you pick your particular model and you start researching online from trusted sources how that bezel should look, not only in front, where you're looking for particular type of fonts and where they line up on that bezel insert, but you're also looking for how the backside of that bezel insert is in terms of its color, in terms of its texture, so on and so forth. At the end of the day, the second way I protect myself, I just take a lot of fucking time and never pay, even if it looks immaculate and perfectly aged and faded. I never paid more than $200 for an authentic GMT bezel, because anything else, anything longer than that, unless I retire and just continue my life as a vintage watch dealer, I don't have the time and patience to authenticate that carefully. You know, there might be a bezel that's exactly like what I'm looking for, and that looks by all means authentic, but it's $1,500. I will never pay that because I don't want to risk much money on a simple part where you can have something that looks very authentic with the right font, right size of the font, and it looks like how it should look on the back as well. And like you said, yes, they're not branded. Sometimes they come in sealed packages that have barcodes and everything. But even then, those things can be replicated so easily. So my advice, unless you know exactly what you're getting, unless someone is guiding you, even hand-holding you, who is a real vintage expert, never surrender more than $200, $300, most $500 on any bezel insert, even if you fall in love with it, because it's not worth it. There are a lot of fakes. It might be more than what you want to pay for. Maybe you don't care, and that's okay too. Maybe you can take that risk. I never would. You know, even if I were a billionaire, I would never take that chance.
I agree with Lord in this 100%. Look, I mean, fakes, I mean, these guys actually checking exactly the same websites and the same sources that you do, Lord. And they actually make an epic homework to make sure that everything would look. They actually spend a lot of hours as well. It's only a bloody bezel just to make it as perfect as possible to get the buck, you know? So I think you're absolutely right. I mean,
speaking of that, by the way, Marcelo, let's turn to the expert who knows how to work a CNC machine. Mike, how much effort and time would it take to produce an aluminum bezel insert if you have the right equipment and the know?
It really depends on how long it would take somebody to measure and draw up. Actually, with today's laser scanning techniques, probably pretty easy. Somebody could laser scan it, and it can be translated into computer and then the computer could replicate it and zip it right out onto a piece of aluminum pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I
So
would say it would be pretty easily done.
exactly. Yeah. So it's you have to tread carefully, but of course also, you know, a lot of people keep saying this, and I do agree with them too, although it's not my way of trying to make money. But sometimes some of these older models, some of these vintage watches have become so hard to get that some people who are really passionate about the hobby or are really passionate about vintage models started trying to get, you know, all the bracelets and bezel inserts as they can, and started flipping through them as we used to flip through watches in previous times, right? And we all know Archie's journey kind of, and how he went through all sorts of different watches until he finally arrived at this particular collection. So now people are doing the same thing with like Rolex bezel inserts and period correct bracelets, because they can hardly afford the actual watch, and flipping through them, maybe they get to a moment where they can finally get the watch they want. And I think that's an interesting game to play if you're a young collector, and if you're willing to put in the time and work and do the study and research. That can be a way to flip and make money. So if you want to be the next Cameron and be one in earnest, that's the path you should go to. Study vintage Rolex parts and learn a way to flip them so you can make money enough to afford your dream watch.
I see on Craigslist, I see a lot of Rolex dials, you know, in little sealed packages for sale for hundreds of dollars. And yeah, I do see Rolex parts for sale, you know, in the aftermarket.
Yeah.
So yeah, it does exist. Although, you know, as a collector, I'm just seeking out the few watches that I want to get, and then that's it. You know, I'm not looking to hodgepodge together, you know, or Frankenwatch together a watch, you know, with the
Mike,
proper end lengths and stuff.
I will say two things. Last time I tried to actually fight, I had a coach who pulled me aside and said, this is a young man's game. So I would tell you the same thing. That's why I said a young aspiring collector perhaps find this as a hobby to flip and build up the kind of cash, not build the watch, but buy and sell these little precious vintage parts and make the money to buy an actual watch. A great example of what they want. So two things. One, it's a young man's game, so it's not even my game. But if you're a young collector who doesn't necessarily have enough resources, but you are yearning after a vintage watch, this could be an interesting game to play. It would still be a lot of fun. It would involve a lot of the different aspects and nerdy quests of the hobby without committing so much money all at once.
Yeah, it might be a fun aspect of the hobby. I mean, for right now, though, you know,
and it
I'm
could
shooting
make money for you as well. It could be fun, and it could still make money for you.
Yeah. I mean, but for right now, I mean, I'm still shooting for my eye on the prize of my little mini goal here. Once that is accomplished, then, you know, who knows what who knows what direction I may go after that. You know.
Yeah. Guys, once again, I'm not talking about Frankenstein watches. I'm not talking about building Franken watches yourself. I'm talking about separate parts that you would buy at the right price and sell for a profit, so you can have the cash to buy the actual watch. I'm still puzzled that you know, I have to break things down so many times, but thank you for your understanding.
There's two type of Rolex that you don't take to Rolex AD. One, Rolex, they got modified heavily outside of Rolex with, let's say, diamonds and all kind of customizations. And the second one in the same level is vintage Rolex.
I never do that. But again, I have I'm fortunate enough that I live in Los Angeles, and before that I was in New York, where you are not short on finding capable watchmenders and people who are more experienced than the average Rolex technician. But that can't be everyone's option. I know people who know just as much, if not more, about these watches than I do, and who don't hesitate actually to take things to the Rolex service center, but they're very insistent on their own conditions, on what they actually want.
Lord, though, what's your opinion of something like this? Let's say I have an old Datejust, and I'm really interested in getting a unique dial for it. So I go to 47th Street and I find, there's tons of counterfeit ones, but let's say I find an authentic, wood dial or some kind of lapis dial or something that's really unique, and it is an official, genuine Rolex dial. And then I go to my watchmaker and I say, I want this watch to have this dial. And so he swaps it out. Would you consider that a Frankenstein watch? Or would you consider that, listen, I'm just a guy who wants a watch to look the way I want it to look, and as long as it has authentic parts, then good for you.
First of all, let me plug this book in terms of looking for different iterations and different dials and configurations for all watches. It's by a Japanese gentleman called Kesahuro Imai, called Rolex 3621 wristwatches. So you have there are so many small detailed pictures of different kinds of dials for every single model, where you can at least have a general sense of what looks right and what looks like a customized dial. When you find the right thing, I'll give you an analogy, right? I don't yearn for what you described, but I have a number of different bezels that I bought for my Coke, some authentic, some not. I have a black that's authentic. I have a Pepsi that's authentic, that's coming in.
But you keep them all. You also keep the authentic. So it doesn't matter if you make a dial called Marcello Time that is completely fake. It doesn't keep the authentic. It's okay.
Right. That's where I'm getting with this. So when it's my watch and I'm not trying to pass it off as something else, and I'm just trying to enhance my experience of that watch by, if I want to, putting a green aftermarket bezel or blueberry, just blue, single blue aftermarket bezel on my 16710 GMT, it's my right. I'm just enjoying my watch, as long as I don't try to pass it off as something else and try to sell to someone as something authentic, unique, one of a kind, etc. I don't think there is any problem with that. And like Marcelo said, you're keeping the original parts, you're keeping the authentic parts. You can always change back when you're selling, and you can even include even the aftermarket stuff. You can include, if you want,
as a bonus.
That sale as a bonus to grease the wheels a little bit. But honestly, for me as a buyer, the more aftermarket stuff that I see coming with the watch, the faster I run away from it, because it doesn't make me feel good. So for you to enjoy your watch in a certain way, I know, for example, Marcelo has a beautiful 4-digit day date, right? That belonged to his father, and that is now his, and that his wife wears too, and maybe more often. And he kept the original dial, but put a very beautiful dark blue dial in it as well. Why shouldn't it's his watch?
But here's the thing: the dial actually came from Rolex. It's a Rolex dial. It's exactly from the Rolex dealer. It's originally to the bone. But you know what? Even so, I think you're absolutely right that it's okay also to keep the original vintage piece as well. Even so, that I could throw it away and still say, "Hey, the watch is original," because the dial is real. The dial is authentic. But still, you keep the original dial. Yeah.
Wouldn't the serial number give the doesn't it indicate what dial color it came with? No.
No, it's
No. Is that indicate the number of the model?
Okay.
yeah, the vintage in vintage business. These things. I mean, a lot of times, first of all, you're lucky to have any papers and any reference number whatsoever. But a lot of times, there's no reference to the dial color. There's certainly no reference.
Yeah.
In the 80s, 70s, 60s to the bezel insert color combination.
But no,
if you know
I have
if
a
you know
question.
if you know the reference number well and how it connects to the timeline, you can know what's possible and what's not.
Yeah.
But you don't really have it written for you, unfortunately.
But Lord, I have a question. I could lie and say, hey, the watch came with the blue die that I have. This is the day the way it is. You can strap it out, break out the watch. You're going to see everything is authentic, everything is real, and you're going to believe me. Why should I keep also the original dial? If you understand what I mean? I mean, what is the thing? Does it give any kind of benefit in this case?
Keeping the original dial, does it give you a benefit?
If you sell it, it gives the new owner options of going, one way or the other with it in the future.
Honestly, I would have it changed, and maybe just sell the watch like that, and you can probably still get a nice value, a little bit
exactly.
If you sell the dial separately as well.
Put it back the way it
was. And then
sell
the dial separate, exactly.
Blue dial always is very desirable, so you can still get hundreds of dollars from that easily.
Put it back the way it was and then sell the dial. Hey, guys.
The watch with the blue dial look amazing. Actually look amazing.
It's past my bedtime. I've got to get going to starting to eat dinner and stuff like that.
It's been a pleasure, man.
I got to feed my dogs. I'm going to let you guys go. But it's been a fun day, and I'll be back tomorrow. Mr. OC.
Mike, it's been a pleasure.
Mike, thank you for being there.
Lord.
When I'll see you, Mikey. When I bought my Meteor Dial GMT, the difference between the Meteor Dial and the normal, if you can call it, the blue dial that they have in the white gold is a difference of less than $2,000. It's about I think $1,800 or something like that, just for the dial, So I thought it looked more unique, more nice that is a white dial, and I took, of course, the Meteor dial. Today, in the aftermarket, that reference with the Meteor dial, the dial alone is close to $70K. The dial. You understand? The dial alone is I can strip the dial of that watch and sell it for $70K, getting forget about the watch, getting still 25K bonus, only the dial. Look in what crazy world we got.
You were just talking about spider dials. They don't even come close. Those mid-80s dials don't even come close to certain, tropic dials on submariners that have this particular shade of brown, coffee, mocha, and sometimes like a sandburst, they call whatever else. There's so many different examples that command 3, 4, 5 grand easily. And like you said, sometimes there's something so exotic and so valuable somehow that has such a specific kind of aging that has been cataloged and that has been trending for decades, and then you have to pay premiums, tens of thousands of dollars. It's a strange market, vintage Rolex. It's very hard to stay on top of everything, so you have to kind of carve your own interest and figure out your own niche.
Unbelievable. What kind of world we came? Casey, how you doing? You have a Platona Daytona as well, right?
I have a platinum day-date.
Yeah, I know the Platinum Day, but I heard you had also a Platinum Daytona, or maybe it was a confusion of somebody that.
No, just like you, I think I'm on the list, right? So the next, hopefully sometime in 2022 or 2023 or whenever, before it gets discontinued, right?
Well, each one you took, the one with the baguette diamonds, the same one that I want.
I would like the one with baguette diamonds. Sure.
Yeah. This is the is a brilliant piece. I mean, I personally am not so much into diamond favor, but that watch just look basically. You look like a James Bond watch in a way.
Well, then I will annoy you by saying that if I actually had my preference, the preference would be the 116. I think it's like a 116396 or something like that, and it actually does have the diamond bezel as well. So there is a version of the Platinum Daytona that comes with the baguette dial and the diamond bezel. And just to show I'm not a flipper, I would take the one with the diamond bezel.
Really?
Just because the diamond baguette dial is so hyped now and everybody wants it, I would like something a little bit different.
Look, if you really want to go deep, something that even more hyped than the diamonds at all is the one with the Arab letters.
Wow.
I think that Arab, Lord, what do you think about the Arab Platinum Daytona? The Arab, that look very stunning.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, aesthetics over everything. So I understand that anything limited and rare in the land of Rolex will always command a premium. And that is like, with the real Arabic numbers. I understand the appeal for that reason, even if you're not really invested in Arabic language and Arabic culture. For me, they don't do anything for me. I also don't like the Breguet numbers, which are the Arabic numbers in the English language, right? When you say Arabic numbers, you look at them out rather than the Roman. I also don't really like those, even though, for example, there are very nice examples of real Art Deco classics for the reverso with those numbers, because they're also the Art Deco style. And they are cheaper because they are less desired, in fact, in that case, even though they are more rare. I just can't bring myself to it because I don't like it aesthetically. So if I were to get a Platinum Daytona, I would also like the one with baguette diamonds, because once again, being a vintage guy, I don't care about lume. Lume is for my Swatch diver I had when I was 10 years old. Lume for me, it doesn't matter. Why do you need to be wearing your watch in the dark anyways? You should be doing something more interesting than looking at the time when things are dark in the room.
Lume, lume means nothing to me. Lord, as you know, you were asking me about one of my, like a Grail watch, and I pulled up and I said the 6264 and Daytona, and it doesn't have lume on it, right? And I have a day-date, Oyster Quartz day-date, no lume on it. I prefer it that way. And if I have the platinum day-date that I have also doesn't have lume. It's ice blue Roman.
In the hands. They have in the hands.
No, actually, in the hands don't have them either.
Really?
Not in the day-date. They don't. They have two versions of hands for the day-date. One with lume, one without lume.
Yeah. So for me, in the land of Daytona, which again I'm not so emotionally invested in to begin with, but I have seen actually Platinum Daytona once in my life. It's a very substantial, very beautiful watch. It had the loom, it had the index markers, stick markers, and it was a beautiful watch. But if I were to make a choice, if I were given the choice, I would certainly go with baguette, not the Arabic numerals, with all due respect, and certainly not with the loom.
And I don't understand why. I get because it's scarcity, but I really don't understand why, from an aesthetic perspective, the Arabic numerals from the Middle East command such a premium over the non-Arabic versions. I mean, it's
Arab
simply,
lords, Arab sheikh, how we say is the. I think there is a very long history with important Arab leaders and Rolex in general, and I think Lord can highlight that because you already mentioned watches that was in auction from I think. Who was it? I think Syrian president or something, and so there is a long history in many, how we say, countries in the Arab world, including Egypt and Syria and Jordan, and I continue can go on. I don't know if they did actually a book of Rolex Arab leader things. They did, Lord?
I will show you this. This is a watch that was sold in Christie's for in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, November 10, 2013. It's one that has the Ommani Sultan's name here on the Rolex.
On the dial.
And at that time, this is Patrizzi's book, Rolex History, Icons, and Record-Breaking Models. At that time, it was still sold as a customized dial watch, 2013, not too long ago. And the estimate was, at that time, relatively conservative for a Daytona like this. That's already very beautiful and significant without the special dial. It was 100,000 to 300,000 Swiss francs for the estimate. And it actually sold for 785,000 Swiss francs at Christie's in November 2013.
But by
the
way, no, they still continuing doing. They're still doing for Dubai. They're still doing it.
But what I'm saying is, even at that time, this was unexpected, and they were still around. Some people had interest, especially people who love to see Arabic writing on a Rolex dial, were especially interested, and they were increasingly more interested in Rolex and other luxury watches as collectibles. But since then, a ceiling has been broken, and nowadays everyone is interested on something with Arabic writing, something that has the khanjar on the dial, the two crossed daggers. That again belong to the Ommani Sultanate of Oman heritage. So at least in the last decade, they have become increasingly popular and almost impossible to get. And it's not only people from the Arab world or from the Middle East who are interested in them now.
But help me understand if I am mistaken. But usually watches like that with the very important Arab call it leaders or even sheikhs, that the watch was how we say customized and dedicated to them. They actually use this as gifts to other important people that I give you as a gift for some tribute that you did to me or whatever things that you done. Now, this supposed to stay as a kind of a medal to the family if in case it was given to you, even so that you pass away and your son or your grandson decide to sell it. This is a shame on your family. of actually getting rid of a piece like that. You ashamed the country, I think. So how come pieces like that manage to get out of the circle is actually interesting.
I'll say a few things. First of all, of course, Rolex banned the rules for the right kinds of people, but they usually banned the rules for people who could order watches in bulk. And I think usually they required, a conservative estimate of 100. Now, I'm sure people also made one watch or whatever else. Certain people who have been, loyal to them and committed to them and who have spent so much money for them, probably in the past, they made certain exceptions. Now, in the OMMANEY case, which I know a little more about than the rest, these watches were a lot of times not only given to people from Amman, but to those members of the British Special Forces that helped put down the insurgency in Oman, put down the revolution in Oman to set Sultan Qaboos instead of his father as the ruler of that country. So a lot of times it was given to Brits who came to their country, who probably appreciated the gift and got a lot of use of the watch. But at some point, maybe they realized that they don't need it. Maybe they realized how much they're actually worth and wanted to make something more out of it. And in that case, I don't see anything wrong with it. And also, we know, yes, these are limited, these are rare, but just because they carry that script on the dial or even the royal insignia, or alternatively or additionally, an engraving on the case back, they're not one of a kind. They're not actually watches necessarily that belong to that ruler, unless you have...
But basically what they say is, for example...
I understood, but I want to clarify for the audience. So unless you have a specific piece of paper with the provenance that guarantees that this watch either came directly from the ruler, whether it was a personal gift or a watch that belonged to that person, a high-level politician, dictator, sheikh, whoever it is, you just have to treat it as a very special watch, but not one of a kind and not necessarily a personal watch. And I know, Marcelo, that's not what you said, but I sometimes want to clarify because everyone is entering this conversation from different points. So I have to address people who are just starting out as well. And yeah, sometimes money talks, Marcelo. So even if it is given to a subject, quote unquote, I don't believe in those sorts of relationships, except for my allegiance to the pontiff. There are no sovereigns for me. There's only God, and then there's no one else. But for people, if they see a watch they have been gifted can fetch $100,000, $250,000 for them, they're not like us. They don't have a collection that is like 4 or 5 different Rolexes that command so much value. They have one valuable watch and they want to retire, or they retired and they want to leave some sizable money to their children. Why not? I can't question the ethics of that.
Yeah, I mean, this what does come out. I just thought, that it was given as almost like a medal when you win Olympics, and we know also Olympic medals that getting sell also after because of crisis or whatever happened. But I thought it would be for some important family that didn't starve. They still managed to be okay to say, hey, that was give it to my grandfather, and they still continue and they still moving on, and that was given by the sheikh, whatever, like something that stay in the family because it's so precious, something like that.
I understand. It's the same thing with our watches. Basically, it can be there can come a moment in our lives where we want to move on and we want to make the best kind of money, as precious as they are. And some of them are part of our family heirloom, at least in your case, Marcelo, in my case too. But there can come a moment in life where you think, okay, I give up on this and maybe these things are not as important to me and I want to move on. And probably me, 37 years old now, I'll probably want to lecture myself, 30 years later. But at that moment, I will probably think, whatever, what if it was my father's Submariner? I'm on my deathbed and I'm leaving a family behind, and they need, they need some cash. What are they going to do with Submariner? They don't.
Look, I don't have kids, and I don't see myself having kids. And the if I'm going to get a platinum Daytona or not, I don't know. But I already have very precious and important watches already, and I don't want to give these watches to the Japanese government or Israeli government or whatever government going to be. It will come a moment in time that I'm going to cry tears to sell the watch, and in that time I don't care if a platina Daytona going to be worth $500,000 or $5,000. I will sell it whatever price going to be, because I'm going to have that many few last years in this earth to enjoy. So that's why I'm going to sell the watches. I wish I wouldn't, but again, there is nobody else to give the watches for. I mean, I don't want to give it to to nobody government, and and also you don't want to give to people that you don't know. So you want to you want to at least enjoy what is left, if it makes sense.
Guys, I appreciate Palway, who reminds us to upvote, but we have reached a beautiful equilibrium. 114 people watching, 113 people who upvoted. There might still be people in this audience who have not yet liked and upvoted this video. Please do that again for the Pontiff. That's all we ask for. That's all we are here for.
Did we notice Mike left, right? I mean,
yes. Unfortunately, yeah. So,
yes. By the way, you're drinking a whiskey, right?
Yes, Irish that I got actually for Paddy Day, and I'm still working on it. Redbreast 12.
How this one's doing?
More nectary, sweeter than what I'm used to in most of the Scotch I drink.
You have the smoky like I like. You have that Taliska thing smoky, or no?
I like the smokier and peatier stuff. But again, I like this. I like the change of pace a little bit. You can't always be drinking the same thing over and over again, especially if it is something you do on a weekly and even daily basis. So it's a good change. I like something more, more syrupy, more nectary. It's sweeter. I like it. I enjoy it.
No, Jay White wrote give it to me, Marcel. I mean, Jay, you're older than me. You're going to go before I do. What are you talking about? I needed to comment on that.
George, that's a great piece of advice, by the way. Never love anything that can't love you back. I don't love the watches in that way, but I love the memories and stories and the emotions that have been injected into them by me and by other people in the past. So at the end of the day, I can part with them. I would rather not ever part with my father's Submariner, but the day might come, and I don't like talking big. Something can happen. So, but I do love them as conduits for something more. It is what it is.
Yeah, George and I were going back and forth in the chat. Someone had asked if I liked
Give
gem
it to
set
Diego's
models.
younger.
Yeah, and he mentioned a specific model, and I said that I loved it. So that may be in response to that. And the model in question was the 116659 SABR, which is the Gemset Submariner. So it's the Submariner with the blue sapphires all the way around, I believe. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but it's a looker for sure.
Yeah, it's I mean, look, again, when it comes to different, dial configurations and gem sets, I love, for example, a day date with a diamond, factory diamond dial, like the baguettes.
The baguettes is nice.
At 6 and 9, and then the index markers. For me, that's beautiful.
Yep.
I see sometimes the addition of a diamond bezel. For me, that puts it over the edge. For me, I can still appreciate it from far. Just like I love Danny's, bluesy with a 30 dial. I think it's one of the most beautiful two-tone watches ever.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. But regarding the bezel,
can I wear it? Probably not. But Danny pulls it off and pulls it off beautifully. So, what can I say? It's a beautiful watch.
Platinum day date is very unique and unusual to see this. How we say, simple bezel that is unique to that watch, and it give a beautiful that watch the way it is. If he had this, crown, the bezel, how you call this? This
fluted
bezel in a platinum, it wouldn't look good. It look great the way it is. Now, saying that, in a normal day date, the fluted bezel is a thing. I wouldn't put a diamond bezel. I think you're losing it. I think you want that fluted bezel in that watch. I mean, with the diamond, it doesn't look right. And even in the platinum, I prefer the simple bezel instead of putting a diamond bezel in a day date. They also wouldn't. It doesn't look right, if it makes sense.
That everybody has a different opinion. I've seen people walk down the street with a day date with a diamond bezel. It's typically an older gentleman, right, who's very wealthy, and it looks fine on them. They're going to a Broadway show or whatever. And I'll take issue with one point, Marcel. I think if Rolex made the platinum day date with a fluted bezel, I think people would want it. I think the fact that they don't offer it with a fluted bezel, people just accept it and they go, I don't think it would look that good on a fluted bezel. I think the reality is, if they had it, people would like it. And we tend to give Rolex a pass by justifying their decisions by agreeing with them, just because we think that they chose a particular creative direction or artistic direction for a reference. I think, I'm not sure, but what I've heard is that they don't make the fluted bezel for platinum because it's very difficult to work.
That's what I was going to say. Is that the reason? Is it harder work to do the fluting on the platinum bezel? That's the reason, huh?
Well, a lot of things are hard, but trust me, with the CSC machines, we say they would be able to do.
Yeah, I find it difficult to believe that if Rolex wanted to do a fluted platinum bezel, that they wouldn't be able to easily do it.
And for such, I don't know about easy, all things being relative. Forget about the CNC, for a special, clearly limited production piece like that. I'm not talking about the handful, but it's still limited in Rolex scale of things, which produce 1 million watches. I think they can still do it with a proper, straight line engine as well. It doesn't have to be even so industrialized, and they would still get the value out of it because they would find the right buyer. There's no problem.
It would charge
Yeah.
a bit more premium because of the hardness of the thing. But anyway, they're already charging a hell of a premium already for most of the watches. So I don't think that would be an issue, a significant issue.
I mean, most people don't realize that the difference between a flat bezel and a fluted bezel on the date just is $2,000, right? You're paying for a little tiny bit of gold there versus the flat bezel option, but people pay it all day long because they want that look. It's not about the cost of it; it's about what that brings to the watch. And when you think about it in terms of, wow, it's just $2,000 just for that. Well, but it is. And by the way, just one more thing is that everyone has their different level of where diamonds make the watch, too gaudy for them or too flashy. For me, that's with the pave dial. Like I'm cool with gem set bezels. I'm cool with gem set index markers, but the full pave dial, I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay, how you
Welcome
doing,
to the
buddy?
stream.
Hey, Jay, right? How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Yeah, I'm just getting a drink of water. I've just woken up.
Hey, man.
I
Welcome
was
to the
tired,
channel.
so I fell asleep earlier.
Thanks for joining. Full on John, by the way, I received your email. So when you give us a little bit of a super chat, I'm happy to pull up this rare Tudor watch that you sent me. All right, full on John, $2. Thank you for holding down the fort, Lord. Thank you. So this is something you have seen apparently, OC, before on Tim's stream.
This one?
Yeah.
What's going on here? Let's
Tudor.
see.
That's a beautiful watch.
This is a 41 millimeter, correct?
Yeah, I think this is like the Heritage, right? Black Bay Heritage, two-tone.
Really, Heritage? They look like a Black Bay, in my opinion. It looks like a Black Bay.
Isn't the bigger one called Heritage, or am I getting things mixed up?
I don't think you are mixed up. I think
it's just called Black Bay 41.
No, I think I got mixed up. Here's the thing. If you take the date out, it will be definitely a Black Bay. Probably a 41. But because they have the date, it confused the hell of everybody now.
Okay.
I think we are
Mr. P says this is a Black Bay steel and gold.
Right. I think we are both right. The model is called Heritage Black Bay. It's not Black Bay 58. It's Heritage Black Bay 79733. So it's called Black Bay Heritage, 41 millimeter size, like OC has identified. Going back to the wrist shot, this is the same watch. And yes, the email specified it was that particular reference model as well. I think it's a nice alternative to the.
This is gold. This is real gold.
I think it's what they call rolled gold, where they
basically they wrap the link with a little bit of gold.
Yes, they wrap the steel with gold.
And this is an 18-karat wrapped gold.
I think so. Let's go to Tudor's website for that. Just want to make sure.
Like a waffle style, basically. Like a kind of just a. So there is zero weight in gold here. I mean, the whole weight is of the steel only.
Probably. So let's see what it says. Okay, the website is like this. I like the aesthetics of the watch. Tudor, of course, tries first to be affordable and stay within a certain price range. So I understand and appreciate their method as long as they're transparent about it. I have a hard time seeing right away what it says about the gold used here. I heard that they use rolled gold, which is like OC tried to describe, basically wrapped around stainless steel, and the website isn't entirely clear, I'm sorry to say.
Well, look, what is nice about being wrapped is like that you have enough thickness that you can deeply scratch and it still doesn't pass through in a way that not like a coating that is coming off. It will never come off.
Mhm.
So this is the only benefit that you have here. And also the color will pretty much stay gold. You know, as you guys know, with coating, somehow in the shades of light, you can actually see it look a little bit greenish with the light because there's that thin. This one, it will look yellow gold all the way through. Like it will not have that shade at all.
Yeah, and some people in the chat are saying, I mean, I like it. The bezel apparently is solid gold. I think the center links are rolled gold. He could never confirm that the crown is gold. All right, George.
The hands might be gold.
Here's a $5, just a small token for your hard work, Lord OC and Marcelo. The Pontiff appreciates it, George. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, George.
And yeah, sorry.
No, the hands and the indices are definitely gold. I would be surprised if they're coating, but definitely have to be gold there.
Yeah, and I like the aesthetics of a gold colored dial as well. We were just talking about Danny's Certi dial two-tone sub, and yeah, it's reminiscent of that aesthetic, of course, without the stones. It was very nice. I think this is a beautiful alternative to the Bumblebee, you know, to the two-tone Rolex Submariner, because it's kind of similar, but it's not exactly like it. It has something special going for it itself. It's a different case to begin with. At least, you know, the crown guards are absent as well.
Something.
So it's not
something. There's something that we never really mention, and it seems we might even hate that watch, in our opinion. It's like almost like why the watch is even there is the Rolex two-tone and also what used to be the two-tone GMT with the black dial.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it seems the Submariner with the two-tone with the black dial, we almost don't care about this watch. Well, what is your opinion about this watch? In all these references, the 5 or 4 digits up to the new ones, we always mention the bluesies. We almost don't, including this kind of dies with the diamonds. We never really pay attention to the black ones.
Right. I will put it like this. When I got my I'm sorry to beat this dead horse, but when I got my root beer GMT, I know they were one of the reasons that made it attractive to me. It was cheaper than the so-called Bumblebee, right? So two-tone GMT with the nipple dial, but black dial, black bezel, insert and everything. That was more expensive, because no one wanted to root beer. Nowadays, it trends for less. Nowadays, no one wants it. When it comes to Bluesy, I think Bluesy was an instant classic, unlike the root beer. And I know people have their preferences even for the gold Submariners. Some people prefer the blue dial. I prefer black dial on that one, black nipple dial. I think that's one of the most...
the Stallone. You like the Stallone. It's the classic Stallone.
That's the gold sub I like. But when it comes to two-tone, if I were to invest in a two-tone Submariner, I would go for Bluesy as well. I just feel it's more special. Now, is it the hype? Perhaps, because when I go for full gold, I would rather see black dial. So why am I taking more by that blue dial in the two-tone. I don't know. Maybe it's just a hype, but I go with it. But that wasn't always the case. The black dial two-tone GMT was more popular than the root beer in the past. Cream Disco, $199. Can you show Arch's new Sky Dweller? Do you like it? I love it, but I don't also know what you're talking about. We're leaving the reveal to the big boy first and foremost. And there are certain concerns in the background. I beg for your understanding. Most of you know where that picture is, so you can examine it yourself. Just look around in Instagram a little bit. You'll find it, I'm sure. Other than that, I'm just waiting for the Pontiff to come back on Wednesday and talk about it and show off if he wants to himself, if that's okay.
Yeah, and he also can probably do the unboxing. I guess he got the whole full set, so then he can do that.
Mr. P, $9.99. Good show tonight, and thank you for your contributions in the chat and your super chat, Mr.
Let me ask you a question, Lord and Marcelo. If somebody wants a two-tone dive watch, and you guys instantly started talking about the Submariner, which is $15,000. This thing is $4,000. Are there any decent alternatives under $5,000 for a two-tone watch that's not Tudor? I mean, nothing comes to mind. So I understand why people look at this.
Actually, it does. There is one thing that comes in mind. Everybody going to hate me, and not that people already love me. It would be actually not gold, but it would be a two-tone with bronze, and it would be a two-tone with bronze that look like this Tudor. It would come from Oris.
Oris.
And that would be way cheaper. Could you pull it out, Lord? Because you're actually in the computer. There is an Oris. I don't even remember what was that reference. That they actually did a two-tone with bronze.
Yeah, I see it. I think I found it. Let's see.
Yeah, because like I'm not a fan of Tudors at the $4,000 price point, but for steel and gold, it's hard to find. If someone wants steel and gold, it's hard to argue that that's not a good choice.
Yeah. What do you think about steel and bronze?
That's a good looking watch. That's a good looking watch.
And we're talking about on under 2K, I think, right?
It's right around 2K. I think it's here. It's listed for $23.50. I trust you that you can find it cheaper, probably.
Exactly. You can get a good discount. And look, it's a nice, how we say, submariner. You see, kind of a nice black bay, if you know this. Look, with the bezel, everything. Yeah.
That's not a bad choice, Marcelo.
Yeah. And by the way, this bronze, it will not age like bronze. This bronze have aluminum alloy, so that's why you can put it in a bracelet, and you also not make your hand green. It actually pretty much kind of allergy free, this bronze alloy, and also it will not age that much.
Well, I will say this. I have, this is not brand royalty. I have given the same kind of stick to Tudor for experimenting with bronze and silver. I think that's taking the vintage appeal a little too far. We don't live in an age where we need to use these materials for cases and details of sports watches. Super chat, Al, $5. Just a little support for host and panel. Doing a great job, guys. Thank you. We appreciate it, and the Pontiff certainly appreciates it. Thank you so much for your contribution, Al.
But look at this, look. These are kind of a spit in the face. You see, blue dye.
And I appreciate that you informed us that the alloy is a little different on this one, so maybe it will age in a less nasty way than bronze usually does. But I would rather, if I really want a two-tone watch, I would really go for the Tudor when it comes to this. I'm not a big fan of Oris, so I didn't want to front load that. But even when Tudor and other brands do it, leave bronze alone, silver alone. We live in the 25th century. You know, we don't need to make watch cases from bronze.
Yeah, and I think the Omega two tones are probably north of. I'm gonna say that they're probably 6,000. So that definitely a much higher price point than the Tudor.
Look,
Hey, guys.
the
Hey,
Hey,
how are you
Jay.
doing?
Greetings.
I'm doing okay, thank you. I just fell asleep earlier because it was tiring from the watch show today. But yeah,
You were there.
it was good, and yeah. I found out that they're having. I spoke to one of the coordinators there, nice chap, and they said they're having another one in October.
Okay.
So, but we sort
Jay,
of
we're hoping,
be good to
we're hoping in October we'll have the Pontiff stateside, but yeah, I hope we can have him in the US and you guys can have another London watch show in October.
Yeah, October, I think, is
Yeah,
his
well,
birthday time.
Yes. Is it? Are you talking about the Las Vegas meet, Lord?
Yes, that's what we're hoping. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, the Cars and Chrono one.
Cars and Chrono is facilitating some part of it, yeah, but yeah, I think it's at this point it's made possible more by bondage and discipline. I have to say, if we are name dropping and involving these references. I love them both, by the way. Don't take me wrong. Cars and Chrono just organizes the dinner, as far as I understand.
Right, I see. Okay, not the partying.
Well, I think it will be a number of events. I think we need to be, for Pontiff's sake, I think we need to be a little calculating and planning.
How many days we're talking about?
I don't know, but it will involve New York. It will involve Vegas. It will involve a place, one of the major cities in California. But what I think is we need to make sure, one, the Pontiff is out and about and sees and meets a lot of fans, and two, the Pontiff makes money. So we need to plan the trip very carefully, but it will at least involve one sit-down dinner for sure in Vegas.
Oh, great. I did actually. I'm not sure who's going to organise all this, but I think it'd be good if somebody could coordinate it all. And some time ago, I did offer to coordinate the whole when Cars and Chrono first came up with the idea. Well, obviously because they had a bit of a party last year, and I did offer to coordinate the party, and Carl said, "Yeah, okay," or something to that effect. So I'll just see if anybody's coordinating it and organising it, and if not, I wouldn't mind doing it.
Are you in Vegas, Jay?
London.
No, but I do know people in Vegas. So, and with it's not too hard to do it from here, really. I don't think. I suppose it'd be better.
Their names are Candy and Heather, the two people you know in Vegas.
No, not quite. No, it's similar.
I wasn't far off the mark, huh?
No, actually, the gentleman. Yeah, but yeah, we'll see anyway. But it'd be good if we could get it organised. But it'd be great. The Pontiff said he's coming back over here in a year's time as well, and that'd be amazing if Marcelo could make it to the UK. I'm not in a year's time, and and maybe you, Lord, that'd be great to see you here too. I'm not sure if you fancy coming over to the UK.
I want to come to London in the summer, hopefully, and if I do, I'll make sure to let you know and anyone else who would be interested in meeting up as well.
Yeah. Well, what it was is that I had a little stall at the London Watch Show, and attached to the stall was a little YouTube community meeting and resting point, which was quite successful, really, because it was just sort of away from the crowds, and people were able to sit down and gather themselves and rest a little bit, and away from the bar area and everything. So people quite liked that, and I think I'm going to do that again. So yeah, I thought it was quite successful, really. Obviously, it's a shame about the news on Friday.
Are there any updates, Jay, on that situation?
There's a Sun newspaper article. I'm not sure if you've heard of the Sun, but the Sun's quite popular. I think I'm not sure if it was actually in the paper, but there is a link. I could try and post a link in a bit or tomorrow, but yeah, there's a link of a newspaper article, but I think it's just reiterating what other posts have put. So there's no investigative journalism to see what's going on or anything. But yeah, it's a shame that occurred. But apart from that, everything seemed to go very well. I think the food could be upgraded.
What's up?
Yeah,
no, great to hear that the London Watch show was a success. I wish I could stay on and hear more. It is way past my bedtime. I've turned into a pumpkin officially, but I want to send my congratulations to you, Lord, on another great show. Marcelo, you did do your co-hosting duties this tonight, so hats off to you for that, and good entertainment to both of you earlier, even though the sentiments that were shared were based in truthful feelings, but no hard feelings from me to either one of you or anybody on the show tonight. We're all here for Archie, and wish good night to everyone in the audience as well.
Thank you so much, OC. We are also, guys, we're closing basically in the next 10 minutes. So OC is leaving us, unfortunately. We would love to have him to close as well. But any last minute questions, requests, anything, send in with the super chat. We'll make sure to address it as quickly as possible. But Jay, if you have any last words, take it away.
Well, the pontiff was stood on the way in when people entered, and he was stood there with his sky dweller, which was beautiful, and it was really good to see him there, and it made the day, really. If he hadn't have turned up, it wouldn't have been half as good.
Yeah, it really warms my heart to hear and see that the pontiff is getting the rightful recognition there, and that he's enjoying himself, and the people are enjoying chatting with him, taking photographs with him, just bantering with him. It's really nice to hear, and I really look forward to October. I can't wait to see him here in the US.
Yeah, it would be nice. I'd like to come over too. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this summer coming up and the autumn. So yeah.
Marcel, how about you? Do you have any last words? Any any ideas before we close, or do you want to stay on longer, perhaps?
I don't know. You want to stay longer? I can stay with you a bit longer.
I can go on forever, honestly, but I think 6 hours is a decent achievement.
Wow.
If we push through for another hour, I'm sure we will get a second wind and more participants. So I'm happy to do that. But I was thinking, unless you have a new topic to bring up or any last words to say, I think this is a good time. But I'm happy to stay.
Well, I'm going to go back to sleep soon in about 5 or 10 minutes. But just Marcelo, are you able to travel this year? Do you think?
Only God knows. The thing is, there's so many things to take into considerations. Is of course, I mean, I do have a business. I need to fix and improve and see how it's going to work, how busy I'm going to be, how much money I'm going to make. Regarding also YouTube itself, how busy I'm going to be and how much money it is going to make as well. And then we take both of the situation scenarios into consideration and we see what happens. This is what I can say. Another thing I can say is regarding that of course, if I go to any kind of event, I mean, I need to close the restaurant. I mean, the restaurant is going to be closed. So, then
Prince of Real Estate, $4.99. I paid $30K gray for steel Pepsi on Oyster. Now it's selling for $29 new. Should I cut my losses and dump it? This is the most I've ever lost on a watch. What say you? Or see you jumped in?
No, this is a troll post. This is a troll question, but the troll paid $4.99, so he deserves an answer. No, don't sell.
Don't sell.
Don't sell.
Yeah, I don't think it's the right time. I think, that I know some of the members of our community, like Plastic, now Sovereign, are saying this is the new Daytona. It's going to hit 100,000 soon. I don't know about that, but I think the ceiling hasn't been broken yet with the Pepsi GMT either. And who knows, especially on the Oyster, I think it's still trending up. So it's not the time to sell.
Yeah, and the reason why we know
look, the truth is, I'm going to say like this. The truth is never going to be the time to sell because price always will go up. The only time you're going to sell is the same as me when you come in a moment in time that you say, listen, I don't see myself living another 10 years or 20 years and I have to get rid of the piece now, and then you're going to sell it. Because 1 year, 2 years, every year the price will go up. This is the way it is, but it's a moment. It's the same like a house. There is a moment that you sell it, and that's it, and you're happy with what you did, even so that the price of your house in the next 10 years going to triple itself. But you needed to sell it now, and you sell it now. That's it.
Yeah, well, Marcelo, for the most part, I share your view of the market, but to say that it will never go down,
you're right. You're right in that case. Look, this is look. I'm going to put it hypothetically because also I said my watch is now 200K and could be that when I'm going to sell it is going to be only 10K, and I'm still going to be happy with it because it's a moment of time that you said, okay, that's it, and I sell it. Now to say basically now to say in a hypothetical world that let's say the price always go up. If you're waiting all the time because tomorrow going to go up and after tomorrow go up, then you're never going to sell it. And if there is a moment in time that you want to sell it, you sell it. Now, if the other way around, why did I sell it 10 years ago that it was huge, I could get a huge profit and now I'm losing money. Say thank you that you sell it and enjoy the money you have. I mean, that's basically what I say.
Again, I trust Rolex as a brand to hold and retain its value minimally, even if it's not going to trend at these levels. So long term, it's always a good investment, and it has survived previous market crashes. Even though we can see bigger market crashes, we can see the breakout for a world war, for God's sake. So we never know, right? But in that case, at any rate, that doesn't say anything about the value of watches only, right? The entire thing will fall apart. So Rolex. The Undertaker, welcome to the panel. Let us see this beautiful wristwatch. Nice.
It is a black die.
Okay, I take it back. I take it back. I want your watch, not the bluesy. Sorry about that.
That's fucking gorgeous. What do you mean? That's just fucking beautiful. Sirocco time. What the fuck? Hello, everybody. What's going on? It's 6 hours into Archieluxury Live. What the fuck?
Hi, Sirocco.
Hello, Jay. How are you? I just came back. I've been out and
Hey, Sirocco.
dinner, and I've been fucking around, and I've come back, and I thought I'll have a look on before I go to bed. And I saw, fuck me dead. You're still going. What the hell is happening? What's going on? What is this beautiful watch? Can you, Undertaker, take that watch away, please? I put one on last week before last, and they weren't allowed to sell it to me because they fucking sold it to someone else. So stop it. Go away.
Okay. Layout.
Go away.
Undertaker, welcome. Thank you for coming. I think OC is time for real. Is that why the peace sign is? It's not peace in the Middle East.
It's been 10 minutes. It's been 10 minutes.
Can I say hello, Lord? Hello, Marcelo. Hello, OC. Hello, Jay. And
hey,
hello, the Undertaker.
How are you?
Hey
doing?
guys, how you going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You can now.
Okay. Yeah. Great show, guys. Lord, you're doing a great job. I mean, keeping up to forward. It's not easy.
Thank you. And wear it in good health. That watch looks great on you, for sure.
Yeah, I feel quite blessed. I picked this up yesterday at the AD, so it was good.
Wow.
Okay, that's the new one. That's the new 41 mil. Beautiful.
No, that's actually the. It looks like a 41, but it's actually the Sea Dweller. It's a 43.
Oh fuck. Okay, sorry. Okay. There you go. That shows how that just shows my watch knowledge.
Can you show us the gold writing? I know Sirocco asked to take you off the screen, but I would like to see the gold.
Put it back.
The seat.
Yeah, it is quite nice. The gold writing actually got me. 1 sec.
Please take your time, but we want to see it again.
Of course we do. It's fucking gorgeous.
Yeah, you see, that's the main visual difference. Of course, the case is bigger, but you can't always see the proportions from that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is what Aussie Expat was talking about just a couple of nights ago to me, saying, maybe move away from the Submariner and look at this particular watch. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I've got no arguments at all.
It can still fit under the cuff.
Yeah. Hey, I don't wear sleeves, so it doesn't matter.
Ain't that the truth? Jay Gray, how are you? Welcome to the panel.
All right, guys. Look, I'll let you go. Have a great night, and once again, it's not easy doing what you're doing, and do an exceptional job, and all you guys great for supporting Archie.
Thank you so much, The Undertaker, and thank you for coming on and sharing your beautiful, spanking new...
Brand spanking, what new watch? That's absolutely fucking gorgeous. Wear it well, enjoy it, mate. Good on
thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. It is a lovely piece, and it's good. Thank you. Okay, see you guys. Take care.
See you. Wear it in good health.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'll do my bluesy unboxing in about 5 weeks.
Now you have to count down the days, like on the
I'm counting them. I've been counting them for 12 months. Fuck me dead. It's 29th of March. I paid for it. and it's been sitting there in the safe ever since. So I'm, it's going to be almost 13 months by the time I get to actually see the fucking thing.
Right.
Nice.
Looking forward to it. What else is going on? Are we having fun? 6 hours and 7 minutes. Awesome.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, a little dry in terms of super chats, but thankfully we had some conversation. We had some back and forth, Marcelo and I.
Okay.
And that added a little bit of drama value and brought a little bit of money in. Although, again, I wasn't there for the drama. I was there to speak my truth. But you can always roll back Sirocco and listen to it. There's no reason.
Do you know, there's something I've never done is, when I've been on a stream or missed the stream, I've never looked back. I enjoy reading comments the next day, but I've never run back to have a. I've got time, and how can you sort of if I go to bed in 20 minutes, wake up in the morning. And then we're 6 hours and 8 minutes. I can't sit and watch 6 hours and 8 minutes. That's my entire day. So I just don't worry about it.
That's why
I read the comments.
You know what? I'm going to say like this. I never believed so much in time traveling until we started to do the streams, because it's so easy to say, hey, what happened last hour? Wait a second. And then, and you see the stream 1 hour before. Or 2 hours before. It's brilliant. It actually does bring Time Machine in a different perspective.
That's what timestamps are for.
That is a memory
timestamps
machine,
is a young. Timestamps are a young man's terminology. I'm fucking as someone here kindly, sort of unkindly once pointed out. I am an old man. So hey, let's forget the timestamps.
For us who are not interested in timestamps and trying to find the exact instance, I can recite. I said an old man who bickers like an old woman. But yes.
Thank you very much. That's even better. I'm an old man that bickers like an old woman, and
I just
and you don't want to talk drama.
I just said that when I'm going to get older, I don't want to give the watch to the government, so I'm going to sell it. Then Jay White, he said, give it to me. Fuck, you're older than me. You're going to die before I do.
Hey, Marcelo, I've got a better idea. Fucking leave it to me. I'm even older than Jay, I think. I'm so relaxed, and I don't have to work, and I don't have the stress and all this shit. So I'm going to outlive you. Send it to me, Marcelo.
Yeah. I'm going to pretend for a moment.
I agree.
I'm going to pretend for a moment that I am coming from the spirit of Archieluxury. And if Archieluxury wanted to know anything from Sirocco, it would be, did you spend any time by the Miami River today looking at boats going by full of girls clad in bikinis?
Jay Gray, I moved my location today out of that fucking shit pit Airbnb that I was staying in for 2 nights, and I said, fuck this morning. I moved out of that. I told him he's actually refunding me my money, and I've moved into a fucking good hotel, and I'm overlooking. I see the cruise ship terminal directly in front of me, and I can see the channel where the cruise ships go out, straight out to sea. You hit the nail on the head. I'm watching boats go past, and I only for the, what's the time? 12:20 a.m. I moved in here at 4 p.m. God, what a difference! I'm happy. I can see the water.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
That's nice. What did you have for dinner, Sirocco?
That's another question. Not very much, but I had an awful lot of beer.
You
Well,
did.
that's good,
had a
isn't it?
little wonder. I found this little bar. It was a bit of music, and, you know, a bit like a couple of nights ago, different place. But I found this great little bar, and they serve Stella. And I've just been sitting there, talking to myself, watching this music, listening to this music, and just drinking and minding my own business and feed up, and then figuring out how the fuck do you tip people at the end of it. Because that's a really this tipping culture, it really does my head in.
They don't tip
Right,
in
yeah.
Australia?
No, you don't
Is
tip
it
in Australia. You go to a pub and you fucking buy a beer, you pay for it, you sit down, drink it, then you buy another one.
yeah? Is it the expectation from the people that you don't like?
No, it's not that I don't like it. It's I actually understand the tipping culture. I understand the reasons why. Especially the other day in Atlanta, I had it explained to me by the restaurant manager, and she was telling us, because Mr. Rocco was still with me, but she's come back in 2 days, which is going to be really cool. Thank God. But she sort of explained that these guys, like the guy behind the bar, is on $5 an hour. The server is on $4 an hour. I mean, fuck me dead. How do these people live? So they have to. If they don't get any tips, they're fucked. They don't earn money.
Right. You know what happens, Sirocco? Usually state laws supposedly oblige the employer to top off. In most states, I don't know the exact legislation in Florida. They might correct me, but the employer is supposed to top it off to minimum wage. But there's a lot of wage theft that goes. So
I can well believe it. That was actually Atlanta.
You don't tip. These people are living under minimum wage, which is already miserable anyways.
Exactly.
Is everyone here familiar with the opening scene in Reservoir Dogs?
Oh God, that's an old
Around
movie.
the
I can't
breakfast
remember.
table.
Nah. I can barely remember yesterday.
Well, no wonder. The
Hey,
view
Jay
you
Gray.
have now. Jay Wright knows. Steve Buscemi's character. Well, who was he? Mr. Pink. Mr. Pink.
God. Apparently, I'm Mr. Pink.
No,
John Galt tells me I'm Mr. Pink. I'm gonna have to fucking Google that.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, no.
But yeah, look, I kind of get that you've got to tip these people, but when you come from a country where there's no tipping,
no, exactly.
You've got to get your head around it. It's really
when I was in Turkey.
Thing.
When I was in Turkey, I was pulled aside and scolded for tipping too much.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Yeah, that is true. I get that, and this is where I was really. I mean, Mexico was fucking everywhere you go. You basically give 10%. Sometimes they try to rip you off by adding the tip into the bill, folding it over, and saying, "There's your bill," and thinking, "Well, you're gonna." Add another, and we nearly got caught. In actual fact, we probably did get caught. But one particular time, I saw this thing was folded over, and I said, "Hey, I was about to pay cash," and I thought, "No, I haven't got enough cash. Well, I got enough cash, but I want to keep it in my pocket, so I'll pay with my card." And while they went off to get the machine, I actually unfolded it and I read it, and I went, "Fuck! They've added the tip," and I was about to add another tip, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what
sneaky.
the fuck?
Yes.
Absolute Bore says we tip in Australia. Well, Absolute Bore, I've lived in Melbourne, I've been to Sydney, and I've been to Brisbane. I live in Bundaberg in Queensland. I've never come across having to tip. And I've worked in the hospitality just a brief time a few years ago, and I've never come across tipping. So I don't know, Absolute Bore. I don't know where you are.
Rocco, I've forgotten. Is Bundaberg between Townsville and Cairns?
No, Bundaberg's central Queensland, sort of Harvey Bay area, north of Harvey Bay, sort of. If you look at Fraser Island, adjacent to the top end of Fraser Island.
Oh right, okay. Oh
yeah. So, I look. People tell me. Actually, there was a funny comment I did this morning. I was looking at Marcelo's channel, and someone made a comment about me. Hey, I'm not there, but I saw this comment, and it was so fucking funny. I cannot. It was words to the effect of, "I cannot believe Sirocco hasn't left Australia for 35 years, and now he's doing this travel vlog and blah blah blah." 35 fucking years. Yeah, I've been in prison for fucking 2 years, and I've now visited 2 countries. One country I've just visited part of, where I'd never been before. I'm now in my second country where I've never fucking been before. But I've fucking traveled the fucking rest of the world, you dickhead. You know who you are. Sorry, I gotta say this. Fuck me dead.
Could you expand upon the 2 years in prison part?
I live in Australia, Jay Gray. Our borders have been locked. Our borders have been locked.
Tractor won't start.
Yeah.
No, it's time that Sorako and the rest of the Australia will pay their duty in prison fee.
Yeah. Yeah, I read that and I just went, "Oh, this is where the hell did this come?" I haven't moved out of Australia for 35 years. Well, yeah, righto, okay, whatever.
New Zealand are only opening in a couple of weeks, aren't they?
Yeah, New Zealand actually got even more strict than Australia did. It's just bizarre.
Not even open yet.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I haven't really kept up with the news very much for the past, 3 months that I've been away.
Yeah,
I see things and I see things and I see there's wars going on here, there, and everywhere, and things happening, and I've seen a bit of Formula One, and Lord, you're a soccer fan.
Me?
Hello, Lord. Earth to War.
Yes,
Earth
I am.
to
I
Lord.
am. What team are we talking about?
Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah, I'm a Spurs fan. Yes.
Good on you. Good on you. I've followed them since I've been. Don't ask me all the statistics and shit because I haven't got a clue. But I've followed them since I've been about 7 or 8 years of age, I guess.
Yeah, we don't win any. But
we win fuck all.
Yeah, we
I started when I was starting to watch them. We were winning shit, and then what the hell. But I even when they were relegated before Premier League, when it was only Division 1 and 2, blah blah blah, before Premier League, and they got relegated to 2, I still continue to follow. I'm not a fair weather. Hey. How can you be a Spurs fan and be fair weather?
They're always Spursy and Spurs.
Yeah. So there you go. We got something in common, Lord.
Are we talking about Tottenham Hotspur?
I'm a Man City fan.
Yes.
So you can imagine.
Does anybody know?
Who is the arch rival of the Tottenham Hotspurs?
Arsenal.
Right, the Gunners.
The Arses.
Oh fuck.
The
followed very closely by Chelsea. Yeah.
I have no
idea. Unfortunately, this year they seem to be slightly ahead. I don't know. What do you reckon, Lord? Do you think we can overtake Arsenal?
It's been a long time, that we still haven't. In the league, you mean? This year?
In the league.
I think we will, actually. I think we will.
Last year we were ahead, and this year we seem to be behind. I'm hoping we will Hey, two fucking wins. That's all it takes. One win will get ahead.
Yeah.
We should do it.
Can I ask a question to the two Spurs fans?
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no allegiance to any soccer club whatsoever.
Okay.
But I have heard chants from the Arsenal field from the fans.
You are gonna say yids, huh?
No, no. I've heard chants. The songs that they sing, they get going, and it hits my heart.
Look,
do the Spurs have similar chants?
I'll put it this way: there are a number of clubs all over Europe that have been subject to these sorts of chants. A lot of them do come from an anti-Semitic place. Arsenal has been targeted, for example, for this. But in return,
anti-Semitic.
Oh, really?
I
didn't know
where did
about
we get
this.
to anti-Semitic? I was talking about chants about the Queen and the Pope. Nothing.
Yeah, don't give it any other time.
You have to specify. You.
So I've only heard like a couple of chants.
Okay, tell me what they are.
Well, it was tell the Queen to go fuck herself, and the Pope as well, and the best was nothing to do with Arsenal, but was it was Irish or Scottish, Celtic, Glasgow, Celtic.
Celtic.
They hosted the Israeli national team, and
yeah,
the football league said no political statements in the stadium, and the fans said they made a statement about Palestine,
right?
And they paid the fines for the team.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know anything about it.
Look, there are a bunch of different things there. I'm sorry that I took it that way, because usually that's what it comes down to.
That's how limited my knowledge of this is. So I'm sorry.
No, I mean, Tottenham is somehow targeted like that, but it's not even historically correct, because of course Tottenham has a very committed group of Jewish fans, but they're not the majority. There are a lot of nice stories about that allegiance, but Arsenal
I have no idea.
Well,
I think Daniel Levy is Jewish, is he not?
Yeah, of course. And Silver.
Yes, the name is Jewish.
Alan
Silver,
Silver, who owned the club.
Excuse my ignorance.
Baron. No, that's not ignorance. Baron Silver, before, he was Jewish as well. But anyway, I mean, Arsenal has a lot of Jewish fans too. But there is that tension that there are some clubs like Tottenham, like Ajax from the Netherlands, who are targeted in this way before. I don't know why I said Silver. Thank you for correcting me, Whole Milk. I'm talking about Baron Alan Sugar, or Lord Sugar. Yes.
Yes.
But yes, so I took it that way. I'm sorry you didn't specify, but when it comes down to it, a lot of times people have very demeaning chants about the main rivals, and sometimes it borders on racist abuse. Sometimes it's just mean words about, that involve families and other holy figures. I know.
Look, by the way, did you have a chance to visit Israel?
No, not so far. So far, not.
Okay.
I need to say something. Absolute bore. Come on, you Spurs.
Yes, that's. He has been getting pro Spurs statements in all.
Okay, no, I just flicked over and I had a
Look, would you be interested to visit Israel?
Yeah, one day, I hope. Why not? One day.
It is your spiritual home.
Yeah,
I mean, look, I'm a child of the diaspora. My spiritual home is the world. God is one, and He is not here. So it's we're all beings.
Are you sure of that, Lord?
That He is not here? What part of it am I sure of?
Are you sure that he is not here?
No, I'm not sure, but I'm sure that he exists. Don't ask me how I know that.
Are you sure that he exists within you?
Yes, I am.
Well, then, why would you say he is not here?
I guess I spoke out of turn, but he is not. He is not only in a promised land or a holy land. Let me put it that way.
No, I have no fucking time for any kind of promised land or holy land. You are on planet Earth.
Right. What I meant to say is that his existence is not confined to one place in Earth, and I feel just as home here as I would feel in Morocco, as I would feel in Paris, as I would feel in England. I'm just fine. I don't need to go anywhere.
Well, what kind of timepiece does he have, do you think?
God.
He has all of the patents.
Apple Watch, because he's too cool to wear a mechanical.
He has all of the patents. He has all of the designs. He has all of the copyrights.
That's true.
Yeah, now that we are all here and a bit more relaxing, I just want to ask a question, actually, Lord. Explain.
Marcelo,
to me,
can I just interrupt? Sorry.
Of course,
Lord,
of course.
I just have to say this. I'm glad I'd muted myself, because your answer with the Apple Watch, I muted myself because I was actually taking a leak and I nearly missed the toilet. Thank you for that. Marcelo, carry on.
Wow, that actually took the whole energy out. Well, no, my question going to be like this, I mean, yeah, you call yourself the Lord, and you call Archie the Pontiff.
The Lord. I just call it Lord Hellespont V, not
okay.
Not Bob. Yes.
And Archie, you call that the Pontiff.
Yes.
So explain from your point of view how you see this channel, how you see Archie. I mean, what Archie actually really is, and the reason I ask this question is because
is because you want to divert the conversation from the actual bullshit.
No, not divert. Really, not divert.
No. I'm not allowing you to divert this conversation. You will have to respond. You will have to talk to the Pontiff to clean up the mess you made. You cannot question my loyalty and commitment to Archieluxury stream and to Archibald Chesterfield III by playing these games. This conversation.
Okay, I think first of all, I think you misunderstand completely what I want to ask.
That's what you always say, but I resent this particular way of questioning. I'm not relaxed whatsoever. I refuse to respond to your question. Clean up the shit you brought to this channel in the last week, and then we will talk about what I see in Archieluxury and how much I value him. I think people in the audience know, and people in the panel know, the kind of work, effort, and value I bring to this channel. That speaks for itself. I don't need to add anything on top of that. You're in no place.
May I interject to calm things down now?
But here's the thing.
I want to speak to both of you.
Really.
No. I've heard it. I have heard it. Guys, just relax.
No, I am relaxed.
No.
It already sounds like a religion.
I love you both, and you both have your own interpretations.
Okay.
And I love both of those.
I'll be absolutely honest. I'm on Jay Gray's side here. I think he's spot on. I think you just need to relax, the pair of you.
Relax. Let's not talk about the business of streaming. Let's just stream. Let's do the business. Let's just hang out. Now, everything will unfold. Marcello has questions.
Piece of cake.
Lord has directives, if you will. Everyone's just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Everybody just relax. Just let things unfold.
What do you think about
what the fuck?
No, Jay Wright, Sirocco, stop.
No, I'm just about to actually
stop,
say.
Stop.
I was about to say whole milk. You're spot on. Harry Kane is the Messiah.
Whole milk, yeah. Homogenized milk. What the fuck is that? Marcello. Mrs. Dodger opened your stream on Friday, and I was the first one to talk to her to come online. And we started Rebel streaming with Archie, Lord.
But
it
again,
was, it was 4 of us there, and at the same time, we were watching Archie's stream. We were watching whatever stream was coming out of London at the time. We were watching it with the sound turned down, just looking at the images that were coming to us and talking, me and Mrs. Dodger. That was your Rebel stream on Friday, Marcello.
Yeah. Yeah, so Marcelo, being the owner of this channel, was responsible to come in there, direct you all to Archieluxury channel, and close it down. We don't expect...
Lord, Marcelo wasn't there. Marcelo was asleep.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. We don't expect Mrs. Dodger to know the rules of this particular space, but those are the rules. If you don't respect them, come out and say it like a man.
But this is insane. There is no rules. This is insane. This is what they tell you.
As the owner of that channel, come out and say it. You don't respect it. You are going to trample upon it. Say it. Stand behind it. Don't play games. Don't try to use other people to make your point. I am sick of this. You are going to explain yourself to Archie and stop bringing this drama to the stream unless some of your lackeys pay for it. I'm not going to stand for ceremony here. This is either
I'm going to talk about this in my channel.
This is either going to be watch talk or it's going to be some other kind of conversation. You have already overstepped your bounds, Marcelo. You are going to pay for it in front of the pontiff, and you will stop messing with me.
How long has it been since you guys heard my voice? How long have I been muted?
It's been a while, J. Greg, because you were not letting me speak.
Okay, I'll mute myself. I'm sorry.
No, you can speak. It's okay. I mean, this thing of muting. Also, I got muted before. I think it's a little bit overwhelmed. I mean, I think we should we can say our. We can speak. I mean, again, if there is a problem here, no problem. I can speak in my channel. My channel, I have more freedom to speak. So yeah, I probably would continue there.
As much as you want in your channel, get it recorded, send it over to the pontiff, make your people clap for you. I don't care. And come back here and then apologize and say you are joking.
Why you don't call Archie? Why you call him the pontiff? That doesn't make sense. Why you call him the pontiff?
What do you mean?
Why you call Archie the pontiff? It's Archie. Why you call him the pontiff?
It's actually Paul.
Because I respect him. What is your
respect? This is insane.
Are you gonna choose my vocabulary?
This is insane.
Are you gonna choose my vocabulary for me, bird brain? Who the fuck are you to tell me what to call people?
Okay,
Who are you?
boys. Okay.
Are you my boss?
No, but this is.
Are you paying me?
But this make it logic to you.
You don't even have any real respect for me. You don't even have any real recognition for me. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to call Archie? I do call him the pontiff. So
because this is crazy. Because this is crazy.
If it's crazy, if you can't take it, go to your channel and talk any kind of bullshit you have. I know you resent the pontiff.
Okay.
I resent. I love Archie as a
I
person.
know you're trying.
Whatever shall
This is insane.
I know you're trying.
It's unbelievable.
I know you're trying to disrupt this live stream. I know your
Disrupt it.
agenda.
Oh man, this
I
is
know.
insane. Look. I mean, Archie. I like him and respect him as a friend. He helped me a lot. I don't deny this, but I don't call him the pontiff. I don't say you're transforming this whole thing. No, you're transforming this whole thing as a religion cut. This is not a religion cut. This is not a religion cut.
You don't have to call him anything. I call him by that name. You don't like it? Well, suck it. Okay?
Look, this is not a religion cut. This is what I'm going to say. It's not a religion cut. You guys need
Who said that it's a religious cult?
You did. You did.
Who said that?
You did. Not in words, in acting.
Okay, explain yourself now. Explain. Dig your hole deeper, please. Go ahead, Marcelo. Go ahead. What else do you resent? What else do you resent about Archieluxury's stream? Go ahead. Talk.
No, everything that the way that you and also Snake, the way that you actually take this as the pontiff, as this, as you know, they say that you said before you're going to be responsible to explain yourself to the pontiff. I mean, I feel like I need to make a confession in the church. You know, like going to the room and making a confession and accept the trial from the pontiff. I mean, you just listen to yourself, man. Listen, not more. Just listen, observe, and then understand basically what's going on. You know, I mean, I think. Look, we all love Archie. This is Archie channel. There is a lot of kids came out of Archie channel that starting to open streams and starting to. Yes, it's true. We got a lot of how we say followers from Archie, including me. But to take you know, the way that you presented and the way that you do. Look, we are coming here to help Archie to make money, and this is respectable and this is great. But a little bit proportions, guys. A little bit proportion.
Marcelo,
I mean, we all like drama, we all like this, but a little bit.
You are a leech. All your supporters and leads are from Archieluxury channel. You need to learn to be grateful. I don't care what you call this stream. I don't care what you call the pontiff. This is my approach. You don't respect it. Well, welcome to my world. I don't respect you the slightest bit. I told you before, I don't like you. And you're in no position to tell me what to do because you are someone who can.
I never said what to do. I just say
who can barely run his own life. So you're in no position to give advice to anyone. Go run your channel and bicker about how much you resent the pontiff over there. Your bullshit is not welcome here. You're not going to run these games when I am here. I am protecting the stream from exactly leeches like you. That's why I'm here.
The channel is okay. The channel doing fine. The channel is fine. Nobody want to hurt this channel. Nobody want to hurt Archie.
And why are you running rebel streams on your channel while
rebel stream? The guy just told you we had like 4 people there that they wanted to chill out. And you call this rebel stream?
Why didn't you go in and pull the plug and brought the people here? That's how this is supposed to be run.
Because that does not serve the people that are there.
You gave your word to the pontiff.
Listen to yourself. Listen how you say now.
You made a promise to the pontiff and then you broke it. Are you not ashamed as a man? Forget religion. What does it have to do with religion? How can you
listen to yourself?
How can you
listen to yourself
to this level? Like how
listen to yourself? You know, you need to record this and rewind this stream. Listen to yourself, guys. Listen.
Marcelo, you are spineless, worthless. You're a leech. You're exposed.
No, this is
you're struggling, but you're not gonna survive. I promise you. I'll make sure of it.
Come on, guys.
I'll make sure of it.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Jay Gray, you can repeat it as many times as you want. I will make sure to end this guy's YouTube career.
No, he has no YouTube career. He has a restaurant. He has a tennis career.
Yes, I think he would do better at tennis at this point.
Come on, stop.
I'll make sure. You know, I waited until today. He already had hell to pay, but you know, this spilled things over now. He made it personal. I'll make sure to deal with him on a personal level. It's great.
I've never seen Marcelo make anything personal.
I only have two more days to contribute to this channel to the best of my ability. After that, this is my promise. I will dedicate the rest of my time to literally take down your channel, Marcelo. And you made me do that. Thank you. At least now I have a good reason to do it.
Well, the reason always was there. I just exposed it more open for you, but it's okay.
You're exposed. You broke your promise to the pontiff. You tried to disrupt this channel, and now you're questioning his place in the Archieverse.
Disrupt this channel, really? Do I look to you like a disrupted person?
Sanity.
Yeah, exactly.
Lord,
exactly.
Come on, the pontiff.
Exactly. All right. If you guys are done, I'm gonna play the outro.
No. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to bed on a sour note.
Jay Gray, I'm sorry, you have no say in that. Marcelo has committed to speaking on his own channel on this particular issue. He's welcome to do that. He can do whatever he wants. Everything is on record here. Everyone knows what happened. The audience can make their own minds up about it.
And I am sure they would.
Marcelo came and basically contributed absolutely nothing to the channel tonight. And he has also contributed negative since the pontiff has been in London, even though he promised to co-host. Instead, he went to run a rebel.
You tell me now. Did I say anything against Archie? Tell me now. Say.
Yeah, everything is.
No. Did I say
no? You have done and said.
No, don't mute me. Did I say anything?
You have done and said a lot of things about Archie. Everything is on record. You will explain yourself to him. Okay.
Of course. So you said I said something. I said something.
Now I'm running the outro. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for your support of this channel. Thank you for helping me expose Marcelo. Thank you for helping me put him in place. I appreciate all your support. This guy has been a leech on this channel for so long, and he needed to be exposed. We know what happened, and now the pontiff will deal with it when it comes back. And I will deal with it, I promise you, in my own way, starting with December. All right. Much love and respect to everyone.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand.
On the next episode of the Archieluxury live stream,
will Archie make it to the London Watch Show?
Will Tim Wright survive the upcoming attack on his life?
What will happen to tea and tickers?
I really can't tell you. You're just going to have to tune in to the next episode of the Archieluxury live stream.